Hey everyone, welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, April the 30th. We appreciate everybody being here. We've got a nice full house in the gallery, and for all of our hundreds of viewers online as well. So the way we like to kick off our meetings, a traditional way of singing of O Canada. So I'd like to start by introducing our singer for tonight, and then we'll all stand for the national anthem. Tonight's singer will be Sandy Bird in person. Sandy is a member of the Accessibility Committee and has been since the 70s. You'll remember that she's graced us with a national anthem in the last year as well. Sandy has tirelessly been involved in bettering the community since her days with Sandy's Uniform Boutique on Queen Street. She headed up promotion of the downtown for several years. She was integral in bringing Niagara Charavan to life here in Niagara Falls. She volunteered with the Winter Festival of Lights for many years. She currently represents Niagara Falls through her work with the ODA, and that's Ontarians with Disabilities Act. Sandy loves to sing. She's been active in choirs for years, including at her own church, Holy Trinity in Chippewa. So ladies and gentlemen, if you join me by standing as we listen to Sandy's rendition of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native friend, true patriot love, hear all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Oh, wow. Sandy, you really kicked it up there at the end. On behalf of the city and all the residents, thank you so much. Have a great job, Sandy did. Nice job. Thank you, Sandy. All right, moving along our agenda. Next up is our land acknowledgement and traditional indigenous meeting opening. I'd like to invite former Chief Stacy Laforme, former Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Ani, Jima, Chief R. Stacy Laforme, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kimawich Wampi.
We're grateful together for the land that we share, and thank you, Chief Stacy Laforme, for that. Now, as we move along our agenda, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from our April 9th, 2024 meeting. Okay, we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Are you seconding it, Councillor, or do you want to point something out?
I will second it, but there's one amendment.
Okay.
I've already forwarded it to the clerk, but he said to bring it up. On the minutes of 7.5, the Niagara Falls nonprofit, Gord Sassy from the region forwarded an email to Ms. Dolch, who has approved the amendments, and it says point 1 and 2 1, 2, and 3 need to be revised. Council is to approve 1, planning fees, 2, building permit fee grant, and 3, community benefit exemption, subject to NFNP entering into an agreement with Niagara Regional Housing to provide rental subsidy for 25 units in the 9-story building or 28 units in the 10-story building. Niagara Regional Housing can only guarantee subsidy on 25% of the total units. So it has been forwarded to the clerk, and Ms. Dolch did agree to it.
Okay, so we've got the amendment. We're good, clerk and GM of Planning, CAO, sorry, your CAO for the city today. Okay, thank you for that, and you're seconding the minutes. Okay, so we'll go for a motion to approve. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so the minutes are approved from the April 9th meeting. Now looking for any disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Any disclosures? Councillor Thomson?
Yes, I have a conflict on the planning of the Dunn Street.
Okay.
I work with the P, so I have a conflict.
Okay, that's noted.
And I give the clerk.
Okay, great. So the clerk's been notified. Thank you for that. And now this is everyone's favorite time of the meeting, especially Councillor Pietrangelo's. It's the mayor's remarks. They're not that long. I apologize. Well, they're not too long, but just long enough. First off, we start off with the sad part of our obituaries, and we offer our sympathy to the families of Janet Jessop, member of our Mayor's Accessibility Committee, also to Ed Nieuwesteeg, the husband of Councillor Ruth-Ann Nieuwesteeg. And as you can see, Ruth-Ann is not here tonight, and our condolences go to both families of the Jessops and the Nieuwesteegs. On a brighter note, we do have some birthdays coming up. We've got on May the 15th, Councillor Baldinelli is going to be having a birthday, so we'd like to acknowledge that. Also, Tiffany Clark, our Director of Finance, on Saturday, May the 18th. So happy birthday in advance to both of you. Speaking of birthdays, Council was invited, or a number of us, I believe, were there, to Paul Bongers' 60th birthday celebration. There's a picture of him right there. I didn't know this. Actually, we were at Western at the same time, and he was a member of the cheerleading squad at Western, which I did not know in first year. I didn't know that, so I learned something new that night. So I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli, Patel, and Pietrangelo as we posed for his birthday picture. So that was a lot of fun. I did attend the Eid prayer celebration at Fireman's Park. That took place just a couple of weeks ago. As well, we had the Niagara Falls Older Adults Lunch and Awards. Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? I didn't have that one. Okay, we had a Jiu-Jitsu League championships. That was held at St. Mike's High School. So, wasn't in my notes, but I remember being there. That guy in the blue trunks ended up winning. Yeah, in the blue pants. He ended up winning that fight. So, anyway, that was at St. Mike's. We'll go on to the Niagara Falls Older Adult Lunch and Awards. That is at the Exchange, our newest city facility, where we gave out a bunch of volunteer awards for our members of the former Coronation Center. The Niagara District Airport had their annual general meeting. I was joined by Councillor Patel that day as we were talking about the future of our airport. Most people say to me, we have an airport? They don't even realize that we co-own an airport along with City of St. Catharines and the town of Niagara-on-the-Lake. And we are working on some big plans. It's actually quite interesting. We're the biggest population in Canada without regular daily scheduled flights. And by having an active airport where you can actually fly somewhere, not just own a plane and fly, but actually fly somewhere. Can you imagine if you could fly down to Florida or fly to Montreal right out of our airport? It'd be so convenient for all the residents here. So we were discussing these types of matters at the AGM. We gathered in honor recently of Gord Singleton. Gord Singleton, of course, one of the most famous athletes to come out of Niagara Falls. We did turn the falls that night the Olympic colors of the Olympic rings. We did have a gathering on the second floor of Table Rock with his wife and his 2 boys and a couple hundred friends. They brought his championship bike and some jerseys, and it was a real special time. We lost Gord far too young to cancer. It was really interesting. His wife took us on a journey. She said, you know, to be a world-class athlete at his level, an Olympian, and I know Councillor Strange can relate to this, you've got to be, she said, very egocentric, very focused, you have to be determined, and you have to be so focused. And she said, then later you integrate back into society and you become community-minded. And, I know Councillor Strange, does as much community-minded things as anybody, but she said Gord changed through his cancer. He actually became a nicer, more loving, she was saying more empathetic, more sympathetic. She was saying he just changed. And something else I learned, I didn't know his first name is actually Jeff, Geoff. And she said this new Gord Singleton, she referred to him as Geo for Jeff. And she said, who is this guy? I love this guy. She said he really, truly evolved into an incredible human being. And in the end, she said he was ready. He had a tough time one day, but he was ready. And it was a surprise because he had said that he was doing quite well, but things turned sideways as they sometimes do. So even a champion athlete like Gord, but it was great. I was joined by Councillor Patel and Councillor Strange as we did this nice send-off to him. I know Councillor Strange would like to say a few words as a fellow Olympian would like to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it was a great night as we honored this legend in sport. He was an icon, not even only in Niagara Falls, in Canada, but all over the world. Like, just the accomplishments are just like, you need a whole couple pages of Wikipedia. Unreal, and it was great that we got to illuminate the falls and in the Olympic colors and honor him. And when you go back and what Gord did, and went to the Olympics in 1976, he was on his way and in his prime in 1980. Unfortunately, there was a boycott for the Olympics in 1980 in Canada, the boycott in Moscow, so he didn't go, but at the same time he broke world records. And then he was up for Athlete of the Year in 1980, and he finished second to Terry Fox. So if there was somebody you wanted to finish second to, he wouldn't even want to win that year if I know Gord, you know what I mean? How can you win against Terry Fox? And then he went on to win go to the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles. He was a great guy, great businessman, helped everyone, a mentor, myself and so many other athletes. Even though I was in the sport of boxing, he just kind of helped me keep my feet grounded and be a better person. Like, we would love to honor Gordon. I know about 5 years ago on the Recreation Commission, I put his name forward to name a trail or a road or something after him, and it unfortunately didn't come back before he passed away. And I know they were talking at the Table Rock there about possibly giving naming rights to Whirlpool Road, as his cycling team rode that trail all the time, every weekend. Part of his what is the Amici Pilevati. Okay, I can't say it, but part of that team, Friends for Life, and that's what it means. And he was a friend for life, and unfortunately he went too early. And I wish we could honor him when he was still alive and do something for him. They have a Steve Bauer trail in Fawn Hill. Steve Bauer, Olympic medalist, and I think it's due that we do something for him, and maybe we can speed up that process, and maybe a direction to staff that we look at and talk to his family, maybe to Ms. Moldenhauer, and maybe possibly look at renaming Whirlpool Road or adding his name to Whirlpool Road, because we don't have to change anybody's address and stuff like that. I think it would be a great honor to him, honor to his family, and honor to Gord himself, who's just an amazing person and a mentor to so many athletes in this area.
No, that's great. Thank you. So we can do that as a direction to staff, CAO? Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we did send Gord Singleton's family the information on what we have to do for the honorary street topper, because we have that application process. So we're just waiting for the information back, and we'll try to expedite that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, that's great. That's great. Thank you for that, Councillor Strange. And also, at the city's centennial in 2004, we declared him the athlete of the century for Niagara Falls, athlete of the century. So yeah, real great guy. So thank you for that.
Was that the athlete of the century picture right there?
That's, yeah, with the not athlete of the century on the one side, yeah. Wannabe. Okay, Super Saw tonight. Let's talk about something else of interest. I was joined, it's the biggest night of Club Italia, the biggest night of the year, that you gotta know someone to get in at this event, where everybody brings their homemade salami, Italian salami, supersata, and a lot more. Everybody eats an awful lot that night, and all through the night, you're drinking water, because you take in a little too much, and yet we do it every year, and it's so much fun. It's such a great night. So I was joined by, I know Councillor Patel, Strange, and Pietrangelo. I think, did I get everybody? That's it. So anyway, it was a good night, a lot of fun. There I'm standing with the Deputy Lord Mayor of Niagara-on-the-Lake, Erwin Weens, and they let him in. I'm not sure why, what happened. I think he showed up with Wonder Bread, but we let him in, gave him a bye just this one time. So thank you for that. We had the Knights of Columbus Convention Banquet. This was their provincial banquet. It was the 5th time in a row that they held at Niagara Falls. This was their 124th anniversary, held at the Sheraton. I was joined by Councillor Patel. You can see Bishop Burgee and Bishop Crosby of Hamilton, who joined the event that night as well. So nice Saturday night that we spent with all of our Knights of Columbus friends. We had the National Day of Mourning, took place this past Sunday, and I know it was attended by Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Thomson. I know Councillor Morocco was there too, I believe. Yeah. So thank you to all who attended at City Hall on Sunday. I'd like to thank, and Hatch, just yesterday, celebrated their 100 years in hydropower celebration. So that's in the Niagara Parks Power Station. That's the chairman and CEO of Hatch. And Hatch, for those of you that don't know, you remember Acres. Acres started in Niagara Falls in 1924. And Acres and Hatch merged. I describe it as it's peanut butter cups, Reese's peanut butter cups. One was peanut butter, one was chocolate. They came together. One was metals, precious metals. One was hydroelectric energy. And there was a third thing. They came together to create this amazing company. So for anyone who hasn't been to the the Niagara Parks Power Station, it used to be called Canadian Niagara Power, you have to go. It's the hottest attraction in Canada. It's such an award-winning attraction. It's a fully preserved power station, opened in 1905, 4 years construction. That place was built with pickaxe and dynamite, including a 2,000-foot tunnel to the base of the falls. Today, it would take us 4 years just to get through the environmental assessments. They built it in 4 years, 100 years ago, and one of the lead engineers on the project was Henry Acres, who started Acres in Niagara Falls. So some of the best engineers in the world work at Hatch, which is right next door to City Hall. So they had all the engineers together celebrating their 100th anniversary. It was a wonderful event held at the Niagara Parks Power. So if you do get a chance, it used to be called Canadian Niagara Power, now it's Niagara Parks Power. Check it out. It's history, living history, right in our backyard. So anyway, we're happy to help them celebrate 100 years of being in Niagara Falls. I'd like to thank Councillor Lococo for representing the city at the Willoughby Manor Volunteer Appreciation Week, to Councillor Strange representing the city at the Cannabis Tourism Summit, and Councillor Patel at the Niagara Momo. Okay. I wonder which one of the three of you had the most fun that weekend. Momo? Okay. We had some business happenings. We had Color by Kelly and No Tell Cocktail had their grand opening on Queen Street. We were very thrilled for them. I was joined by Councillors Baldinelli and Patel. We had the Elgin Falls Retirement Community, which just opened up. I was joined by Councillor Lococo. They opened up next to the McBain Center on McLeod Road. Beautiful place for you to retire into. And good food too, by the way. Anybody thinking, it's good food. Not looking at anyone in particular. I'm just saying, anyone thinking about it. We opened up Movement, Massage, Therapy, and Wellness on Sunday. That is in the Sobeys Plaza. And I was joined by Councillor Patel for that opening as well. We did have a few flag raisings, 3 in fact. We had the Sikh Heritage Month at the Rosberg Park. I was joined by Councillor Patel. Councillor Patel also joined me for the Parental Alienation Awareness, and as well, the Knights of Columbus Week. I was joined by Councillors Patel and Thomson, all at Rosberg's Square. So thank you to the councillors for helping support. Our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, May the 28th. So that concludes everyone's favorite part of the meeting. All right, moving on. to deputations and presentations. Madam Clerk, would you like to get us on our path?
Of course. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a civic recognition this evening for the U14 racquetball provincial champion.
That's right, I do. Thank you for that.
No problem.
I'll work my way down to the floor.
You.
All to me, okay. So I would like to call up Carter Colbuck. Is Carter Colbuck here? Carter Colbuck, come on up this way, my friend. He's got a little gateway here. And Mom and Dad, if you want to come up here and take pictures, you come right to the front. Don't be shy. Come on up here, buddy. Nice to meet you. So we'll look this way, come over here with me. I got something for you, and I want to tell a little bit about. So what we're, come over here so we can get some clean pictures. You're just supposed to smile first. Wait, we get the day first. So add this in the picture. Okay, watch, we'll smile.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, go over here. Okay, so this is for you, and let me read why I'm giving this gift to Carter. So it's a pleasure to welcome, and if I did it, Carter Colbuck, did I say that right? Okay, good. Carter's a member of the McBain racquetball program. He just started playing racquetball this year. So his first year, he wins first place at the provincial level in the U14, so the under 14 co-ed double bounce category. I have no idea what that means, but it sounds really interesting. I can barely say it, never mind do it. This year's Ontario Championship was held in Burlington last month, is that right? So I'd like to also introduce Carter's coach, Todd Bright. So can I get Todd? Todd, can you come up here? So we want to get you in this picture as well. You might have to do some more pictures, sir. If I read ahead, I would have known that. I would have done it right away. Todd, oh yeah. Come on up here. So we'll get, come on back, Dad. We're doing a picture. Jeff, flip that around there. Right here. Well, first here, and then we'll look over at the council. No, right
Here we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'd like to introduce, so this is Carter's coach. So obviously, any great athlete has a great coach. And I don't care if it's Tiger Woods or if it's tennis professional, you pick your sport, you pick your instrument, you've got mentors and you have coaches. And without them, you're only going to get so good. So, you know, I can't underestimate the importance of a good coach. So I'd like to ask Todd Bright to say a few words about Carter's big win, because it's significant. He just started. I want a big hand.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to recognize Carter this evening. I want to shout out to the city's recreation department. Just been great people to work with Beth and Nathan getting that program going. COVID really hurt racquetball across Canada, and after COVID, the federal government gave money to Racquetball Canada and down to Racquetball Ontario, and we wanted to get something started. And Beth and Nathan were there every step of the way to get the courts going in Niagara Falls, and really, we probably have the best courts in the Niagara region. Grimsby closed their 2 courts today, so really, we have outstanding top-notch courts at the McBain Center, so thank you very much for that, the city and the residents of the city for doing that. Carter joined us this year. He's a smart guy, he's a tactician, he's quick on his feet, he's quick to learn, and he came with us all the way through the year. His other coach and I thought about, we wanted to get somebody in the provincial championship, and we talked to Carter and his mom and dad, and they agreed, and he gave up his extra time, and he did very well. He's got lots of potential. Canada's done very well the last 6 or 7 months internationally with racquetball, and I'm hoping Carter stays with it. And I'm looking at his brother Bryn over there, trying to talk Bryn and get going too with us. But just did a great job. I'm sure he'll stay. I'm sure he'll stay with it. He's sharp. He's quick. He's a quick learner, and quick study. And thanks for recognizing. See you all.
Thank you. Okay. I said, you want to say something? He said, no thanks. A few words, that's good. And acknowledge Kathy Moldenhauer as our General Manager of Rec and Culture, and that's her department that he's referring to, Todd's referring to. So on behalf of the city, we want to say well done to Carter and great coaching, Todd. Appreciate both of you guys. Yeah. You know, you guys don't have to leave. There's a lot more excitement. Okay. Why don't you stay and I'll drive them? How's that? That'd be better? Okay, Madam Clerk, what do we have next on the agenda?
Okay, next up, Mr. Mayor, we have the Niagara Falls Senior Advisory Committee are here to make a presentation to council. We have committee members Eileen, Anna, and Edvard here to make a presentation.
Okay, great. Oh yeah, welcome up, welcome folks, just to the microphone there.
Well, good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for allowing the Seniors Advisory Committee this opportunity to appear before you. Unfortunately, our chair, Otto Penner, is unable to attend this afternoon. My name is Ewald Kuchera, and we have with us the following members of our Seniors Month Subcommittee: Anna Racine, Eileen Tainio-Hind, Joe Zabo, Karen Fraser, Kathy Del Bianco, and Kathy Calcuquiro, and Beth Del Bianco. And we also have Councillor Wayne Campbell, who's on our committee. And I'd like to begin by thanking you on behalf of the committee for approving our strategic plan and passing this transportation motion requesting a discount for senior transit fares. The next slide. This is our second year of sponsoring a Seniors Month speaker series. Our main reason for appearing before you is to inform you and the Niagara Falls senior citizens of some of the activities we have planned for this June. Without further ado, Anna and Eileen will now elaborate on these.
I'm excited to share about the special events our committee has planned for Seniors Month in June. We would like to extend an invitation to all of you when you are able to attend some of our events. We would love to have at least one representative from City Council attend each one of our events. Last year we celebrated Seniors Month, and this year we have expanded our events to offer even more opportunities. In the following slides, we will share the various activities being offered to seniors during the month of June. From a speaker series to free Zumba, Tai Chi, and line dancing, as well as discounts at local businesses, free skating, and free museum admission. First off is our afternoon speaker series on Tuesdays at 2 o'clock at Victoria Avenue Library. We have gardening for seniors to be held on June the 4th, presentation by a local farmer on how to improve the current food system. On June 11th, we have a paramedic presentation by Niagara EMS, providing information on the paramedic services in Niagara, especially relating to seniors. Art for Seniors will be on June 18th, with an update on arts and culture in Niagara Falls and the new exchange. June 25th will be music therapy for older adults, exploring the various health benefits that music can provide for seniors. The evening series will be held on Thursdays, 6 o'clock at McBain Community Center. June 6th, the topic is sleep, aging, and mental health. Discussion on the importance of sleep and mental health as we age. On June 13th, we will have 3 presentations. First off, legal considerations of estate planning, what we all need to know about how important planning for our future is. Councillor Ruth-Ann Nieuwesteeg from Patterson Funeral Home will be speaking on planning meaningful celebrations of life. Mark Richardson from the City of Niagara Falls Cemetery Services will speak on green burials, the alternative to traditional burials. The topic of diet and nutrition related to cancer treatment and prevention will be presented on June the 20th. We will hear from local medical experts in the field of cancer treatment, followed by a panel including Mayor Diodati and Councillor Campbell on their experience. Second presentation on June 20th will be the topic of aging in a healthy way. Our medical experts will speak on how we can age in a healthy way, physically, mentally, and socially. We ask for your support for sharing our events with the community, with your colleagues, friends, and family. We would appreciate if you could also promote Seniors Month on your social media platforms and anywhere else you can get the word out on all the opportunities available in June. We are thrilled to offer this informative and interesting speaker series to celebrate Seniors Month in Niagara Falls. Now I invite Eileen to explore our further events.
And once again, we are so excited to present other programs and activities we have during our Seniors Month. Every Sunday for the whole month of June at 9:30 a.m., we have an hour of free Zumba classes at Oaks Park, led by licensed Zumba instructors Liza, Chris, Monse, and myself. This will be outdoors, and we would like to ask participants to wear comfortable running shoes and bring their water bottles. FCAN is offering free Tai Chi classes on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. at St. Antoine's Parish Hall, and this is followed by free line dancing classes at 7 p.m. We have free admissions to the museums every Friday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Niagara Parks Commission is offering half-price admission to all attractions every Wednesdays in June. Cogeco presents Protect Yourself from Fraud and Phishing Scams with Basic Online Navigation. That would be on June 13 at 1 p.m. at McBain Center. And last but not least, we also have free older adult skating at Gales Center Tuesdays and Wednesdays in June. Next slide.
I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the contributions of staff in helping to organize and bring together the elements of communications and venues and support. I understand that you will also be considering draft motions this evening requesting a proclamation designating June as Seniors Month and for the raising of the age-friendly flag in front of City Hall during that month. Slide 4. I also wish to mention that our half-hour program, known as Seniors News and Views, is televised on Cogeco's MyTV Sundays at 11 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. and on Tuesdays at 11 a.m. In closing, we expect to come back before Council in the fall of this year seeking a designation as an age-friendly city from the World Health Organization. There's more to be said on that at a future date. Thank you, Mayor Diodati and City Council, for your continued support of this committee's important work. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have of us.
Do we have any questions of council for our presenters? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Not necessarily a question, just to say congratulations really to the committee. I think when I looked at all the different presenters that are on for the month of June, I thought to myself that, you know, it's a great cross-section that covers a lot of the issues that seniors are interested in these days. And Your Worship, I can honestly say that that I'm really up to date on the programming that happens there, because I don't have my card yet. I'm getting there, but I'm not quite there yet. But I mean, if this catches on, Your Worship, there's so many presentations that happen just in the 1 month. I just thought to myself, it would be great to have one day a month, you know, whether it's the third Monday night of every month, and they could have a presenter, and then they could use it almost as like a little bit of social time. So, because, I mean, you do have a real packed schedule for June, but it'd be interesting to see how many people you catch if you carry it, you know, once a month throughout the entire year. So, Your Worship, congratulations to the committee. I think they're off to a great start. So,
did you want to make the motion?
Yeah, sure, I would.
So there's two requests, that there be a flag raising at City Hall, and secondly, that we declare June Seniors Month and help promote it.
Yep.
And I know it was Councillor Nieuwesteeg that had made the suggestion that the Niagara Parks Commission should participate, and now every Wednesday for the month of June, it's going to be half-price attractions, which is great. They were so happy to get on board. And I've got a second from Councillor Campbell. Is there any other questions or comments to the motion to support the Seniors Month? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Strange?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the whole committee for coming out. You got lots of support, obviously, and I think it's so important. I think it's so important to get the message out to seniors, where they have somewhere where they can go and participate and do stuff like Zumba and all this different stuff, and most of the stuff is free too. And on behalf of Councillor Campbell and Nieuwesteeg, for getting the free transit ride and all that sort of stuff for seniors. You pay taxes forever in the city. It's time for us to give back to you guys. So we really appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or thank you for that, Councillor Strange. Any other comments or questions? So Councillor, no? Okay, we got it moved and seconded already. And so it's going to be the two things, the flag raise, we're combining 5.2 and 5.3. So flag raising and declaration of June as Seniors Month, and we're going to promote that in the city. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and of course that's unanimous. So thank you very much for taking your time, coming out, and I know that Eileen just loves to get everybody Zumba. Doing the Zumba. She's going to change her name to Zumba. So thank you. Yeah.
Thanks again, Council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, we'll offer the same to you as the rest. Feel free to stick around for the rest of the night if you have nothing better to do. I just feel bad for those people that turned us on by mistake in their television, and they're like, oh my God, somebody quick, change it. Okay, moving along, what do we have next, Madam Clerk?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, next up we have the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee. They're here to, they are here to request a letter of support regarding provincial programs and to promote an upcoming region-wide accessibility workshop. We do have the chair here present to speak to council.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Attention, Mayor Diodati, members of council. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Romanek.
I'm Kaylee Corcoran.
And we're joined by, I would say, the core members of our Accessibility Advisory Committee. You see in the front row. We're here, serving as the current chair and co-chair. We want to thank you for your support and the opportunity to present an update at this time. The Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee is requesting proclamation be made to recognize the last week of May as National Accessibility Week, and a date be set to celebrate with a flag-raising ceremony to mark that occasion.
We are proud to share with you that in 2 weeks' time, on May the 16th, the City of Niagara Falls Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee will host a workshop of Accessibility Advisory Committee members from municipal and regional committees across Niagara at the Exchange on Sylvia Place. Presentations will include a variety of topics such as the Ontario Building Code, regional housing for persons in need, site plan review process, parking regulations, an accessible audio demonstration, and disability through the lens of a former planner. A large part of the day is devoted to the exchange of ideas and an opportunity to gain experience from learning about the best practices of others. Members of the public are invited to log in and view the event through a virtual link, which will be provided shortly on the city's website and through social media.
Further, in your package today, there is a letter where we're asking council's support for accessibility compliance when implementing provincial programs. Our ask is for the support in reaching out to the MPP's office to place the onus of responsibility on the province for ensuring facilities housing provincial programs are accessible for all. And in closing, lastly, we need to mention the diligent support of city staff in the region over the past year. Some notable achievements: we've had improvements to Fireman's Park for Canada Day, but we all must be aware it's still a work in progress. Staff consult with the committee whenever a city project is proposed. Work crews are out there almost immediately repairing sidewalks, curbs, street crossings, as soon as they're informed of the problems. Same thing with snow clearing for bus stops. Staff are also encouraging property owners to improve access to their older buildings. And the Economic Development Department is sourcing funding and best practices used elsewhere for buildings that pose a barrier to entry, to mention just a few examples. And these continue with our thanks.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and then Councillor Lococo. I'm sorry, have you concluded it or no?
I got a couple more.
I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
Got to throw a few more laurels out there, you know.
Throw them out.
We also need to recognize the Niagara Health who sponsored a presentation of the accessible features of the new Niagara South Hospital. Ideas and suggestions were shared by the Accessibility Committee members from across the region that day, and many will be adopted. That was the good news.
Lastly, many thanks to Council for investments in accessibility. Bet Ear by Wavefront is an accessible audio system for persons with low to no hearing, and Audio Trails wayfinding systems for the city's trail network for persons with low or no vision. They are able to access labs and the Blind Square app and more. These investments will assist local residents, bringing immense enjoyment for many local events.
Any questions of Council?
Okay, great. So I've got first Councillor Pietrangelo, then Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just want to say to the committee, thanks for acknowledging Council. It's mostly staff that bring forward the ideas in regards to accessibility, but Council does support the efforts of the committee. Your Worship, the one area that I wanted to address was simply the letter. So in the letter that Mr. Romanek wrote, you're asking us to support a motion to go to our MPP to ask them to go to the province so that any facilities that the province runs programs out of are accessible. And I noticed that at the very beginning of the letter, it talks about transit tickets. And I've heard this a couple times, Your Worship, that transit tickets are being sold at facilities that aren't necessarily accessible. I don't want to be one of those people that passes a motion that asks the province to do something that we're not doing. So maybe I could get just a word back from staff on, you know, where the tickets are sold and perhaps how we could make it more accessible to people, Your Worship. So, I mean, I'm in support of the motion. I'm also in support of putting tickets in facilities that are accessible.
Okay, so staff are looking at the shoes right now. As I'm like, I've got Ms. Darlington.
Thank you through the mayor. We'll take that back and we'll respond to Council with where transit tickets are sold and how accessible those facilities are.
Okay. And just to, sorry, while I have Ms. Darlington up through you, Your Worship. Is it the city that's in control of this right now? Because I know that transit was passed up to the region. So is it the region that decides where these facilities are, or does the city have any input into that? That's kind of what I was wondering.
So we'll find that out as well? Yes? Okay. So, Ms. Moldenhauer is going to jump in. Okay, good.
Thank you. Through to the mayor, we do sell transit tickets at McBain Community Center, and I believe also here at City Hall, and of course the city facilities are accessible. I'm not sure at the other locations, but I know we have a number of people that do come into McBain to purchase transit tickets.
Okay. Thank you. Is that good? You're good, Councillor?
Yeah, we're going to get an update back.
Okay, great. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm honored to sit on the Accessibility Committee, and a resident came to me and said that he was experiencing great difficulty getting into corner stores to purchase lottery tickets. So it's sort of two programs that we know of right now, but who knows what will come up. One is the purchasing of the OLG tickets, and the other one is future sales of alcohol in corner stores. So right now, depending on the age of the building for a private convenience store, they are not required to make it accessible. So I brought this to the committee, and the committee talked about it and thought that it should be upon the provincial government, if they're having their programs in convenience stores, that they should pick ones that are accessible or have amendments for them to be accessible. So that's what the committee is asking for.
Okay, thank you for
And
that.
I'd like to put the motion forward to approve the flag raising, the proclamation, and these two about the OLG and the alcohol sales.
And then that, so tell you what, why don't we, let's do this one and then we'll add that one. So this one here, and then the accessible part that you're asking for, we'll do that separately.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what.
So what they're asking for here are the two things, the flag raising and the, pardon me? Actually then.
It's a three-part ask, yes.
It is, but in the write-up, it's got the flag raising and it's got the National Accessibility Week. Okay, but it doesn't make mention of that in our summary, the OLG letter. It just has it as an.
It does have it as an attachment.
As a separate attachment, okay. So I just want to get some direction from staff, how we should handle the OLG letter. Because I couldn't access the letter on my, it didn't come up on my.
It would be for council to support.
Okay. Oh, to support? Okay, okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it does say about supporting the letter up at the first part at 5.4, right underneath the mayor's accessibility advisory. It's in that part of it, the very first
It's requested to
paragraph.
present a letter to council of support. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yep, no, that's good. Yeah, I don't have the letter either. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So we've got the motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we support the letter, that we approve the flag raising, and we proclaim the week of May 26th through June the 1st as National Accessibility Week. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you very much. We appreciate you coming and spending time with us, and you're more than welcome to spend more time with us and hang around for the rest of the night.
Thank you.
We'll see how fast that chair can move, right? Never seen skid marks on the rug before from the car. That's good. Give them a chance to vacate. No, I'm giving him a chance to vacate. Did you see him? He was like, don't even think about it. That was funny. Then he looked at his shoes. Okay, I am now going to ask our city clerk if she'd be so kind as to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is a public meeting regarding development charges bylaw. The statutory public meeting is required in accordance with Section 12 of the Development Charges Act in order to allow the passing of the new development charges bylaw. The intent of this meeting is to allow the public to make representation relating to the proposed bylaw as part of the public consultation process. Public notice was given by posting an ad in the local newspaper as well as on the city's website.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd now like to ask our consultant, Jackie Hall of Hempson Consulting, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed development charge bylaw. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. It's a pleasure to be before you again. In accordance with Section 12 of the Development Charges Act, the intention of the meeting today is to allow for opportunity of the public and interested parties to make representation both on the background study that was released on March 18th and the draft development charge bylaw that was made available for public review on April 16th.
Okay.
Is it okay if I proceed?
Oh, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
perfect. Sorry, I wasn't sure if there was some more dialogue. Excellent.
The floor is yours.
Okay, perfect. And so with that in mind, just a very short presentation and overview of the rates that have been calculated under the city's current background study and what is being proposed as part of the development charges bylaw. We're going to talk about Bill 185 as well, as that's been recently thrown into the mix. It has not yet received royal assent, but there are public hearings that are scheduled to happen in mid-May. So we would like to draw some attention attention to that and speak to what that means for this bylaw potentially as well. We'll also talk a little bit about some of the policy items that have been recommended, conclude with our timeline, and of course provide the public with opportunity to make comments and ask questions. So just as a bit of a reminder, development charges are intended to pay for growth-related capital expenditures. The idea is that it pays for new infrastructure and that we are maintaining the existing service levels within the city. The underlying principle of development charges is that growth pays for growth. However, there are a whole host of exemptions and discounts that effectively result in development paying less than what is required in order to meet their servicing demands. Getting right to it with Bill 185, the legislation was announced on April 10th. It was entitled the Cutting More Tape to Build More Homes Act. It had some very positive implications for municipalities, in our opinion. It removes the statutory 5-year phase-in. There were some real challenges that municipalities faced, particularly around funding water and wastewater infrastructure, which is crucial to allow development to begin, and actually was causing some concerns as well for, as we understand, some members of the development industry in terms of getting credits back. Studies has also been re-added as a DC eligible cost, which we've included in the background study for the purposes of this exercise. It's also reduced the DC frozen period, so DCs are determined at site plan or rezoning, and then essentially you had 2 years to get your application completed. That's now been reduced to 18 months. The idea being is that the province wants to ensure that development is happening at a quick pace. Notice requirements have also been updated. A lot of municipalities have actually lost their newspapers as a result of the way in which the world is changing. And so right now, in order to meet our minimum notice requirements for the public meeting and also the passage of the bylaw, that has to be in the newspaper of a municipality. Now the notice will be allowed digitally for certain municipalities that have had their newspapers closed. Affordable and attainable housing, that's still certainly a hot topic discussion. However, we have not received any new information in terms of the regulations. We are expecting, however, things to come into force before June 1st of this year. I've gone through this schematic a few times when I've been before council, so just as a benefit for those in the room that aren't familiar with development charges, we have to go through a whole host of exercises in accordance with the Development Charges Act, which is the piece of legislation that we use in order to calculate DCs. We start with a development forecast, we identify our capital needs, we make a whole host of adjustments and discounts and reductions. That results in our eligible cost for recovery, which we then split between the residential and non-residential sectors. The development forecast that we've prepared as part of this background study is predicated on the region's municipal comprehensive review, recognizing that the city is also in the process of updating its official plan. The forecasts that have been identified for the purposes of the region's MCR for the city, it is likely or it is identified that those forecasts will be exceeded. And so we have considered the ongoing work that's been completed as part of the Transportation Master Plan and Infrastructure Master Plan updates, looking at the anticipated development, particularly within the city's secondary plan areas, and also intensification within the built-up areas. Quick summary of the capital costs that we've identified for the purposes of the development charges background study. Eligible services that we've brought forward includes studies, library, fire protection, parks and recreation, also public works and fleet, roads and related services, water, sanitary sewer, and storm management. After accounting for any sort of grants or contributions from other levels of government, the capital program over the 10-year planning horizon totals just shy of $570 million. The Development Charges Act requires us to make adjustments for shares of projects that do not benefit growth and also account for infrastructure that's been oversized to accommodate population beyond that 10-year planning horizon, and also any sort of DC reserve funds that are available. And so of that $570 million approximately, about $297 million is funded through the development charges, so just over 50%. The fully calculated development charge rates have been set out in the background study, and they range based on the unit type. The reason why we have differences in rates by unit type is reflecting the occupancies of those units. So a single detached dwelling is calculated at $38,162 a unit. Rows and other multiples are $26,281. Apartments, $18,937. And special care, special needs dwellings have been calculated at $11,571. The bulk of the rate is related to what we like to call or refer to as engineered services. So that includes roads and related infrastructure, sanitary sewer, and water. For those of you that are following along on hard copies, we did make a last-minute change to this slide, so please refer to the information on the slide on the presentation in front of you. But as you can see here, Bill 185 has not yet been enacted, and so we thought it was appropriate to still bring forward the 5-year phase-in as stipulated currently under the legislation. So what the legislation requires is that in year 1, we can only implement 80% of the fully calculated rate, and every year thereafter we add 5% to get us to the fully calculated rate in year 5. So certainly we see a significant jump in year 1 of about 77%, so we're going from $17,239 for a single detached unit up to a fully calculated rate of $38,162. For comparison purposes, if Bill 185 receives royal assent prior to the passage of the city's new development charges bylaw, and if no phase-in was introduced by council, the fully calculated rate would be implemented. And so that results in about a $20,923 increase for a single detached unit. It's quite significant, but there's a few reasons for why that has occurred. One, we've done a very comprehensive update of the city's capital programs, which was not done in 2019 due to lack of information that we had at the time. We have also brought in new infrastructure costs associated with the draft infrastructure master plan. We have seen that infrastructure costs for water and wastewater infrastructure in particular has well exceeded the development charges index, which is used to index the rates on an annual basis. This isn't just isolated to the city of Niagara Falls. This is happening across the province of Ontario, Canada, and really North America in general. We always get asked for rate comparison, so I've included one in the presentation here. And what I've also done is identified the year in which the bylaw was passed. So Bill 185 also allows municipalities to amend their current bylaw. Right now, they're based on 5-year expiry. They could go as far as 10 years. So some municipalities may choose to defer their update for another 5 years if they're running up on their expiry. However, typically what we're seeing is for municipalities that are bringing forward new master plans, updated capital costs, particularly as it relates to engineered infrastructure, those are the municipalities that are bringing forward development charge background study updates. The red arrow on the slide here provides an overview of Niagara Falls' current rate. So it's the arrow located in the middle low section. And what you can see here, I'll just explain quickly, is that the upper tier rate is shown in the gold bar. So that is the rate that's charged by the region of Niagara. And the green bar represents what the lower tier rates are. There's also some municipalities that have area-specific charges, and that's been layered in the blue color as well. So with respect to the calculated rates that we've brought forward, if we were to only implement 80% of the fully calculated rate, that is the red arrow in the middle of the two others. So that's indicated by year 1. And the fully calculated rate is shown as year 5, which amounts to $63,560. That is, of course, layering in the region's charge as well. With respect to the non-residential charges, we have introduced a bit of a methodology change for the purposes of this background study. Historically, the city has had an area-specific rate for the core tourist area and outside of the core tourist area. The rates that we did run some sensitivity testing, and the rates were effectively the same for both of those areas. So what we've proposed to do is actually bring forward a uniform non-residential rate. Essentially what that means is that the same rate would apply anywhere that you're developing in the city, regardless of the area, if you're inside the core tourist area or outside. The fully calculated non-residential rate is $138.24 per square meter. Not dissimilar to the residential rates, the bulk of the charge is represented by engineered services, so water, sewer, and roads. You'll note that things such as parks and recreation, they're not actually attributed to the non-residential development, recognizing that those services are primarily driven by population growth. The master plans are largely driven also by changes in population growth, and so that's why those services are not attributed to the non-residential sector. So to show what would happen if, under the current requirements of the legislation, should Bill 185 for some reason not receive royal assent, the city would be required to phase in the calculated non-residential rates. Now, because we are proposing to eliminate the areas, the two different areas, the core tourist area and non-core tourist area, we've had to show the increase two different ways. So for outside the core tourist area, it's an increase from $57.26 per square meter up to $138.24 per square meter. In the core tourist area, that sits at $33.68. To a fully calculated rate at the end of the 5-year period would be $138.24. So comparing each service to the fully calculated rates, the increase is primarily being driven by the engineered services, general services as well, recognizing once again we've had a very fulsome review of the capital programs. We've had some really good tender information that we've been able to use for the purposes of establishing the capital projects and the costs themselves. And so, as I mentioned, the rate is increasing for outside the core tourist area by about $80.98 once the fully calculated rate is implemented. On the core tourist area, the increase is more significant, recognizing that the current rate is lower. So the increase would be about $104.56 a square meter once the fully calculated rates are implemented. And I should mention as well, transit services has been removed, recognizing that that has been uploaded to the region. So we previously did have a development charge rate for that. Similar to the residential rate comparison, what we've done is we've brought in a comparison of municipalities in Niagara region, some also within the surrounding area, including the city of Burlington and Hamilton, as well as the city of Brantford. And so what you can see here is that the current rate for the core tourist area is the lowest red arrow. After the rate, the fully calculated rate is implemented, Niagara Falls would move to the highest red arrow on the map there. So that's $327 a square meter. Once again, that would layer in the region's charge, comparable to what we're seeing in other municipalities such as Fort Erie and Pelham. The year one rate, if the phase-in was introduced, that would be $300.25 a square meter. And the current rate for outside the core tourist area is $246.92 a square meter. Couple of DC policy items. The new industrial grant program, it is fully intended to still provide an exemption for industrial development. The idea being is that it's going to be dealt with outside of the development charge bylaw. This is the way in which a number of municipalities are beginning to handle exemptions, recognizing that the DC bylaws now run for 10 years. So the region of Niagara has taken this approach. Fort Erie has just implemented this approach as well as part of their bylaw update that was just done back in March. We're also recommending that the CIP, so Community Improvement Plan policies, be made external to the DC bylaw. That would allow for any sort of changes to be captured to reflect the new CIP policies. As we understand, the city is going through the process of examining a number of those CIPs and bringing forward some more options for consideration. So once again, the direction would be to have those external to the bylaw. We've also added an exemption for places of worship. We've added a rate for special care, special needs dwellings, which mirrors what the region of Niagara has done as part of their development charge bylaw. And as I mentioned, we are proposing to remove the area-specific rates for the core tourist area and outside the core tourist area. I'll also note that Council certainly has the authority to implement rates lower than what we've shown as part of the fully calculated package. However, that requires funding to be made up through property taxes and or utility rates. So there is a direct impact to choosing to implement any sort of exemptions that are non-discretionary. Just quickly to wrap up on the proposed study timelines, we've had some really great dialogue with council, the development industry, and the public to date. We've had a number of meetings leading up to the release of the background study on March 28th. We were before council back in October, again in February. We had a meeting with the development industry in November 1st of 2023, and again on March 4th of this year as well. And so today we're hosting the statutory public meeting. Comments and submissions that are received as part of this meeting will be considered prior to the bylaw adoption, which is proposed for the end of May 28th to be exact. So we certainly will be looking at any comments or submissions that we have received. A few of them have come in as of yesterday and the day before. And so we'll be working to provide responses and to make any sort of adjustments to the rates should they be warranted based on the comments we receive. So with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hall? Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Hall. You said legislation required to update the DC bylaw. So does that require how many percentage we have to hire it by?
Through the mayor, no, the legislation does not dictate the percentage that the increase can be. However, the legislation shows or prescribes us to take a number of steps in order to calculate the development charges rates. So the rates that we've presented as part of the background study and part of the bylaw are the maximum permissible rates under the requirements of the legislation.
Okay, and thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Well, currently we are actually, our priority is affordability. That's around the province. So I know we need to hire our DC charges to pay for the infrastructure because growth pays for the growth. I do understand that. But what happens is when the development charges go up, it's the trickle effect. It's just like when carbon tax goes up, everything gets expensive. It's just not the gas that gets expensive, everything gets expensive. So when the development charges go up, developers have to borrow the soft cost at the higher percentage, higher cost. So that cost adds up and it ends up, the house ends up being expensive because all the costs are passed down to the consumer, right? The developers don't pay for it. And one thing I noticed in our comparison, we are compared with Burlington. I would like to see more comparison with Welland, St. Catharines, because those are our competitive municipality. Because we are all in the housing market, everybody wants to get as much development as they can. So I would like to see comparison between all the municipalities around here. And another point I would like to ask you about is when you're breaking down the development charges, there is a park and recreation goes up about 168%. And why is that?
Yes, through the mayor. So a couple of comments and questions there to unpack. So certainly on the residential and non-residential rate comparison, we have included, in addition to the City of Burlington, St. Catharines and Welland. They're also on there as well. So with respect to the parks and recreation increase that we've calculated, as I alluded to during the presentation, there was a really comprehensive update that was done as part of this exercise. The Development Charges Act requires us to look at the city's current inventory of assets, so all of the parks and recreation assets that exist today and over the last 15 years in the city of Niagara Falls. The city has actually been doing a really good job of building parks infrastructure and building recreation facilities, which has in turn increased the level of service that residents enjoy currently in the city. And so the legislation allows us to calculate rates at an average historic service level over the last 15 years. So the rates and the increase that you're seeing are a reflection of the city's current level of, or average historic level of service, and it's effectively capped. So we've also updated the parks and recreation costs to reflect recent tenders. They've come up quite significantly. We've seen that in a lot of our municipal clients as well.
Yep. I agree what you're saying. Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the class of the municipalities they are not as up-to-date when it comes to parking trail system as Niagara Falls is, and we have entire Niagara Parks facilities. Have you taken that into consideration? Because lots of parks are taken care of by Niagara Parks, everything that's around the Niagara River.
Yes, through the mayor, only parks that are the city's direct responsibility are included in our service level and in our development charges.
So do we have any say in which percentage, how do we dictate increase, or just overall number?
Yes, through the
Through
mayor.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
So certainly council has the flexibility to say this particular development charge service, we only want to charge X amount. So if there was a cap imposed on, say, Parks and Recreation, that can certainly be done. However, that would be a revenue loss to the municipality, and that revenue loss would have to be made up from property taxes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The only reason I didn't want to compare it with Burlington is because Burlington does have a whole different transit system compared to Niagara Falls. Even then, industrial sector is much bigger than Niagara Falls. So, high-paying jobs are much higher than Niagara Falls, so people will pay more for the housing. So we have to compare it with Niagara Falls and Catherine. So I would like to stay in the middle, not on the top tier. That's what my suggestion would be. And if we are going to go with all these increases, it's going to affect the very smaller builders, not the big corporation, but small builders who are building subdivision or maybe job by job. That way they are paying for it, and they're buying a lane and they're building something else. So I would like to add in the DC bylaws, I would really like to see if we can come up with a deferral program for the developers to pay the DC charges at the occupancy permit instead of paying upfront.
Okay.
And we can even, our staff can maybe even come up with a program when they can do it in installments. If they don't have to pay everything at the end, they can do the installments system, maybe 3 installments throughout the whole process.
Okay.
That's what I would like to add to it.
Is that, so what's your feedback on that? So, like obviously to borrow against soft costs, like she's saying, so can we do something like that? Has that been done elsewhere? I think it's a good idea, right, to help development?
Yes, certainly. So through you, Mr. Mayor, municipalities have done that. The city of Peterborough has had a long-standing agreement with the Home Builders Association there to allow for the deferral of residential development charges. Rather than them being paid at building permit, they are paid at occupancy permit. And I believe they charge interest.
Okay. I do believe, through you, Mr. Mayor, I do believe we will have some impact in our cash flow, I believe. But I'd rather collect the whole development charges even at the end of the development than giving the incentives at the front and not collect the whole thing. That's the way I see it. I would like to ask Mr. Dowling for his input, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Dowling?
Yeah, through the mayor, I agree. There's always this affordability balance that we're trying to strike with development charges. So, as Ms. Hall mentioned, we do really want growth to pay for growth. At the end of the day, we can appreciate that the development community also has, some financial pressures coming up with those funds, essentially at the building permit stage, right, when they're starting out. A lot of financial firms won't lend for soft costs like development charges. So, one option, looking at a deferral program such as this could be helpful, just because, a lot of these developers may have funds more available by the time we're at occupancy, where a house is sold or a unit's occupied, et cetera. So, I think it does provide a good opportunity. As Councillor Patel noted, there's always that fear of, if we get into trying to reduce rates, we're then left finding funding from somewhere else to pay for that. So if we say, oh, we're going to lower the rates, now we're creating a bit of an affordability issue for taxpayers and ratepayers in the city. And it's trying to find that balance so that we're not, having the taxpayers shoulder the burden of growth as well. So yeah, I certainly agree, and I think there's opportunities for us to get a little bit creative in terms of trying to help find that balance so that we're balancing the affordability and the timing of some of the cash flows, along with the needs to fund some of this growth-related infrastructure.
Thank you. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to put the recommendation in. Do I do it now, or I have to do the motion, make the motion
maybe
after?
once we hear all the comments, and then when we decide on, there's recommendations before us, and then if we want to add or amend or whatever the case is, if you're okay with that?
Yes, I am.
This way we'll hear feedback from everybody, get a little flavor for Ms. Hall's presentation and where we want to take this.
But there's another reason for it. It keeps the diversity of the choices for all the home buyers. Because if we do not have any help for the small developers, then those developers will fold the business and they'll go somewhere else, and we'll only have 2 or 3 big corporations building all the houses. So we have to have the diversity of choices for all the home buyers. And I have another question for Ms. Hall, through you,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. The industrial diesel charges, we refund them through the CIP grant. Is that just the regional city portion or the whole regional portion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So under the current bylaw, it's an exemption outright of the development charges, so they're not collected at all. And I believe through the new program we're proposing, there also wouldn't be a collection of the industrial DC rate per se. It would just be an exemption so long as the use is actually industrial. If there is an industrial building going in, but the use hasn't been identified yet, there might be some requirements to potentially pay it and then get it back once the user occupies the space. The city wouldn't have the ability to waive the region's development charges. That would have to be a policy direction that's done by the region. And as I understand it, their industrial grant program encompasses essentially all industrial development. I'm not aware of any application that hasn't been granted their exemption at the regional level.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. When you looked at the development charges, I understand that we need to, growth has to pay for growth, but why not phase in all the charges, just go spike 80% of the first year?
Yes, sorry, through the mayor, if I understand the question, it's why would the development charges have to be set at 80%? Could they be something lower? Is that correct? Yes, so certainly the legislation would allow council to, say, even freeze the development charge rates for a year. But once again, that would be a revenue loss to the city. If Bill 185 does receive royal assent, which removes that 5-year statutory phase-in, what would happen is that the fully calculated rates would automatically prevail. And so the difference between your current rates and your calculated rates would be the revenue loss that would be incurred for whatever period of time the city would like to introduce something or have something else implemented in between the two. And so you're not fixed at the 80%. You could actually go provide a deeper discount if you so wanted, but that is a revenue loss. And then if Bill 185 does receive royal assent, there's no requirement to do the 80% phase-in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then the Coco.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I certainly support the deferral of collection of DCs until occupancy, and I think the region actually dealt with that a couple of years ago in regards to commercial property. So, I mean, that would be my first question. I heard Councillor Patel talk about Home Builders Association. Is it something that's going to apply to commercial as well, or is it only going to be home builders?
Maybe we can ask Mr.
Dowling?
Pardon me?
Mr. Dowling?
Mr. Dowling, if he wants to weigh in on this one too.
Absolutely. Through the mayor, and I might actually look to Ms. Hall for a little bit of precedence on this. I know when we've spoken, some of the other examples we've looked at have been through home builders associations, like definitely a little bit more focused towards residential. I'm not sure if I'm aware of any commercial examples, but in saying that, I don't know that it's something we can't consider. I think it's something that we might just need to do a little bit more research on, unless Ms. Hall might have an example she could cite, and I'm putting her on the spot.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. There are some limited examples of municipalities providing very targeted exemptions or deferrals for specific commercial uses, so it certainly has been done before. Similar to the structure that Peterborough has identified, that would be likely entered into through some form of agreement to ensure that the development charges are collected at occupancy as opposed to building permit. Section 27 of the legislation actually allows the municipality to enter into an agreement with any applicant for the early or late payment of development charges. So certainly that could be done through that, that specific section of the legislation.
Okay. My second question, Your Worship, was in regards to, we received some correspondence from the Construction Association, from Home Builders Association, from Empire. What happens at this point here? Does that correspondence then, like, do those, I guess, parties meet with our staff and consultants, and then we get one single report back on May 28th? Or do we get a chance to see the results of those meetings before May 28th? Because I would imagine that on May 28th, staff and Ms. Hall are going to, I hope that council is going to adopt a new DC bylaw. But to me, that doesn't really give me a lot of opportunity to understand what happened at those meetings. So I'm wondering whether or not we're going to get the opportunity to get some feedback on that.
So who would like to answer this? Okay.
Okay, I'll start. Through you, Mr. Mayor, right now the plan is, I mean, we've received some feedback, and some of the feedback has simply been that they're requesting a formal meeting, let's say, just to go through some of the details. We'll be requesting a little bit more information from them, just so that staff has some time to sort of review what some of those concerns are, and book a meeting. Now, in saying that, I think our hope was that, depending on the nature of it, the intention would be to bring forward, I'll say, a much more comprehensive report in May that would sort of outline, here's all the feedback that we received, here's the actions that were taken, and sort of here's the revised product overall, so you can kind of see what has impacted what and what the result is. Unfortunately, with the timelines that we're faced with, we don't necessarily have another public council meeting scheduled before the May 28th meeting, so we can discuss to see if there's other options in terms of perhaps sharing some of that information in advance, and we can try to put it out to council a little bit earlier, so there's more time for council to digest the information prior to making that decision. It would be the same information we'd share publicly, but just perhaps maybe a little bit earlier. Ms. Hall, I don't know if there's anything else I'm missing there. I know we plan to formally respond to the comments that we've received in writing. Is that correct?
Yes, through the mayor. We certainly will be responding to every comment that is received as part of the public consultation process. We will be sitting down with staff to discuss the items that have been raised, and should any changes be warranted, as Mr. Dowling indicated, we will bring forward essentially a report outlining the changes that have been made, the implications to the development charge rates. Hopefully at that time as well, we might actually have some direction on Bill 185, so it could be a very comprehensive package in terms of what's happening with respect to the rates that we're bringing forward for the city.
Okay. Probably my last question, Your Worship, is I just wanted to really understand more about the provincial government's desire to not charge DCs on any affordable housing units. And we did receive a letter from one of the developers in our package that talks about the fact that in our current DC bylaw, or the DC bylaw that's proposed, there hasn't been any, I guess, address of deferral of those DCs for any affordable units. Now, I know the province has passed a bunch of legislation. There was Bill 23, Bill 108, Bill 134, and now Bill 185, and we're still not at the end of the line in the sense that we know what's happening yet. But wouldn't it not be prudent of us to, I guess, at least plan for that to come? Or are we simply, if we miss the deadline, just going to pass our DC bylaw, and then would we have to implement it after? I don't know. I guess that would be my question. I'm just trying to understand, like, what overrides what. If we pass our DC bylaw on May 28th, we still don't have any direction until June 1st by the government. Is our DC bylaw set in stone for 5 years, or do we have to go back then and make accommodations for affordable units and those being exempt from DCs? It would be a big impact, that's all, Your Worship. I think we should plan for it.
So did you want to answer that?
Yes, I can certainly answer that, and then if Mr. Dowling would like to add anything, please feel free to jump in. So we've actually had lengthy dialogue with staff on this particular issue. And so just to provide some reassurance, the city's development charge bylaw is superseded by any legislative changes. So we've actually intentionally stripped down the bylaw to say exemption shall be provided in accordance with the requirements of the legislation, because so much is changing right now. And so that effectively protects the city in that we don't have to try to amend or open up the bylaw again. If we were to say, try to predict what the province is using for their definitions and put something in, it didn't align, it was causing issues, then we would have to do an amendment. But we're actually quite strategically not including them in the DC bylaw, because it will supersede anything that is set out in the document that gets approved on May 28th.
Okay, Your Worship, and just to that, I know that the one comment that came back to us talked about the fact that we haven't made accommodations yet for affordable units. So, I mean, we have it outlined in our official plan that we want affordable units when developers are coming into City Hall. we're giving them that requirement that they have to build these affordable units, but yet we still have it in our DC bylaw that we're going to charge them for it.
Ms. Dolge?
I don't know that the two are lining up, that's all.
We'll ask our CAO, Ms. Dolge.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So, and I do appreciate your concerns, and I think as Ms. Hall said, we just want to be aligned with the province so we don't have to open up that DC bylaw again. In terms of what we're asking for developers to do, it is more attainable type housing, and that's something that we will be looking at affordable housing CIPs for, where we can offer that additional you know, maybe perhaps a reduction in development charges. But that's something that's coming forward from our staff in the future. So I don't know if we would like to stay aligned with the province because then it's simple and easy, and then we can keep track, especially when we have to do reporting. But we can leave that, we can have further discussion on that if that's helpful.
Your Worship, I guess my last question would just be in regards to I don't know if council ever has the opportunity to discuss some of the projects that are in the DC bylaw. When I take a look at recreation, I'm a big fan of recreation. I really like it a lot. I mean, I would build as much as I possibly could. Some of the things that I see in there, though, I'm just wondering whether or not they're ticking a box that's in a master plan, or whether it's something that that we're actually moving towards. For instance, we're putting in, I think, another skateboard park. We're looking at putting in a BMX park. We even have a synthetic skating trail that's on there. I have no details of these projects, and I mean, I don't know, Your Worship, like a synthetic skating trail. I mean, we just received a report last year saying that we couldn't open our pool. I just want to be in alignment, like if we can't take care of the infrastructure that we have, if we're adding certain things that that perhaps we don't need, we might want, or are they just checking a box that's inside of a master plan? That's all. I just want council to be aware, and I don't know whether or not we've ever gone through the projects to say that this is the direction that we want to head in. The trails, the parks, absolutely, you know, items like that. The other things, I don't know whether or not we've actually had those discussions. Can we afford them? Can we afford to keep them? I guess that's what's going through my head, because if we're closing pools, you know, what should we be adding in the future? I just want to plan, that's all. So.
I'm just wondering, I don't know if staff can answer that question. I mean, so there's a bunch of recreational items listed that, you know, aren't really detailed and itemized. We're just wondering if there's any discussion around that, where we came up with those numbers. Like to kind of answer Councillor Pietrangelo's question, I'm kind of wondering the same thing. Where did we come up with those numbers, or how did we quantify those? I don't know who would want to. Poor CAO will have no choice to stand up if no one else does.
I'll start things. So, yeah, and I might lean on Mr. Nickel or Ms. Dolch. I guess to get things started, Councillor Pietrangelo is absolutely right. A lot of it was based off of master plans and sort of other plans that have been brought to this council in the past. That's usually the starting point for a lot of these types of infrastructure. The one exception I'll probably add to that are things like some of our secondary planning areas. You'll see that some of them were a little bit more generic, where we would call them secondary plan parks, and that was work with our landscape architecture group along with the planning department to try to anticipate what those parks needs are going to be in those secondary planning areas. It's a bit of a timing thing because a lot of those secondary plans are underway at the moment, so it was sort of a, you know, based off of the information we had available at the time, you know, sort of a best estimate, let's say, of what the expectations are going to be for the park demand in those particular areas. In some cases, some of these other plans that we relied on for this information might have a little bit more detail available. You know, these DC plans in general tend to be more or less a bulleted list at times in terms of trying to keep things rather concise, so I can appreciate that you don't necessarily get a full one-pager on every single project. But if there are particular projects, you know, we can certainly touch base with staff and provide some more information if required, because there were definitely some lengthy conversations and meetings internally with staff anyway to come to sort of this final product, but I can appreciate that maybe the final product doesn't necessarily reflect that entirely. I don't know if you've got anything to add,
Mr. Nickel?
No, I just want to make a few comments on parks and trails, and I know the councillor was supportive of parks and trails, so I won't spend much time on it, but it does reflect our transportation master plan for 2011, and we definitely want to make sure that we're mindful of the fact that we have an infrastructure funding gap on some of our assets already. So without the DC funding, any new assets that we want to put into the ground would require the tax base to pay for them. So you will see that some of the projects have a benefit to existing, like 50% and things like that. So we do recognize that, you know, the DC dollars are only a partial way to fund the new asset. I would certainly suggest that, you know, staff did a best job they could with the growth plan and with the 10-year lens to try to pick the projects that lined up from prior studies to something that's reasonable to be built in the large growth areas that we have. I would suggest we probably missed a few projects, and the letter from Empire suggested we missed one road in particular. So although we have a number of projects in here, we may not have all the projects in here, and there may be things that we look at amending in the future. If there are certain projects we wanted to talk about, through the project team, I think now's the time we talk about those projects, whether they're in or out of the DC study. They may not have a large bottom line impact. I will be fairly honest because of the aggregate effect of all those projects, but staff are certainly not trying to slide something in that we think is inappropriate. We just want to have the best facilities for the residents, the community, based on those service levels that we've established over the 15-year period.
Yeah, thanks, staff. I mean, I do appreciate the update. I don't think staff are trying to slide anything in, Your Worship. All I'm saying is I don't think that we've had really a fulsome discussion in regards to what the projects are. Because as I looked through them, I really didn't know what they were. I can't tell you how long that skating trail is. I can't tell you what it's made out of. I don't know where it's going to go in our city. But I'm being asked to approve it in a DC bylaw. So.
Yeah, that's all. And I think we'd share their sentiments. No one thinks you're sneaking one past the gate, but we're just curious. Tell us, where is this thing going to be? How much is it going to cost? So, noted. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When this report came back to us, I had a lot of items that I brought up because the last report had a lot of concepts and comments in it. This is more of a pared down version of the presentation. So through the mayor to Ms. Hall, thank you so much for the presentation. Some of the things that concerned me about the last presentation with all of the things that we could do or that we might want to do. It talked about additional phase-in above the legislative requirement. The difference of that funding would be funded by the city taxpayers' money. I'm very concerned about using taxpayers' money to fund development. We talked just again tonight about interest-bearing deferral programs. That's taxpayers' money. I don't think we should be using that. I know we need affordable housing, but I don't believe that the taxpayers' money should be used at the beginning of a project for development. I also brought up at the last meeting that by doing that, that would increase the city's borrowing, the annual repayment limit, the ARL, that if we borrowed against to give money for development, then our ARL would be very high, and if there is an emergency, we would not be able to borrow against that. That could put us at risk. We did talk a few times about risk in that. We talked about this at the last meeting. If we were to fund the additional phase-in to change it to 50%, the cost would be $3.03 million, and that would be funded by the tax and rate levy dollars. The financial exposure to the city would be greater. That was brought up, and that there was some urgency in the development. I brought up about a hospital levy that was not recommended. So those were some of the comments from the last one that I had concerns about, and that's why I was opposed to it. This presentation doesn't have any of that, but this evening we're starting to talk about the deferral program, so I'm concerned about that. I do not believe that we should be using that. Tonight we just heard about looking at the DCs, whether it's parks and recreation, and not aligning. At the last meeting, I brought up a notice of motion about reviewing our master plans and our strategic plans. To me, this is all part of this. Everything is linked together. This is a very complex project, and you have to look at all of these different things. We're right. We don't know what we're approving because we don't know what projects were approved in a 10-year master plan from 10 years ago, a 5-year master plan. So that's why I brought that up. 2 more points. The chart on page 10, if we could go back to that, Ms. Hall said it was changed, and I did not receive a paper version of that that chart on page 10.
Okay. And
Yes, that one. So the one in our package says the current is 42,855. That one up there is 17,239, and all of the figures are different. When did this change? I didn't get a copy of it.
So who could answer that? Oh, Ms. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we just figured out like shortly before the meeting that chart had inaccurate numbers on it, so that's why we asked Jackie to point that out to council, and I believe we gave a revised copy. That's why you're seeing the corrected one on the screen. So the copy in your agenda package has the incorrect chart, but the one on the screen is the corrected chart.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to take time to digest that because I haven't seen it. And a resident pointed out in the last, on the notification that was in the agenda, there was no date to forward comments and submit comments. I've been speaking with Mr. Dowling, and we've reached all of the notifications legally that we were supposed to. It was in the newspaper, it was in all of those other things, but the notification that was on the agenda, the public agenda, didn't have a date. So in speaking with Mr. Dowling, they said that people can submit comments till the end of this week, and I just want to confirm with Ms. Hall that it's not just as of today, people can submit comments till the end of the week. Is that accurate?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
So the comments that were in on here, that's fine, but if anybody has additional comments, we'll still accept them. Okay, those were all of the comments that I had, and I can't support these recommendations as it is. I brought up those comments before, why I was concerned, so I will be opposed to it.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to address a couple of concerns that Councillor Coco brought up. It's about using the taxpayers' money to defer the development charges. I would like to ask Mr. Dowling how that works out.
For sure. Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, in reality, it's the biggest exposure, I would say, for the city is more of a cash flow concern. So, you know, by not collecting the DCs at building permit issuance and collecting them at occupancy, you know, the city is required to more or less cash flow that time difference. So you can almost think of it as a little bit of a loan, let's say, in the sense that you know, they'll owe it back later. It isn't nearly as impactful financially, I would say, as an additional phase-in where we're truly discounting the rates. For us, it's a bit more of an exercise of making sure that, you know, from a cash flow perspective, you know, we have enough available to be able to build that infrastructure up front, and, you know, not run into any concerns and not be able to build that infrastructure because of that lack of cash flow. You know, to Councillor Lococo's point earlier, you know, there is always the fear that could result in you know, additional, you know, debt issuances, let's say, in order to spread that out. I think as long as we've got a good enough idea and we can forecast that flow of cash, I think we'll be able to manage a little bit better on our end in terms of trying to mitigate the impacts of that. But I would certainly, you know, I believe Councillor Patel said this earlier, but, you know, I'd certainly take 100% of the development charges, you know, a little bit further down the road than 80% now in a lot of cases, just because the financial implication for us collecting a lesser amount now could be a lot more detrimental to us in the long run.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Dowling. But when we defer the payment for the DCs, we will be still collecting interest on it, right?
And that's something that we can absolutely build into it. So, you know, there isn't a necessarily fixed model of how we approach this. So in order to help mitigate some of that, we can absolutely look at options of making it interest bearing so that when we do collect, we sort of make up for that lost time.
And one more question through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if it's for Ms. Dolce or Mr. Dowling. Is we do put the infrastructure before we even collect the DCs for the developments. Isn't that true? We do put the money in from the cash flow to develop the infrastructure for the development before we collect the DC charges.
Like the roads and the sewers.
For the roads and sewers, right?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. In certain circumstances, yes, that is the case. In others, no. It really depends how much money we've collected. Some of the projects that Mr. Nichols' group does obviously cost a significant amount more than what we collect in DC. So obviously we do make up that money eventually, but I don't know if Mr. Nichol or Mr. Dowling wants to add on to that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, there are some occasions where we take prepayment for water and wastewater as part of the subdivision agreement. That's the practice that we've always followed, so that actually the developer will be paying those prepayments just for that hard infrastructure, and then the balance would be paid for from at the permit stage. But there are multiple different scenarios. If there's infill lots, they're not paying for that. That's being fully paid for by the builder at the time they're taking out the permit.
Thank you. So end of the day, we are using the cash flow money in a DC fund, DC reserve to pay for this. We are not using the taxpayers' money, basically, right? That's what it is?
Yeah, if I may through the mayor. So ultimately you are correct that the funds would ultimately be those funds that we collect. It's simply we're more or less, say, borrowing from ourselves in the sense that we might need to upfront some of that money to put in, especially the hard infrastructure like Mr. Nichols, like, a lot of times you'll need water mains and sewers. And some of the road work done prior to just to enable the development in the first place. Things like community infrastructure like libraries and community centers, that can often be built, a little bit further down the road once the community has started to grow and you've got residents moving in and you're starting to notice those pressures. So it depends a little bit on the service area, I'd say, but most of the engineered infrastructure, we're usually in a position where we're needing to sort of upfront that investment before maybe all of the collections have been made, let's say.
Okay. Thank you. Well, different of the DC charges was something thinking outside the box to get the shovels in the ground. Because last few years, whatever measures we are taking is certainly not working. So I think that is something thinking outside the box and getting ahead of the game out of all the other municipalities. That's why my suggestion was to defer the DC charges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. And just on that point, what percent does Peterborough charge? Is it the 15%? For late taxes and whatnot, is it typically that percent?
Through you, to you, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually not sure what interest rate they've used. They introduced this program back in 2006, I believe, so it's been a long-standing program. They may or may not have changed their interest rates, whether or not they fixed them, so we certainly can report back on that.
I'd be curious to know, right, because we're not a bank, but we want to help them. I've got Councillor Lococo up again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one follow-up question on that. What is the risk to the city if we lend the money or to a developer instead of occupancy? So instead of getting the DCs at occupancy, instead of getting it at the building permit and getting it at occupancy, if the developer goes bankrupt, what risk is the city at, and maybe through finance or legal, what risk is the city at if the developer goes bankrupt? How can we recoup that money?
So I don't know if Ms. Clark or Ms. Dowling want to jump in? City's at the front of the list or the front of the line?
I'll start. Through the mayor, I think I certainly hear you loud and clear in terms of the risk, Councillor. I would probably look to some of the precedents. So I don't know, and I don't mean to put her on the spot, but I don't know if Ms. Hall has any not examples, but I know in some of those examples where those agreements have been signed in the past, like I know it would be a contractual agreement that we'd be signing more or less with that developer to make that agreement for that deferral. So I don't know if there's a lot of precedents of those not being upheld necessarily. By the time you get to that occupancy stage, they're, the developments themselves, how can I say this nicely? I feel like the risk of a bankruptcy is more likely to happen much earlier in the process than at the very end of the process when they're selling units and sort of, paying down their debts. I don't think anything's impossible. We'd have to see what tools we have available from our perspective in terms of recourse against the developers in those circumstances. And I'll be honest, I don't want to misspeak that I don't know exactly what we'd have outside of those contractual obligations that we would assign with them up front. Ms. Hall, I don't know if you've got any examples or situations where you might be able to shed some more light on that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly in some circumstances, not necessarily related to a deferral, but DCs can be registered on title and have to be repaid. Let's say if there was an affordable housing development that was put forward and then it changed hands within a year of it being constructed, municipalities do have the ability to then recoup those development charges through those agreements. So the way that the deferral would work would be under Section 27. I believe this would be a legal question, just to say, what does the legislation allow us to do? So we certainly can take that back and ask the legal question as to how we can ensure that the city is protected should a developer or a development go bankrupt.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, can we add if a developer did go bankrupt, can we add it to the taxes? The city's taxes, not on title, but can we add it to the tax roll?
Maybe some of our finance, okay, legal, Ms. Pignarti?
Yes, through the chair, the development deferral agreements generally contain language saying that the defaulted amounts are going to be treated like outstanding taxes, and the city will have a tax lien on the property that supersedes other creditors.
So we're at the front of the line.
Okay,
We
thank
get
you.
paid.
And through the mayor to Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall, you just talked about it being registered on title, but there was affordable units. What if it's not affordable and we have deferred the DCs? Can it still be registered on title?
Through the mayor, that might be a question for legal, but I understand that it would be treated in a very similar fashion to that the Section 27 agreement would allow that to occur.
Okay, thank you. I've been given different information of what just came up, so I don't know what to do with this.
Well, right now you don't have to do anything because we're not making any decisions. We're just giving feedback.
Well,
what we're
I
going to do
think
is,
Councillor Patel brought up that she was going to bring a motion for the deferral program, so I
well,
think
just for staff to come back for more information for part of the
Okay,
public
that's fine.
meeting.
Thank you.
Do we have any other, yes, Councillor Baldinelli?
Through you, Mayor. So I don't understand why the city has to play bank. Institution, or, you know, if I wanted to buy a car or a house, I'd have to say, go to the bank, get a loan, just like everybody else. I can pay with it cash, I can't. You have developers, once it gets shovel in the ground early, I understand that. But as a developer, if I wanted to buy a piece of property, I'm going into development, I would probably have my money or my investors already lined up to pay for things, and development charges are part of the city already. I mean, it's all that information or all those services that we provide are available at the time, and that's what they're buying into. If you defer them, are we going to charge an interest rate, because we're going to play bank now, greater than the bank? I mean, greater than a lending institution, that's why they're coming through us. And if it did default, like Councilor Coco said, if it was an affordable unit already, and now you're going to either put it on their tax or it would increase the cost of the home that much more, because if it was already built in and then you have to recollect it now on that specific property, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if you take care of business when you start business, everything will run smoothly. If you start deferring and people lose and trying to adjust costs, I don't think it actually works. That's just what I'm listening and hearing to here. We're trying to take care of people who have the money to develop and pass it on to the consumer, yet the people who have the money want to borrow money from the city. There's banks for that. That's all thank you.
I'll just add to, and I appreciate what you're saying, the city typically, just like when people are behind in their property taxes, they don't pay, the city charges them 15%, which is higher than the banks. So we make money. In fact, in the past, $2 to $3 million a year, the city would make from people who are late in their taxes. So we don't want to be a bank, but we profit from being that bank. And I think what Councillor Patel is suggesting is it's just a way to help development actually happen. So many things we approve, they don't actually develop because they can't get financing. And it's just one way to make it easier. Just like you look at the Stanley District at the corner of Ferry and Stanley right now, the financing fell apart. Hundreds of projects in Toronto, exact same thing, fell apart because of high interest rates. So we need them to come down for some of these projects to move forward. And I've talked to some of the bigger developers around the region, and they said some projects just don't make sense right now. There's a formula. They say they don't make sense, and without DC incentives and CIP areas, community improvement areas, they said they just don't make sense. Or I think Councillor Patel is suggesting an idea that we will get paid. As Ms. Pignarti said, we're at the front of the line. We get paid first. We always get our money. So the question is, if this helps them. They may not, because they could, if they're in a good financial position, they'll be able to get money cheaper than 15%. If they're coming to us, you know, they're obviously, they don't have their financing together for the whole project. So it's just an option for consideration. I mean, I think Ms. Hall is going to come back along with our staff, our finance staff, legal staff, and planning staff, and come up with how it's working in Peterborough, how they're doing it, and what insight that they've learned since 2006, I think you said. So they've had lots of years to test it out and see if it works. And I can tell you, I have asked some developers. Some developers, it doesn't matter because they have good financing. Some don't. Some they're a little more shaky. And I think Councilor Patel, and I get what she's saying. The big guys are fine. It's the smaller ones that just build a few houses a year. Maybe those ones we don't want to be beholden just to the few of the big ones. We want to. So I think that's what it's looking. But we're not making any decisions. This is just to have staff come back and give us some numbers and some anecdotal examples, such as Peterborough.
So if I wanted to buy or had a piece of property through you, Mayor, and decided that I'd like to build a house, and I really couldn't afford to buy it, so can I do the exact same thing, or do I have to be a developer?
So would it say that? So you're going to build something on your?
I want to build a home, and there's DC charges. Well, I can get that through the city as well as I'm not a developer. I'm just have a development.
Yeah. So I don't know. So I guess
I'm not sure. I'm just asking it. So everybody's aware.
Yeah. Thank you, Worship. Yeah, no, it would apply. It doesn't have to be a developer. It'd be anybody who is subject to a building permit that would pay development charges. It would be the same for everyone.
So you're thinking for your kids. I know what you're thinking. Your backyard. I know what you're thinking. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, through Mr. Mayor to, I don't know, Ms. Dolce or Mr. Dowling, I think that the development charge is considered soft cost, right? And you can't borrow against a soft cost. Right. That's where it is. That is the reason that default development charges that came to my mind. And this was, I was in discussion with the president of Home Builder Association, and we were talking, and this is how we came up thinking about this idea. Yep. And I think that is the reason, because you can't borrow against a soft cost. I think that's where it is. I think you might know.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. You know, that is correct. I know that's definitely a troublesome spot, especially for the smaller developers, as we mentioned, that might not necessarily have the means to be able to self-finance some of their projects. You know, to be frank, I think the province had also heard some of that feedback, in the sense that for some of, you know, through some of these other more not quite as recent legislative changes, they had introduced installment programs, deferral programs, et cetera. And I think a lot of that was based off of feedback they'd been receiving from the development community. So, you know, we'd be taking it a step further than what our current legislative requirements are. But I think in principle, that approach is something that, you know, the province introduced for that reason, in an attempt to really help some of the, you know, smaller developers in the development community to be able to build, you know, whether it's affordable housing or whatever the case may be. And, you know, if we decide to take that a little, you know, a step further just to increase the general housing supply in Niagara Falls, I certainly don't see the harm in building on, you know, the work that's already been done to date in that idea anyway.
Oh, and Ms. Pignarti had a comment too.
Thank you, through the chair. And I'll add one more thing. With these deferral agreements, they're not always well received because of the language that the tax lien will be placed. And there's also a requirement that these agreements get registered on title. So what happens in negotiations frequently is that the applicant does not want to proceed because they cannot get financing with terms like that. So that is also a consideration, that it is not always the solution that fits every case.
Very good. Thank you. I've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just, you know, I'm listening to everyone, and I'm having a little trouble with it. And I'm thinking as my real estate mind. You know, if I'm a developer, I'm going up there and I'm building a big subdivision or whatever it may be, and I'm building, you know, not an affordable housing, but like an average housing, which is normally $750,000, $800,000 for a home, and now you're raising all these development charges. It's, you know, it's common sense. It's just going to go on to the house what it's worth in the end. So by the time you come in another 6 months after the development charge and stuff like that, that $700,000-800,000 house is going to be a $900,000 house. So it's really tough for me. People are coming in, obviously, to our country. We have a lot of problems with, selling houses right now because of interest rates and that. I just have a big problem with the province and what they're trying to accomplish here. And, I don't see how it's going to be affordable, not even for the people that can't afford it, but for the people that actually can afford it now, and now it's going up another $100,000 because of these development charges. So I'm in a tough pickle here because I don't want, obviously, it goes on the taxpayers as well, right, for these development charges. And it's just, I don't know. I don't know if I have the answer. I really don't. I'm just hoping I can hear from somebody else that can make sense of it. What happens to that normal, average, homeowner who's, wants to sell their house for $700 and now they want to buy a new house. It's going to cost them way, way more because of these development charges.
We've got Ms. Dolch is going to, maybe she'll be that voice you're waiting to hear. That's yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't know about that, but so obviously we are between a rock and a hard place, really. I agree with you. I think we have difficulty. We have servicing we need to provide. We have we're just going through a new official plan. We're hearing that they want to see more trails, they want to see more parks, they want to see bike lanes, they want to see all these things. The residents of the community want to see these things happen in the city, and the funding mechanism for that is the development charges. It's unfortunate, and the construction price index has gone up obviously over the year, so we have to account for all of this. And the question is it growth pays for growth, or are you going to put it on the tax base? And the problem is we do have to kind of determine how far do we go with the needs of the residents, what they want to see here. But I will say, though, that a lot of amenities that people do want attract them to the city. So that is one factor. And housing is dictated by market, and the market actually attracts itself by making sure there's a place people want to live and stay. And as you get more housing, you get a lower tax base, like it just keeps perpetuating. But the difficulty is you have to make sometimes hard decisions early on to make sure that we can have these things planned. I will say we've been, I don't know, blessed or not, but we've been given a lot of growth by the province. So we have a number of growth areas. We have 3 growth areas that we're planning for, which is obviously exacerbating this DC charge. We can slow growth, but we've made a commitment to the province to meet that pledge. So we've been saying that we're going to meet that pledge, we're going to target that pledge, but with that comes a lot of servicing costs, unfortunately, and that growth was never envisioned back in the last DC charge that that Thomson prepared. So we didn't have that information back then. We're now starting to see the costs. Mr. Nichols and his team has done a great job trying to determine, as well as Ms. Moldenhauer, to determine what projects need to come forward to serve the residents. Again, there's those that you can look at and decide maybe we don't do them now, but again, those are the things that we did the master plans for, decided what was going to happen, and trying to fulfill our commitments. So I think I don't have an answer for you. You're between that rock and a hard place, and you have to decide. You can pull projects off the table, but keep in mind too, residents are saying they want to see more amenities through what we're seeing currently.
And again, and the deadline is next month, right? So we have to kind of get everything in order to try to see what we want, what we don't want.
So, do we have any other insight or questions, comments? Okay. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can we ask for extension?
Let's ask Ms. Hall.
Under Bill 185, if it does receive royal assent prior to the expiry of the city's bylaw, there is an option to extend the life of the bylaw to 10 years. So that would set your expiry 5 years from now. But there are implications with that, recognizing that we have new infrastructure costs. We know that we're under collecting and development charges right now for the city. So there's consequences to that decision as well. It's something that we can certainly report back on, especially if Bill 185 receives royal assent in the next couple weeks, which is certainly a possibility.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I agree with Councillor Strange that, you know what, all the costs are going up, and our major priority is affordability. So by province doing this, one side they're saying that they want affordable housing, they want shovels in the ground. By increasing DC charges and redoing the whole DC bylaw and increasing charges, that's not helping the whole situation. So we have foot on, I don't know how to say it, but I'm sure Mayor would know how to say it. You're 2 foot on 2 different sides, you're trying to balance.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to find our balance, and
all right,
because that's the thing. It's a affordable thing, and it's the desire for the amenities, right? Everybody wants to have the trails and the bikeways and the parks and the pickleball courts, yet we want to keep it affordable. So that's what tracks them here, that's what keeps them here, but we got to find that. So I know that's the dilemma we're with, and it seems every community, we're not the only one, every community is dealing with the exact same thing, right?
Yeah.
So they've got infrastructure deficits, and they're trying to build all these assets without raising taxes. Well, it's pretty hard to do. You need DCs, yeah.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so how do we do this? When the Bill 85, if they get that all assent in 2 weeks, then do we have to call in special meeting, or how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the way in which the legislation is written is that I believe it is a scoped amendment can be brought before council in order to extend the life of the development charge bylaw. I would also note that the city's bylaw does expire in early July. So another approach could potentially be, and maybe I'll look at Mr. Dowling, would be we do have a little bit of buffer time to take some of these items back and review in a bit more detail before bringing forward the bylaw. But with Bill 185, what we can do is we can look at that requirement once, and provide it as a potential option for council to consider.
Right, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, because after Bill 185, the whole scope changes, but currently we're talking about if you want to do the 80% hike at the first and then phase in the extra increase, but after Bill 185, we're just doing the one increase. So I think it changes the whole thing.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I do apologize. It is quite a tricky time to be talking about development charges, just recognizing we're in the throes of a few different changes. And of course, things could change before the bill receives its third reading and then receives royal assent. So we did want to notify council of those changes, but we are just waiting to look at what exactly comes to fruition through the legislation, and then we'll bring that forward. But yes, certainly, if Bill 185 receives royal assent, then the requirement to phase in the development charges is removed.
Thank you.
So I just had one question. So, you know, we're talking about phasing in, like, you know, or upfronting it, and if we phase it in, then we have to offset it with property tax monies. The number that we start with, who will make that determination? Will it be us as a council, that number that we need, that gross amount? Who makes that determination? Is that you? Is that you in consultation with our planning and finance? Or who makes that determination of what that number is? Because, you know, it was debated. Like, for example, Councillor Pietrangelo pointed out, you know, there's some money for some questionable things. And so our question is, what is that number? Who determines the number?
So I'll start, and then perhaps I'll pass it over to either Ms. Dolce or Mr. Dowling. So the rates that we have presented are the maximum permissible rates under the legislation. Certainly, if there are questions or comments on particular projects, our plan is to take that back, review them, if required, make adjustments to those rates, and then bring forward if we make amendments, a revised rate for consideration for bylaw passage. At that time, in collaboration with staff, we can certainly look at options for bringing forward phase-ins based on what we're hearing today at the meeting, and perhaps also from members of the public who choose to speak. We can certainly look at different options for whether it is freezing the rates or bringing forward a phase-in outside of Bill 109 or Bill 123 that originally introduced the phase-in. So there's various options. Ultimately, it is council, though, who makes the decision as to what rate is implemented.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then if it's phased in, we're going to offset it with property tax monies.
That is correct, to you, Mr. Mayor. Either property taxes or your utility rates, depending on the service. So water and wastewater can be funded from the utility rates.
Got it. Okay. So now, folks, this is the part where we're going to ask the public to weigh in. So, and council will have one last chance if you have any other questions. So, council's now going to hear and I'm going to go to our clerks, but this is the chance where members of the public wish to speak to the proposed development charge bylaw issue only, where they'll have a chance to come up, they'll have to state their name and their address, and they'll have 5 minutes to speak to it. So I'm going to go to our clerk to maybe walk us through this part of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we have 2 individuals that are registered to speak, Randy and Lynn. I'm not sure if they're present, but now would be their time to approach the crowd.
So first we'll go with the scheduled speakers, and if there's anyone else. So Randy and Lynn, are Randy and Lynn here? Are they online or are they in person? We're not sure. Okay, let's have a look here. They're not either. Okay. Okay, that was only 2. Okay, so now if there's any member of the public who wishes to come forward, they'd have to, like I say, give their name, their address, and they'd have a 5-minute limit to give their input. So do we have a member of the public who wishes to? Yep, you can come forward, Mr. Burrell. You just state your name and your address.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I don't have any prepared presentation. I just wanted to make a couple of comments for context. My name is Doug Burrell, and I am the president of the Niagara Falls, Canada Hotel Association. And just for context and information, with our good old 2-tiered level of government, the region has already imposed a 350% increase in development charges for hotels. And now, what is proposed today, the impact on hotels is 230%. So what used to be soft costs that were very manageable for the hotel industry are no longer manageable. It's very egregious. We all recognize that development charges are a necessary evil to run a city, but this is an actuarial exercise. You're forecasting over the next 10 years what's going to happen with building, with population, what do we need, what's the infrastructure. I'd like to ask this group to take a look at that part of this process. Is it all essential? Can some of it be deferred? Is some of it elective? Because this is just a very unmanageable number for us. The other part of this good news story is that these development charges are indexed. So every year automatically they just increase with the consumer price index. So it's a difficult situation for us and for you. So what I'm going to ask is that you just work with industry, work with us on how we can phase this in. And not only does this affect new builds, it affects renovation. So the cost for a hotelier to upgrade his property just went up substantially. So, Mr. Mayor and Council, those are my comments. So I just appreciate Council's consideration.
For Mr. Burrell before he heads back? Yes, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just wanted to say to Mr. Burrell, I think the biggest thing that hurts the tourism industry is the fact that in this DC bylaw, it's proposed that they get rid of the core tourist area charge.
Yes, sir.
And back when the casinos first came to Niagara Falls, Your Worship, the thought was that, we didn't want to have the taxpayer pay for all the improvements that were going to happen around the tourist area. So what they did was they implemented the core tourist area charge, so that anyone that was developing in that area ended up paying for all the improvements of all the roads, all the sidewalks, all the street lights, everything that was going into the core tourist area. So they've already paid their share, Your Worship, and now what's happening is the CTA is getting eliminated under this DC bylaw, which is going to be, which is really going to set them back because and by eliminating it, their rates are going up. I think it's like 2.5 times what they are right now. Whereas if they were allowed to just simply maintain the CTA, then they could decide on the projects that happen in the core tourist area, and then their charges wouldn't be as much. So I do support Mr. Burrell and his comments, and I wish the CTA was staying, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I think we're good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Okay. Do we have anyone else? Yes? Okay, if you'd like to step forward, state your name and your address, and you've got 5-minute limit, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to extend my gratitude to Madam Dodge, James, and Jackie for a consultation they have already undertaken. I have a Simple question. Have you ever bought Xbox or a PlayStation in the last 20 years? If you bought it, Microsoft and Sony, they lose $300 selling the device to you. Why these mega corporations, they do that? Because they know by selling the device upfront cheaper and you essentially subsidizing it, more households will be able to afford those gaming consoles, and more games that they'll be selling over years more than compensate for that upfront money that they have. We are living in a housing shortage crisis. So if you want to solve this problem, I think that's the right thing to do to help more homes to be built. And at the same time, if you take a look at it, these new homes, because the assessed value are higher, those new homeowners, they're starting paying even more fees, tax rates as compared to the existing houses taxpayers. Few points, incentives. Right now, we're seeing the provincial has incentives based on how many houses are being built. Federal government are doing that. Are we trying to lose those incentives by holding on to development charges? The other thing I want to bring up, let's change the conversation about developers. This is about houses for millennials and Gen Z. These are the one who has to pay for these ones. When you're charging development charges, they pass it off to the end user plus their profit and any interest rate that they have. So I would appreciate if when you're talking about developers, think about millennials and Gen Z. The other issue is about the mortgage. I understand that no one is against development charges, but when we're talking about development charges, you have to come up with down payment. If you have a rich dad who helps you, you're golden to go. But the rest, they cannot come up with down payment. So as we're increasing development charges, millennials and Gen Z, they have to come up with bigger down payment. I want you to please keep in mind that small developers, they cannot come up with financing. Mom and pop, those ones, the small ones. Big developers, they love it. Yes, increase it. Charge it up front. You're killing my competitors. When my competitors are died off, I can do whatever I want to do, and I can charge whatever I want to charge. I don't see Mr. Rock in the audience today, but he brought up a very good point as a lawyer in the city of, you know him, he's the lawyer. He brought up the point, given the inside knowledge he said in one of the public hearing, that development charges for the next 2-3 years in other municipalities will remain lower. So if you want houses to be built here, builders to come build here, if we're increasing by this rapid rate, we lose our competitiveness to neighbors next door. So I had 2 suggestions. One was that if you could have effective rate and actual rate. So if you want to increase the rate, sure, raise it. This way, if development comes, the rates get locked into $30,000, but they want to build it in a couple of years, they have to pay the high rate. But those houses who actually build in year 1 and 2, I think those houses should be getting a different rate than the houses. In this way, the projects that are going to build down the road, they're going to pay a higher effective rate as opposed to projects that's being built right now. And Your Worship, I want to extend my gratitude to you. I know you spoke to the lobby, to the minister. Bill 185, I believe it really helps to cut down all these pump and up zoning ones, because right now, use it to or lose it has been introduced. Finally, I want to throw my support for Duan closing. Let me actually change the conversation, different perspective. Why should a homeowner, millennials and Gen Z, paying upfront for library, parks, recreations, fires, when they don't even have a house to live in it? Again, you have to pay that 20% down payment upfront for services they cannot use. Let's change the conversation differently. And as a matter of fact, I believe yesterday's development charges should be pulled up to be used today, and today's collected money to be used tomorrow. Case in point, I believe, I could be corrected, but when we had the presentation, there has been money that has not been used, now has been rolled over to the next project. So my point is that we have this pool of buffer money, and we could use that to help smaller development projects. Finally, I'm going to finish it as someone who comes to all the council meetings. Just last council meeting, we had galley for of residents that they were angry and frustrated that the shelter has been built in the neighborhood, brought crime, feces on the front door, burglary. Now, no one is against shelter, even they were clear. But as our CAO said, that if you see people in the river, go upstream to see what the problem is. And this is my final comment, is that we charge $32,000 per single shelter, and now at the same time we are asking single shelter per bed per year. And now if you want to build a house, buy a house, you've been asked also, pay $32,000. My point is that if the more people would be able to have houses, your cousin, your high school buddy start become homeless, says, you know what, come here, sit my spare bedroom. But even when the majority of people, they don't have those things, they cannot help. And as you can see, we will have more expenses imposed on the city. So with that, I want to thank for the time, and my 2 suggestions has been as I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any questions, council? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's great. Do we have any other people in the gallery who wish to address council on this matter? Okay. It looks like we've run the gamut. Are there any final questions of council, of staff, or of Ms. Hall? Okay. Seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed development charge bylaw is now concluded. Staff are now going to continue to respond to submissions and/or questions, and they will prepare the final bylaw for council's consideration for May of 2024. So thank you for everyone that showed up to address our DC presentation, and thank you to Ms. Hall. I know you're going to continue working with our staff and come back with some wonderful panacea for us to deal with. Okay. Miss Clerk. Okay, so let me, Ms. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
More than happy to. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the rezoning of the subject property to a site-specific R5C zone allowing 72 stacked townhouse dwelling units in 4 blocks at 5858 to 5882 Dunn Street. Notice was given by mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March the 22nd, 2024, and by posting the sign on the property in question. Anyone who wishes, anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheet located outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. I now ask Mr. De Benedetti, our planner 2, to provide an overview and to give us an explanation for the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We're here to discuss zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2023-31. The applicant is residents at Niagara, Inc. Agent is Raj Patel. And again, the proposal is to request a site-specific R5C zone to permit 72 stacked townhouse dwelling units within 4 blocks. The location is just south of used to be the old Niagara College facility, and to the south is the commercial parking lot for Dunn Street. To the east, there's detached dwellings with an apartment, and also apartments adjacent and to the north, and also further to the west, a townhome development. The official plan. Land is designated residential in the official plan. The proposal will comply with the maximum density of 100 units per hectare. The current zoning, lands are zoned development holding in part R4, residential low density grouped, and both are in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. The requested zoning relief, they're looking basically to reduce the front yard depth from 7.5 meters to 3.32 meters, a reduction of the rear yard from 10 meters to 3 meters, reduce the interior side yard from 5.81 to 4.04, and a reduction of the landscape open space from 40% to 35.2%, and a reduction of the parking standard 1.4 to 1.1. And finally, reduction in the minimum maneuvering aisle for the parking stalls from 6.3 to 6 meters. So basically, this is the project as noted here, with the block townhomes over here, also here, and up here, with the access coming off of Dunn Street. And then there's an amenity area over here, and a potential access in the future if the Dunn Street proposal ever gets to a residential development, that they could have access to with the potential street where the actual driveway access is here. An open house was held on February 21st. There were no comments received and no public attendance. Planning analysis. The proposal will provide housing options within the city of Niagara Falls. Proposed development may have a mix of rental and condominium units for purchase. Now, the initial sale prices are between $400,000 to $500,000, with the rent around $2,000 per month, which are both in our affordable price range. That a future internal access connection be reviewed by the general manager of planning, building, and development as part of the site plan control. And finally, the amending zoning bylaw include a sunset clause as part of the site plan agreement within 3 years of passing of the zoning bylaw. Recommendation that council approve zoning bylaw as amended and recommended in the report.
All done? Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Benedetti? Seeing none? Okay, I guess you did a really good job. Thank you for that. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered who wishes to speak to this? We do not. Is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to this specific amendment? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. So if you could step forward, state your name if you would, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, city staff. My name is Raj Patel. I'm authorized agent. And with me, I have our planner, Mr. Rob Russell. He will be very happy to answer any question if you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the planner is?
He's online.
Oh, he's online. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And what was his name? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Rob Russell.
Oh, Rob Russell. Okay. Rob, are you there? Oh, he's coming on. Okay.
Okay, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. I trust the audio and video are coming through.
Yeah, we hear you perfectly well, Rob.
Okay. I'll just be brief and skip through these slides pretty quickly. These slides were made for the public open house that was held last month. Mr. Diodati made a good presentation. There were just a few other things I wanted to highlight, and I'll be quick. So could I get the next slide, please? Again, this is the site area. The context provided, I think, is accurate. We can skip ahead to the next slide. This is the site plan here, and just to give a little bit of, I guess, advance notice, what I'll be talking about is really some of the variances we're asking for from the standard R5C zone. And so you can see where some of these setbacks lie. So on the left side of the drawing of the front yard setback, you'll see that there already is, or sorry, we're proposing still a relatively large front yard. We're presenting a consistent building face on those side walls. Through the site plan process, we're anticipating those will be upgraded elevations to assist with the streetscape and urban design. What isn't shown on here, though, is that the front yard setback we're proposing is consistent with the apartment building immediately to the east. So we are presenting a fairly consistent and harmonious setback along this side of Dunn Street. Similarly, some of these rear yard setbacks, for instance, building block A, that rear yard for those units, which is really the side yard for the site, is providing a very similar setback to what exists on the opposite side of that property line between the property line and the existing apartment. Next slide, please.
just some conceptual renderings. Again, this will all be worked out through the site plan process, but it is just a kind of the first kick at what these units could look like, what a stacked townhouse could look like. Essentially, they look like low-rise buildings, but there are multiple units stacked on top of each other, hence the name. Every unit in a stacked townhouse has its own dedicated exterior access. So there's no internal corridors. Any stairs are interior to any individual specific unit. There are no common interior spaces. And you can kind of see that if you look closely where some of those stairwells are. You can see multiple doors. There's I think 4 doors in each of those little patio areas. Next slide, please. We can skip this. And here's some of the zoning requests. Now this slide, as I said, was created for a public open house. Through conversations with the planning staff, we've realized that a few of these variances that we requested are not actually required. One is this minimum lot area. We don't require a site-specific amendment to that because we are, the way we're rounded, we are at 99.6 square meters per unit. And the zoning bylaw includes an exception to allow rounding up in those situations. So we do actually provide, in a rounded up sense, 100 meters per unit, and we do not need an exception to that or a variance from it. Similarly, the other one that was removed, is we're no longer requesting the projection into a yard. This was something we included just to provide a little bit of flexibility for the mechanical design for the buildings in terms of where are the HVAC and the pipes and the sanitary, where are these things going? And having this that was the reason for that, but it has been removed from the draft bylaw. And I believe otherwise everything else is, and the number of apartments on one lot. This was based on a previous version of the zoning bylaw wherein stacked townhouses met the definition of apartment, whereas it has been since amended so that townhouses are their own distinct typology, and so again, the required site-specific exception. Next slide, please. Okay, and that essentially concludes my my presentation. As municipal staff have indicated, we are in conformance with the official plan. We've identified the areas where we need some exceptions to the zoning bylaw, but we do meet the general intent of the zoning bylaw. And we certainly will implement the plan vision for this area, and the additional density is appropriate on an arterial road that is well serviced by transit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So, Mr. Russell, you support the recommendations?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Any questions of Mr. Russell? Councillor Coco and Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. I'm not sure if it's for our planner or the speaker. It talks about the mix of purpose-built and rentals and condos for sale, final configuration not decided. The anticipated sale is $400,000 to $500,000 per unit, rental $2,000 a month, which falls below the affordable range. So 2 questions on that. Since it's a purpose-built rental, would the development charges be waived? Because in the report it says that the city would be generating development charge contributions. Is there a certain portion that we still receive, or are all development charges waived?
So, Ms. Dolce, Mr. De Benedetti, or Mr. Bryce? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to the councillor. So in terms of DC waivers for affordable projects, it's only if you enter into an agreement with the Niagara region or other not-for-profit kind of group. Right now, we don't have those DC exemptions. So in this, for this type of development, so he would be required to pay the full DC charges.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, even based on the dollar amount of $400,000 to $500,000 per unit, it did mention condos. Are these freehold, or are they condos that people would pay condo fees on top of the purchase price? And are we taking those condo fees in account for the affordable amount? Because if you're paying condo fees anywhere from $500 to $900 a month, that's no longer affordable. Are those fees included in the affordability definition.
Who might answer that, Mr. Russell or Mr. Patel? Mr. Russell?
I can provide a partial answer to it. One is that those prices that were provided in my report do not include condo fees. We don't know what those may be. So much that first year condo budget that would be provided or developed eventually before the condominium is registered. There are many factors that go into that, and a lot of them have not been determined yet. So I would hesitate to guess on that myself. Mr. Raj Patel may be able to, but what I can say is that for a stacked townhouse development, the units themselves have to be created as condo units because they cannot be a parcel of land for the registry office. There are other forms of condos that could be created as, as subdivisions or lots, but in a stacked townhouse, because there is a vertical separation between units, the way that these assets, I guess, in a way, are created at the registry office makes the only option is a form of condo for that. So in terms of if they are to be sold instead of rental, they would be owned by the unit owners. But they would not be freehold, as in how you might consider a common element townhouse type of development, where it's street townhouses and there's no vertical definition or distinction between the units. As for what the ultimate plan is and what the tenure of these units will be, I don't know if there's been any further development on that, and I would turn this over to Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Rob. Through Mr. Mayor, I agree with Rob's assessment. Freehold stacked townhouse is technically not possible as per current planning act. So if it become a rental, it's going to become more like a condo rental apartment unit. So there will be some sort of setting for that. And as we speak, it is affordable and attainable as per the definition of the cost. And it's at the zoning bylaw amendment stage. Once we work on the site plan approval and further it step further, we'll have a more clarity on the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I guess maybe to Ms. Dolch, when we're doing our reporting to council and to the government, is there a way that we can keep track of the ones that are condos? Because if it's an affordable just on the sale price and then somebody has to pay X number of dollars per month for condo fees, it's no longer affordable. Can we keep track of those?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yeah, and we can look into that. Ideally, as you heard, the provincial government should be coming out with a new definition of affordable under the DC Act. Once that's out, that is going to be our metric on are they affordable. We may also start to track, if we do an affordable housing CIP that council approves, we'll start to track who is eligible for that CIP, because that's the best metric right now. Obviously, we rely on the planners or the developer to give us their price. We also rely on the building permit data when it says construction value. So again, not the most accurate, but we can definitely tease out the condo versus other types of development.
Good, thank you. I think that's important because I know this definition of affordable housing, everyone's all over the place with a different one, and that's one thing. But now I'm starting to think about these condo charges, and it can take something completely out of affordability, and I think we need to be accurate when we're doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel? Do you have a question for Mr. Patel?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Patel, we're not related for sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Patel, what is the average size of the unit?
Through Mr. Mayor, average price of unit going to be between 400K. Size going to be somewhere between 750 square feet to 950 or 1100.
Oh wow, that is a great price. Great
2 bedroom to 3 bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah, because the way I see it is not the price, it's the value that you're getting for the price you're paying. So lately we were seeing the affordable housing that's $540,000 for 550 square feet. So this is actually bang for your buck. That's why this is a great size for the price. And that's the same price, the same size for the rental units too? Everything is the same size?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Mayor, how about the snow removal? There doesn't look like there's lots of room there to put the snow anywhere.
Through Mr. Mayor, there are standard. Each municipality has their own standard. We are following what is the minimum standard is required, and we are glad to inform that we are exceeding the minimum required standard. So snow removal won't be a problem. And generally what happens in this kind of development, that central amenity space is not being used in winter. So once in a 10 year, when we have really bad snowfall, that time we can also consider as a more like a snowbank.
Oh, thank
So
you.
snow storage won't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a 1.1 parking spot per unit. So, and how many visitor parkings are there?
Through Mr. Mayor, on the paper, we will have a 10% visitor parking. To give you some comparison, like other municipality in Niagara region, they provide 1:1 parking ratio, meaning no visitor parking, right? With municipal transportation staff, our transportation engineer has prepared the transportation report, and they have considered all this requirement. And I'm glad to inform you that, municipal transportation team is satisfied with our report.
Thank you very much. Actually, overall, Mr. Mayor, overall it sounds like a great project. It's a great infill project. And for the price, you're getting a good size house, actually, home. So I really like this. I really like this development, especially the community area you have in there with the play area. You don't see that after in lots of developments nowadays. So is that like a play center for children? Is that what it is?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay, this is actually a great project, and at the end of the meeting, I would like to make a motion.
Yep, okay, all right, great. Any other questions or comments, Mr. Patel or Mr. Russell? Okay, seeing none. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else registered? No? Is there anyone else in the gallery who wishes to speak to this proposal? Okay, seeing none, council will, we already heard from the representative? Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Patel, you wanted to make the motion? Motion by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Lococo. We'll call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay, that's, oh, we can't vote. Oh, I'm sorry. So that's unanimous. So congratulations. Thank you very much, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Okay.
Councillor.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you very much. So that one's yours. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
You got it. Okay. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw and a draft plan of vacant land condominium to permit the development of 33 townhouse dwelling units in 5 blocks at 3958 Cardinal Drive. Notice was given by mail in accordance with the Planning Act on March the 28th, 2024, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of vacant land condominium and the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment only, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd now like to ask Nick De Benedetti, our planner, to provide an overview and explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, as indicated, we're here to discuss zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2023-30. The applicant is a numbered company, Mohan Sawan. Joe Lakatis is the agent. And again, it's to rezone the lands for 33 townhouse dwelling units in 5 blocks with a site-specific R4 zoning. Now, I expanded this one just to give you a little bit better situation of where the proposal is. And it's located on Cardinal Drive, Thoroldstone Road, Kaler, and Montrose Road. Obviously, in the location where it's yellow highlighted, I can see parks located here, another apartment complex here, Niagara Regional Housing, with the commercial plaza here, and also a commercial plaza here, with we have the apartments over here, and then the remaining as single detached dwellings. The subject property is designated residential in the official plan and located in the built-up area. Subject lands are currently zoned on a site-specific R4 zoning in accordance with 79-200, and the current zoning permits an 18-unit retirement home with a maximum height of 19.2 meters. The request is zoning relief, a reduction of the minimum lot area from 250 square meters to 233.72, to reduce the minimum front yard depth from 6 meters to 3.04, reduce the minimum rear yard depth from 7.5 to 6.2, and that's in this location up here where we had our resident from Fox Drive come to the open house. The reduction of the minimum privacy yard from on unit 24, and that's specifically right here in this corner at the pinch point area, 7.5 meters down to 6.1, and then to increase the height from 10 meters to 12.05. At the open house on March 26, we had some comments and concerns. There was the couple on Fox Drive where I indicated previously, they had a concern in relation to Block C. And just to bring that back, that would be this area, Block C. And again, they live in this area over here. Staff response was that the applicant increased the rear yard depth from 6.2. So originally they had it at 5.2, but with further discussions, we bumped it up another meter. They're providing no windows on the side of the building. Where they had 2 windows, they have been removed for privacy. And then the owners of the property that live on Fox Drive, they're indicating that they don't want no privacy trees along to block the sunlight as requested by the neighbor. There were then traffic concerns that were brought up by other neighbors and by comments in an email. So Transportation Services reviewed the proposal, and the total estimate traffic on Cardinal Drive development is built with still well below the threshold of the classification of the road. The driveway location and large tree. Now the Niagara region will not allow access on the Throatstone Road, so the proposed location satisfies the spacing requirement. Now going back to the site, basically the distance from the traffic light over here to the access has to be greater than 55 meters. And the tree is proposed, the large tree in question is right around this area. So as a result, it's basically in the direction of where the driveway is located. Now that driveway location was also approved in the similar previous rezoning application approval. And as a result, there would be further review of plantings as part of the landscape review as a condition of the vacant land condo. The road widening. Basically is going to be an improvement to the service at the intersection once the road is dedicated and the right-hand turn is implemented. In regards to garbage collection, snow removal, and light standards, it's private collection with garbage pads. Also, the snow removal, there are snow removal areas on site, and the excess of snow will be trucked away by private contractor, and the light standards meet the old AODA standards. Built form and location. This was the response from the applicant. The reduction will not prevent the adequate landscape area being provided and will provide sufficient parking. There is sufficient vegetation and fencing will be installed for privacy, and the 3-story building with no basement provides flexibility, and it is lower than the previous approval of 19 meters. So it's going down 7 meters from the height that was approved for the retirement home. And the city response in regards to the location of the elementary school is close by with the city park. It's in walking distance. The public schools and the Catholic high schools are located 1.7 to 2.7 kilometers away. There's a commercial plaza located at Throatstone Road and Kaler Road at the gas station, and they are both in walking distance. The analysis. The proposed development provides a density approximately 40 units per hectare and complies with the 20 to 40 units in our official plan. The development, again, will provide housing options in the city and located in the built-up area. The property will utilize existing infrastructure, and any conditions have been placed in the vacant land condominium conditions for further review. So recommendation is that council approve the zoning amendment application and report PBD 2024-15.
Any questions for Mr. De Benedetti? Councillor Patel? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The road widening, is it just from the driveway to the Tollstone Road? Is that the widening are we talking about?
The widening is at the right-hand turn.
Okay.
So what happens is there's a road widening in the daylight triangle. Now, as part of the previous application, the region, they hasn't been dedicated as of yet. And that's the reason why they've been waiting for a proposal to get registered so then they could take the daylight triangle and the road widening and make those improvements for the right-hand turn.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody registered?
Yes, we do. We have Lisha Song and Xiao Chong Li.
Okay, online or in the gallery? Okay, if you'd like to come forward to the microphone. Are you both going to speak or just one? Both?
Yeah, I have I sent this through
Mr. De Benedetti?
Yeah, I have a hard copy.
Okay.
So,
okay.
My concern.
Can you just state your name and your
yeah,
address?
My name is Frank Xiaochong Li. My address is 7920 Fox Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we share the address, the boundary with this proposed planning 3958. So our concern is this is a too high and too close. So they have a building of 12 meters so high, 5 meters to our backyard, and 17 meters to our wall of our house, and that will cause a long, shadow in winter just to cover our house. So we lose sunshine all winter, maybe 40 days, if you calculate. I know that they calculate sunshine. I don't know how they calculate, but it is simply to us it's not acceptable. And privacy and the too close and the two windows and balcony, a large part of building just in front of us. People will just simply have a little time and just look and watch. We don't have our house is a bungalow too short. 4 meters, maybe 3 meters. So that no privacy, no sunshine, right?
So you're concerned
so
with the height?
I sent this to the city planning. I think if you have time, you just look at my picture here. So our proposal is very simple. Just to keep it lower, because around there is no building higher than 2 stories. So 2 stories the minimum, is maximum. Keep it 10 meters, less than 10 meters high, and keep 20 meters or 27 meters to our house, because the sunshine in winter, right? So our proposal is just please review and improve it accordingly and properly.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. So,
Thank you.
Are there any questions of council for the residents? Do we have any questions of council? We're going to have the developer up next, so we'll be able to address your
Yeah.
concerns with height and proximity.
Okay. Yeah.
And potentially to some kind of separation, you know, other options too that they might
Yeah,
propose.
my wife
Can I
has
say
something.
some words?
Yes, you can. of
Just
course.
like the people, if we are close like this, you will be nervous, too close, and if high, if short, you will be. I think it should keep a courtesy or reasonable distance, so not too close to person. And the other side, the planner said, I can plant the trees to protect your privacy, just like an umbrella, okay, to cover you, then keep your privacy. It's not good idea. I need the sunshine for my garden. So I don't like the umbrella, like the big tree, to cover my lawn, my flowers.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we have anyone else registered, Madam Clerk? Okay. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak to this proposed draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment? Do we have someone else? Okay, all right. If you'd like to just step to the mic and you can state your name and your address, please.
Hi, I live at 3917 Cardinal. I live across from the development. My name is Dina Icobacho. I have a concern as well about the design and layout and the density. That is a very busy area. And so I find even Cardinal Drive is used very much like a throughway. People from Montrose kind of going through to get to Thorold Stone. I find backing out in the morning is very difficult, and I know that's not just me, it's many of my neighbors. You know, we're not getting younger, and so we're finding people are just zooming down. There's no speed bump or anything like that. We're not asking for one, but it's just, that is definitely going to add to the congestion. So I know that the city has a range of 20 to 40, possibly keeping it at the low end. That's my request, if that's something that can be considered.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, we're good. Thank you for that. Is there anyone else wishes to address? Yes, if you'd like to step forward, sir, to the microphone and to state your name and your address.
Thank you for having me. My name is Pat DeMarco. I'm a recent resident of the Falls here, and I live at the corner of Cardinal Drive and Oak Ridge, I think. Anyway, my question is, just a couple of questions, is that the development area, is that part of the Mount Carmel development area? Was that part of it?
Mr. De Benedetti, or Mr. Bryce? Okay, Mr. Bryce, did you want to answer that one, please?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
And the second question is that I have is that was there any other development as such within the development area of Mount Carmel? Was there ever a proposal of this magnitude in other areas of Mount Carmel?
Mr. Bryce?
Yes, through you, actually, next door, we do have apartment buildings, 2 apartment buildings of 3 stories in height.
Okay, and does it blend in with the rest of the Mount Carmel area? I mean, it's a nice area, and now we're saturating with high-density residents. I'm ready to check out anyway, but it's for the younger people that are coming on. You know, I think it's a little too much for the area. Why didn't somebody develop it in the same manner as the rest of the subdivision was developed? Nice homes, whatever, instead of stacking them like dominoes, one on top of the other. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, actually, there are a number of developments, low-rise apartment dwellings and townhouse developments, similar to this one. There is, in addition to the one next door, there are several developments along Montrose Road. Planning staff are of the opinion that they do fit in with the neighborhood. They provide a mix of housing. They provide an opportunity that people can remain in the neighborhood and age in place if they don't want to maintain a large house. then they can move into a condominium townhouse.
Definitely, it just doesn't seem to fit in with the area. That's all I'm saying is because I've lived in the Falls now 4 years, and it's a nice area to live. Like the people that live in Toronto, they moved to Woodbridge, because that was the place to be. So I moved to Mount Carmel area because it was a place to be. And now, seems like we're being saturated with the, I mean, everybody needs a home. Don't get me wrong. Everybody needs a home, but seems like there are other areas for this type of development. That's all I have to say.
Okay, we've got one question or comment. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I know that this property in particular has undergone a number of different proposals. I don't know how many this is, to be
was
honest.
this three? Three maybe?
It has to be at least. But I saw in the planning analysis that it says that based on the current zoning, that they're allowed to build between 20 and 40 units per hectare, and that they're proposing 40 units per hectare. Is it council's prerogative whether or not they grant them anywhere in between 20 and 40, or is it the developer's right to request the maximum? I guess that would be a question that I have, because I know sometimes when we deal with certain applications, we can't restrict rights. If the right is already attached to the property, then we don't have the right to restrict it. But because it has a range there of 20 to 40, are we the ones that are allowed to decide what density goes on that property?
Who wants to address this? Okay, Ms. Dolge?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. You are correct in terms of the 20 to 40 isn't something we can, it's a range for them to choose. Obviously, if they hit 41, 42, then they would have to come through for approvals to the city and ask for those permissions. But they can go right to the maximum, and that is permitted by our official plan.
Official plan, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other questions?
The only, just one more comment.
Yep.
These people that live on Foxy and in the area there, do you think that their property is going to devalue because of it? If they want to sell the property soon, you think that they're going to get the price that they would have gotten without this development area there? That's another issue that I would have if I was living there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you again for your time, and I'm out of here.
Okay. Okay. He's actually out of here. He's already out of here.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to say something to Mr. DeMarco, and just, you kind of get that feel of, those people that age now that are coming, and our official plans are changing from the province to the city, and we're sticking everything, density and everything next to him. So I'm saying he's probably talking for a lot of residents that don't want to see that development, but obviously we need that type of development because of all the people coming into our country.
And it's on an arterial roadway, right? Exactly. Buses, it's, if you're gonna put it anywhere, that's where you put it. Okay, so, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Do we have, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, do we have the applicant nearby? Yep, no problem. We'll get them. They're going to be on Zoom, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay. You're muted, Mr. Lakatos. You're muted. You're just shooting away there. You're muted. Your line is muted. There we go.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. My name is Joel Akatosh. I am the planner for the applicant, Mohan Swan. Mohan's online with me as well. and we also have Ala Garber, the lead project designer. We have read the planning staff report and concur with the recommendations and conditions of the approval for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and vacant land condominium. We want to thank Nick DeBenedictis and city staff for working with us for the last 5 months to getting us to this point. And we feel that we have an infill townhouse development that will provide an additional housing form in the neighborhood and increase the supply of housing in the city. That said, we are requesting approval of the application as recommended by planning. With respect to the resident comments, I can elaborate a little bit on that. With respect to the owners that are on Foxy Drive, I believe, we ran a partial sun shadow analysis at that end of the block C, which is located 6.2 meters away from that property line, and they will have access to their rear yard from April till September during the growing season. In December 21st, where they were the diagram that owner was showing council, that is the winter months. That is not the measure of access for sunlight. Every building around there would probably is projecting shadow into their rear yard. Even the current proposal would project some shadow for that, that time period. And we got to remember, shadows are not stagnant; they're constantly moving. So they will experience sunlight in their rear yard from April till September 21st, April 21st to September 21st. And with respect to overviewing and privacy, we took back that comment from the public open house, and we switched out an end unit for a middle unit. So therefore, there will be no windows facing that yard. Will not be facing to the north. And that is a condition in the vacant land condominium approval to be registered on the title. And again, if there's any further questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
That's great. Let me check with council. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Lakatos? Do we have any? No, looks like we've got the questions answered regarding the sun. So that's great. From April to September, it's not a factor for the yard. That's good to know. And there won't be windows facing them as well, which is also a positive. And I think they suggested they didn't want any kind of separation with trees or anything like that. I don't know. But would the neighbors, Mr. De Benedetti or Mr. Bryce or Ms. Dolch, be part and parcel to a site plan process where they can be involved if they want to weigh in on what kind of trees or separations are put in there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is subject to a plan of vacant land condominium. There won't be a site plan process. So it's a matter of council is being asked to approve the development with conditions that will be fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
But however, if there is any specific landscaping that that neighbors want to see in the development, like we can certainly take those suggestions in and discuss them with the developer.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
I just had a thought about the window, that there's no windows facing that. Is that on title? Like, what if the person who purchased the unit 10 years from now decides to put a window in? Is there anything stopping them?
Who could answer that question? Who would know to? Yeah, Mr. Bryce?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we've got a condition in the conditions of approval that they demonstrate that there are no windows on that side of the building.
Okay. So can that be what Councillor I think Lococo was asking is, can they circumvent that, or that's a full stop, that's part of the deal, they have to come back to us before they could change that?
No, I think the question I'm asking is if buyer A buys it and then sells it to buyer B,
right,
can buyer B put a window in?
Exactly.
Completely away from the developer?
That's what I'm saying. So that's the question. I know she's asking about on title, but how can we ensure that that remains?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we could have a condition in the actual subdivision agreement with respect to not changing that elevation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to add something too, Mr.
Yeah, and again, through the mayor, it was a condition of a draft plan of condominium, And we did say that the developer register on title, place no windows on the north side of the building, facing the adjacent neighbor's property, located at 7920 Foxy Drive, and do not place any privacy trees that would block the backyard and the garden from sunlight. So those are the conditions we placed in there.
Okay, great. Does that answer your question? Yeah, okay, good. There are any other questions? Okay, seeing none.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Strange?
This was a condition for the couple that's
Yes.
down here? Okay.
So for the couple, so that there be no windows facing them. And they don't want trees at this point, but if you change your mind, you can be involved in the site plan process. And, yeah, that was the two main things.
Thank you.
I got everything right? Councillor Pietrangelo? Huh? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Well, there will be eventually, won't there be eventually? Oh, okay, good. Thank you for that. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of vacant land condominium and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Does a member of council wish to make a motion? Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I will put a motion forward to accept the recommendation with the conditions that staff has put forward. To all the speakers, thank you very much for coming out and expressing your concern, and I believe those concerns will be addressed through the site plan process because our staff and developer will work with you to address your concerns. We are at the time of the stage in our society right now that we have to have this infill projects and have affordable housing to get going fast so we can address this need for housing because we have millions of people coming here every year. Our population is increasing, and every community has to step up. So I believe we all have to support these infill projects. And other thing, cities benefiting from this is we have existing services there. So we are not actually putting money in to develop this whole development. So I think it's a great project, so I will support it.
Okay, thank you. We got a second by Councillor Thomson.
Yes, I remember this probably the development years ago, and it was thorough stone known road, and anybody would think that this is going to be a big development, and I think it's been sitting there for a year, and the planning people have supported and the development, and I think it's a great second. Yeah.
Okay, we've got that. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Is there, if there's no further comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So thank you to everyone for coming out. We appreciate your attendance today. Thank you. And now, Madam Chair, we're going to do a slight agenda. I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, we're going to do a slight agenda. Councillor Pietrangelo's got me all shuffled around site plans. I'm all spun around. Madam Clerk, can you explain to us what we're going to do next before we go in camera?
Yes, that we are going to move up item 9.9 prior to passing the resolutions to going in camera.
So 9.9, everybody. Okay, now, who's going to lead us through this? Is this Ms. Moldenhauer or? Yes, Ms. Moldenhauer? Okay, the floor is yours, 9.9.
Okay, through to the mayor, thank you. The report in front of you tonight, the first recommendation speaks to extending the junior A team and our junior C team agreement for 1 year. And the reason, of course, we would like to do this is we want to further study, further review their agreements and to look at some other cooperative kind of funding options for them. And one of the options actually is our arena boards and other advertising opportunities. And our current advertising agreement with New Stadia expires in a year. So that's why we would like to extend it for a year, because we'd like to sit down with the two teams, and of course they're both here tonight, and explore this opportunity for advertising at the arena, so Gale Center in Chippewa. Prior to the Gale Center opening, the junior teams both did look after the advertising in the arena. So this has happened before. And the existing grants that we have were actually based on the amount of advertising revenues that the teams had collected at that time. So prior to the Gale Center opening in 2010, both of the teams had to submit documentation to actually prove to the city and to council of their advertising revenues. So that's why the junior B team, now the junior A team of course, does have the operating grant of $60,000, and why the junior C team has the operating grant of $20,000. And yes, things have changed. We all know that in the last 14 years. Of course, things have gone up. With our ICE rates, over the last 14 years, we have, of course, increased them approximately 1% to 2% per year. So with our rates, at 2010, we were at $125.45 for youth prime. Currently, we're at $147.35. So you can see there has been an increase. I know the teams have had other increases, such for uniforms, etc., but there are external increases, and I feel that with the city, with our costs, we've tried to keep our costs low, and that the existing agreements are very fair to our junior teams. Rob McDonald, our senior manager of arenas, he did an excellent scan of other teams across Ontario, and it is an attachment to the report. I hope everybody had an opportunity to review it. And our teams really do have a great agreement. They receive the grants. They also, free of charge, of course, have their exclusive change rooms and office spaces. And we do value our teams, and of course we do support them. But we really feel at this time that we cannot recommend an increase in their grants, of course, because we have been directed by council to look at additional savings. And I really feel that we need to, hold this conversation for a year, give staff time to sit down more with the teams, and also to have a thorough discussion with council on where we hope to save some dollars for next year. So I know the teams are here tonight, and I know they do want to speak to council as well. So I am here for any questions following their presentations.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any questions of council? First for Ms. Moldenhauer. Okay, seeing none. So we do have our groups here, our junior A and our junior C. So do we have it, is it registered, that they'd be the next step? Okay, so any order in particular?
Mr. Boone, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Cressman.
Mr. Boone, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Cressman. All right, sounds like a law firm. So we'll start with Mr. Boone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I wish I could say like Mr. DeMarco, I'm out of here. I had a hockey tryout at 7:15, actually, that I'm not going to make, it appears. But thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Niagara Falls Canucks. Frank and I are here, and we wanted to make it clear, first of all, and I appreciate Ms. Moldenhauer's report, but want to make it clear, first of all, that we are not here simply saying, expenses have gone up, therefore we need an increase. Okay, that's not what we're here saying. It's true that expenses have gone up in the 14 years since the Gale Center opened in 2010 and we moved in as a junior B team. And it's also true that we have never received an increase in that time. Obviously, the grant now in 2024 dollars pales in comparison to what it was back then in 2010 dollars. But like the taxpayers of the city of Niagara Falls, we've made do. We've made do. So if the Canucks were still a junior B team, we'd likely have accepted staff's recommendation for a one-year extension on the same financial terms. But they're not. They're not. Pardon the pun, but the Canucks reclassification from junior B to junior A less than a year ago was a game changer, not only for Frank and I, but for the city. And I'll stick to the economic side today because my time is limited. The economic benefit to the city has been and will be incredible. As noted in our proposal, the Junior A League, the OJHL, we're part of a national league now, the CJHL, with teams now visiting from all across Ontario and Western New York. There's a greater influx of tourism dollars for the city. More importantly, though, being part of a national league has given us an opportunity to host national and provincial events in a city and a facility that are tailor-made to accommodate them. For example, the National Junior A Championship, which you've heard of, attracts 9 provincial league winners and the host team for a 10-day, 10-team tournament. That's hundreds of coaches, team officials, players, thousands of family members and friends, plus national media, national and provincial sponsors, all of which will represent hundreds of thousands of dollars in economic benefit to the city. Oakville's hosting it this year. We've been suggested as an ideal host when it comes back to Ontario in 5 or 6 years. In the meantime, there are a number of national and provincial events that we could pursue, which we've outlined in our proposal. The one I want to focus on today is the OJHL Governor's Showcase, because we've got a preliminary approval, as you've seen, at the OJHL staff level to host it long-term starting in September. Now that involves all 24 OJHL teams from across the province in Western New York, plus hundreds of NCAA, NHL, U Sports scouts gathering in the host city for 3 days where each team plays 2 games. The economic benefit and exposure for the city would be fantastic. The OJHL has quoted $315,000 per year in economic impact. That's likely in US dollars, as Buffalo's been the most recent host. Frank and I would devote our time and attention and the Canucks' resources to making it a first-class event. But make no mistake, it will cost the Canucks. The expectation is that the host team will staff the event. So multiple public address announcers, broadcast announcers, equipment managers, timekeepers, box office staff, video review staff, camera operators, Point Streak staff, and so on, none of whom are volunteers anymore. What do the Canucks get in return? Nothing. The OJHL pays for the ice, referees, meeting room, food and beverages for the scouts. They get the box office revenues. They operate as a loss, as does the host team. There's nothing in these national and provincial events for the Canucks except the honor of hosting them. The economic benefit will purely be the city's, and it's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. Now, staff references the fact that they've been contacted by the OHL with the potential to host the showcase. That contact, as you know, came from Vice President Rick Morocco, and I think most of you know him. He's a Niagara Falls native, former managing director of the Niagara Falls International Marathon. He remains a resident of the region, has a great relationship with Frank and I, loves our city, loves the Gale Center. He's committed to bringing national and provincial events here. Now, you've seen his email to Frank and I because he asked us to notify you of the OJHL's intentions. To quote from it, "As you know, the league is coming off a long-term commitment with Harbor Center in Buffalo in excess of 5 years, and we currently are looking for another long-term commitment to host our events starting the upcoming season and beyond. At this point, the league will have to make sure that both your club and our event has the support of the city prior to finalizing the host and moving it for an approval at the Board of Governors table. They want us to secure a long-term agreement with the city, in other words, so we can make a long-term commitment to hosting the showcase. How can we make that commitment with a 1-year extension? Frank and I are concerned that the city will lose this opportunity if we simply kick the can down the road as staff is recommending. The fact is, we've been requesting a long-term agreement with the city for almost a year now, knowing that our current term expires in 2 weeks. Staff has come back and recommended a 1-year extension. It's frustrating. We're asking for a long-term agreement so we can commit to these national and provincial events. And we're asking for an additional investment from the city, the return on which would be 4 or 5-fold per event per year. Frank is here. He'll take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of council for Brandon or for Frank? No questions? Okay. All right, so that was great. Thank you. Chris, you're going to be speaking as well? Or are you guys all done then? No, we'll do you guys first, and then we'll get Mr. Cressman up here next.
So first of all, Mr. Mayor, city councilors and staff, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to come speak to you on behalf of the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association and our commitment to youth hockey and the junior hockey affiliates in Niagara Falls. For those that aren't aware, the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association has been in existence since 1970, when Stamford Minor Hockey AAA amalgamated with the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey AA team to form the Greater Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association. Today we have over 650 hockey players ranging in age from 5 to 18 years old that represent our house league and our travel teams. The Niagara Falls Minor Hockey Association is committed to providing an opportunity for all participants to play in a league where the caliber of hockey is equal to their ability and provides a wholesome environment and an experience for personal growth and team play. Our focus will be towards creating an environment for young players to develop and providing an atmosphere for role models and mentors to grow. The Niagara Falls Canucks have just finished their first season after being approved for reclassification in the OJHL as an expansion franchise. The Canucks' first season was an overwhelming success and produced an opportunity for local junior hockey growth in the city of Niagara Falls. In the past, local players would have to travel as far away as to Ottawa to play at this elite level. In recognition of this and to strengthen the relationship with the Niagara Falls Canucks and the Niagara Falls Rivermen, the Niagara Falls Minor Hockey and our organization decided to rebrand from the Niagara Falls Flyers to the Niagara Falls Canucks for the upcoming 2024 and 2025 season. Our travel teams will display the Canucks logo proudly when the season starts in 2024. And as well, we have developed an agreement with the Niagara Rivermen for the U18 AA hockey team, in which they will be known as the Niagara Falls or the Niagara Riverhawks. All players in our organization 18 years of age and younger will have the opportunity to wear their jerseys proudly at these hockey games, the home games, and the Niagara Falls Canucks and the Rivermen have agreed to allow them free admission into the building. This past season, our association hosted 5 tournaments that attracted close to 300 teams from across Canada and the United States. Our tournament during the first week of November has now grown to be one of the largest in Ontario. Research supports the local economic benefits that are associated with holding local sports in our community. In the past, tourism development in Canada has typically been a provincial or federal concern, but increasingly, however, municipalities have begun to recognize the importance of these productive events that we are holding. We as an organization look to continue to build junior hockey in Niagara Falls and ask our council to support these organizations moving forward. I would just like to take the opportunity to thank everybody for their time here. I know it's an important decision, and we look forward to building those relationships not only with the city of Niagara Falls, but with our junior hockey affiliates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gallagher, any questions for Mr. Gallagher? No, you're good. You're good. We're saving them all for Mr. Cressman. That's what we're doing, yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, City staff. I want to start by expressing extreme gratitude to Kathy and Rob and the staff at the arena. They do a spectacular job for us. The facilities that we have are, we travel all throughout the league and they really take care of us. So our hockey club has been in existence since 1987. We've operated in Niagara Falls, started in Chippewa, moved to Niagara Falls when the Gale Center started. We play out of the Provincial Junior Hockey League, which is the largest junior hockey league in the world, actually. There's 65 teams spread out all throughout Ontario. Our mandate as a hockey club is to provide opportunities for kids from the Niagara region to continue playing at an elite level. So this past year, we had 25 players on our roster. 19 of them were from the Niagara region, 14 of them from Niagara Falls, that all played their minor hockey through the Niagara Falls minor hockey system. So it's something that we take pride in, is providing this opportunity for kids from the city and from the region to continue playing. As everybody's referenced, things have changed through the year. We're a totally volunteer-operated organization. I'm here representing our board that operates our hockey club. We have nobody within our organization that gets paid, and it's all based on volunteerism. And we know that in any community organization, that's becoming more and more difficult. So for us to continue to provide these opportunities, it's becoming more and more expensive, right? So within our hockey club and our organization, we offer our players, we have a scholarship fund. So this past season, we provided $20,000 worth of scholarship money for our players. We're speaking about kids that are the ages between 17 and 20 years old. They're in university, they're in college. It's expensive, right? It's an expensive sport. And without that support, it's difficult for them to also continue studying and playing hockey. And we just want to keep kids playing. Junior hockey has evolved through the last bunch of years. It's become much more of a business than it would have been 15 years ago. Junior hockey used to be a reprieve for families. It used to be they paid all the way through minor hockey, and then they'd get to junior hockey, and it was a step back, right? It was, hey, our sons made it to junior hockey, and we don't have to pay anymore. So as a hockey club, we charge, our registration is less than any junior hockey club in the Niagara region. We try to keep those costs away from the families. But as it's becoming, more and more difficult, and the volunteerism, as Mr. Boone spoke to, finding volunteers is difficult. We have a whole support staff. We have announcers. We have timekeepers. We have coaches. And all of these things are just becoming more and more difficult to get people to give up 20, 30, 40 hours a week to take care of our hockey club. So our concern is, as we continue to move forward, we do everything that we can. We have golf tournaments, and we have a dinner next Friday if anybody would like to come. We do all kinds of golf tournaments and fundraising events, but at some point we get stretched thin as well, right? And we want to do everything that we possibly can to avoid passing the costs on to the players, because we've seen, as it becomes more expensive, kids just quit playing, right? And we just don't want that. We want kids to continue to play. We want kids to get a good, strong 3-4 years of junior hockey and have that opportunity. And it's something that for generations and generations, there's been people like us that have worked hard to provide that opportunity. And in the old days, it used to just be just work hard, and you can provide that. It's becoming more and more difficult to do that. And we're afraid that, if there isn't some changes, at some point, how do we keep going, right? How do we keep providing this opportunity? So that's really our focus out of all of this, right? We want to maintain, we want to provide an unbelievable opportunity for our players. We want to keep providing an opportunity for kids to advance beyond the minor hockey stage and really give them something to remember. I'm an old guy now, and I was a horrible player, but all my friends are from hockey. And I think a lot of the lessons that I learned that I like to think have allowed me to be pretty successful in life were from that. And I'm afraid that if we're not able to continue to provide those opportunities for kids, where do they go, right? What happens from there? And how many kids that have become very productive adults in our community, how many kids don't get that opportunity? So that's appreciate the time this evening, and I understand it's a difficult request given the circumstances, but I thought it was important that you understand what it means to us as a hockey club and to our community at large. So Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got a question here. We've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cressman, and Chris and Brandon, and our Stanley Cup champion, the apostle there, Frank Pietrangelo. So I want to thank you all guys for showing up. I really do, and we appreciate both teams being here. It's such a long history, you know, in particular Canucks going from the Masterson family to the Pietrangelo family, and with the junior Cs, you know, the new owners, is there 4 of you? Or is it
No, there's 6 of us.
6 of you, and I believe I think all 6 played junior Cs.
Yeah, so I was the worst of the 6, but yes, there's actually 7 of us. All 7 of us actually played for the hockey club at one point. So we made a choice, you know, late last year that it was time for us to step in, and the owners that had owned it, they had owned it for, or operated the board, they had done it for over 30 years. So it felt like it was our turn to kind of step up and.
So we're kind of passing the torch to you,
yeah.
And you're doing a great job. I've been to a couple of games on both the Canucks and the junior Cs, and you know, in particular the junior Cs, they come up with new innovative ideas, and both of them come up with, you know, they did childhood cancer night there in honor of Jordy Pepperell. So really awesome what you both teams do, and grew up watching, and you can understand the expenses go up. You know, I remember playing goaltender, Frank, if you can believe that, when I was a kid, and it was $55 for the league, and then it was $20 for the goalie equipment. And no wonder I got into boxing instead. Yeah, exactly. But you know, it's tough. Equipment, you know, bringing people in from different cities, in particular with the Canucks. You know, all these players, and a lot of them are going on to university, which I love about the junior A concept and the junior Cs, because a lot of these kids can go from hockey and go to play and get scholarships at different universities, and which is, and get an education. I understand that you need money, and council, believe me, we want to give you the money. It's just we don't know where to get the money from. That's the big problem here. So to go up from 20,000 to 120 and 60 to 160, it's where do we get those funds from? So I'm hoping we can extend the contracts, and maybe on somehow that we can find a way, whether it's, you know, getting the rental of the boards and advertising or something, because it is a struggle. I know, you know, both teams have to do golf tournaments. They do their big junior C wild game dinner at St. Anne's. It's hard, and they're constantly think of different ideas where they raise these funds. So I don't know, like, where, if we did approve this, say we did approve, where would these funds come from? I don't know if any could help us out.
Ms. Clark?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think you know the answer. They'd have to come from the levy, right?
Yeah. And that's something I don't think anyone is prepared to do right now around this council. You know, we're looking for $1 million to save to get it down or to where the tax levy is. So it's really tough, and I can understand, you know, the circumstance that you're in. You want to host big tournaments and get better players. But I'll open up to the floor. But I think our best option is if we can sign you to another year, whatever it may be, and then look at maybe some advertising revenue for, even if it's rink 1 and rink 2. And I don't know how you guys would think about that, or Mr. Cressman, if you wanted to answer that. Like, would it be open to you guys to discuss something like that?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously could work together. There's four rinks at the Gale Center. I mean, I'm certain we could figure out a way to divvy that up and make sure that it's a win for everybody.
Yeah, so maybe that's where, and again, right now we're bouncing ideas. And I really appreciate everything that Councillor Strange said. That's our dilemma that we're in. We're telling our CEO, find $1 million, and he goes, but you guys keep adding things, you know, so we're falling farther behind, but we want to support you. So we're trying to think innovatively, creatively, how we can still do both. So that's kind of the direction, and I think what they're asking you is, and we appreciate the fact you need a commitment for the tournament you're talking about, but what we're saying is this is our dilemma, right? So we got two dilemmas here, we're trying to
And
solve.
we don't want to lose you guys.
No.
We really don't.
Of course not.
It's not very often that you get someone who's a Stanley Cup champion and who owns a team here and wants to make the team better. And, you know, maybe they turn into an OHL. I don't know, but I like the junior A concept just because people can go get scholarships and go to school. So I don't know. I would hate to lose these two teams, but we're kind of in that same pickle where we just want to give you the money, but we need to find where we can get this money from. So if we can find some kind of shared advertising with all the rinks, if one team takes one rink, one team takes the other, and, you know, see where it goes.
I've also got, so you guys can chew on that for a second, I got Councillor Lococo wants to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with the staff report, and I empathize to try to find money, but we have to find money as well. I was thinking about the municipal accommodation tax. Councillor Baldinelli brought it up, and I seconded the motion. I was speaking to Ms. Moldenhauer a while ago when we were talking about sports tourism. So the municipal accommodation tax needs to be used to support tourism. Is there any way that MAT tax, if we negotiate it, we're not there yet, but if we do renegotiate the MAT with the Hotel Association, is there a way that could be to promote sports tourism? Is this considered tourism?
So maybe I would just do two things. One thing I just want to mention, and I should have mentioned this at the last meeting, myself, our CAO, Jason, and Serge Felicetti have been meeting with the Hotel Association for the last few months, trying to come up with a new kind of arrangement. So it's good now formally we do have a motion and we've got some interesting timelines, but we are having those discussions about a new deal. So there's not a mechanism currently to change what we're doing unless both parties agree. And if both parties agree, we can do anything. But if they don't, then there's a mechanism that can take us, it's going to take us 1.5 years before we can do it, almost 2 years. So maybe that'll be part of what, if we move forward on the recommendation from staff, that's another factor we could look at potentially. But I think at this point, as I say, I've been having these ongoing negotiations with the Hotel Association, and it would have to be a mutual agreement if we're going to change the essence of the agreement.
Exactly. I know we're not there, but we were talking about looking at it, and sports tourism is part of tourism. So if that could be, I know it's not going to help now, and I know that could take 1 year,
Yeah.
but maybe that's something that
for sure.
could look at. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, thanks. Just in regards to the recommendations that are on the floor, I know we heard from the Canucks in specific in regards to timing. And I mean, they have on the table right now an opportunity to host a showcase event for 5 years strong. However, they have to give notice to the league. So I think by, you know, signing a 1-year agreement, that kind of puts them in a bind because they don't know what's going to happen after 1 year. Is there any opportunity to have staff come back with something? Perhaps by the end of May. I know we have another council meeting on May 28th, as opposed to a 1 year down the road. Because 1 year really doesn't give them the opportunity to sign on to that 5-year showcase because they don't know what's going to happen after 1 year.
You know, why couldn't we do a 5-year extension of the current agreement but make it negotiable in 1 year? So then we could work out, just throwing this out there, and I'm not a lawyer, I know we have lawyers in the room, but just a thought, if we were to do something, at least that gets them that long-term commitment they need, at least at the level they have, and then when this 1 year's up and we have this other advertising opportunity and a little bit of time to think about things, MAT tax and otherwise, then maybe if it's negotiable and open by both parties, we can agree to reopen it in 1 year. Just throw that out there, taking off your idea.
Well, I think, Your Worship, they would have to make a decision in terms of the 5-year commitment, and the league would have to make a decision as well, whether or not it's going to bring that event here. So I just don't think the 1 year works for them, that's all.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. You know, the other comment I wanted to make, and I know Mr. Gallagher spoke from the perspective of minor hockey. My kids all went through hockey, Your Worship. I have 2 boys and 1 girl. my daughter is the one that played travel hockey, not my sons. Don't worry, they're not watching. Anyway, I guess the point I was going to make is when she was in travel hockey, all of her coaches were ex-junior players. So it's not just a matter of, losing a tenant at the Gale Center. It has a trickle-down effect for everything, like for kids that are coming up that want to play minor hockey. I think a lot of the coaches right now are ex-junior players. So there is a trickle-down effect there that wasn't mentioned.
Any other, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I can't play hockey myself, but I have been to lots of hockey games, especially Canucks games. I remember when my kids were young, they used to send free tickets to schools. So kids will get in for free and parents would have to buy the tickets. So that was a great way of bringing parents in. That was actually a great promotion. What I hear today is like this organization actually keeps kids out of the trouble. And when it comes to organized sports, it teaches them lots more than just playing sports. It teaches them life skill about how to get along, how to be a team player. And I do appreciate all of you coming here and making presentation. And with what my Councillor Strange said, we did ask our CEO to find $1 million savings. And Mr. CEO does say that, like, you guys keep on asking me to find savings, but you guys keep on spending more. So how are we going to catch up ever? The way I see it is, I think I personally myself, I do not have all the information I need. So maybe what Councillor Pietrangelo said, that's a good thing. Let the staff come back with a report by next meeting. Lots of our questions will be answered. Then maybe we can make the decision next meeting. That's the way I see it.
Want to defer it?
Yeah, sure.
So why don't we do that then?
Yeah, Your Worship, if you're looking for a motion to defer, I just don't want to
Well, I think if everyone
take away
is-
the ability
is-
of anyone to speak, but.
Before we go that way, is there anyone else that wanted to speak to this? Because we're looking at Councillor Baldinelli.
I played with Frank and
I'll get you.
Mr. Boone.
I'll get you.
Mr. Boone, through you, Ron. Mr. Boone's father was a great coach of mine back in the junior B area, and Frank, I think, when I played both back then, and I know Mr. Gallagher, fantastic that you're in the minor hockey. You always need somebody like you, and everybody. It's a tough grind, and we've basically taken away any kind of revenue stream from them when that arena was built. No advertising, no. Nothing to sell, nothing to buy, nothing. I mean, they're on their own. And now, in my day, I mean, we used to get straight sticks from Mr. Masterson. They weren't, there was no money spent, and that at that time, at least, we got to play hockey. We just went through the ranks and didn't have to pay any money, and now it's a costly event. So we have to lean on the side of what they bring to the community, and it is a community function. So. We'll have to listen to staff and see what they have to come back. I mean, I think they provide a lot of entertainment for our city, just maybe not as much as fireworks. They cost us $25,000 a night, but they do provide us with entertainment. So I'm looking at that as supporting tourism. Brandon just put that together, a great case of how much money can be influenced by the tournaments coming into the city, and it's no different than a casino, except for the numbers are a lot different. But eventually it does help the community and tourism. And there are tourism dollars that should be allocated to support our community, because our community is used heavily by the tourism industry, and it takes away from our own things, right? So I think that we need that report from staff to come back and give us, some alternatives to figure out what we can do for them, but I think we need to do something. And so I support Victor's motion. Thank you.
And just before, I just want to clarify one thing before I get a bunch of emails tomorrow. The city doesn't pay for fireworks. I just want to be clear.
I didn't say that.
No, but I don't, and it's $5,000 a day, and we don't pay any of it. I just want to be really clear, because we're going to get a lot of, Ms. Moldenhauer, you wanted to comment? Yeah.
Through to the mayor, I appreciate all the comments. Thank you so much. We are agreeable to doing a longer agreement, such as a 5-year agreement, but it's the funding piece. That's the issue that we're here to talk about tonight, and of course we value our teams. So will speak to our legal team and figure out perhaps what they can look like. I also want to remind everybody, we do have a sport tourism policy. We do have $20,000 that is in the budget, and it's based on overnight stays. So I know minor hockey, of course, they host a number of tournaments, and I know you've submitted the paperwork. So you do receive some of the funds, you know, soccer does that, baseball. So we do have a small fund, but it would be nice to have a larger fund and to, you know, receive those funds from another organization. I definitely support that idea. And we love to hold events. So believe me, we're right there. You know, we enjoy hosting national, provincial championships. So that we would welcome as well. It's just we need to work through the funding piece, the funding request.
It's always about the money.
Yes.
Show me the money. Okay, so unless there's, yeah, Frank, yeah, come on up, or the apostle, I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just real quickly, Brandon touched on it, but I just want to touch on it once again. The economic impact by us going to Junior A from Junior B is going to be tremendous for the city of Niagara Falls. And we don't want to see this showcase in particular, I appreciate the comments from council on this, go somewhere else. They want to make a 5-year commitment to us to be here in Niagara Falls. Other cities, they don't have the same potential as Niagara Falls. They don't have the arena we have. They don't have the hotels, the destination. Niagara Falls is a world-class destination, and they want to come here. So they've waited and waited and waited, and hopefully we can get something back to them promptly, because it's something that once it goes, we don't know if it'll come back. There's other events that will be coming here as well. The league has told us flat out, and I think you talked to him as well, Mr. Mayor, when he was here for our opening, that they want to bring everything to Niagara Falls, and rightfully so. But this is the first one right here, and if we drop the ball on this one, who knows what will return. So that's the urgency in this matter here, and we appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. So drop the puck or drop the ball? Which is, I'm not sure, which what are we talking about? Okay, so if there's no further comments, we'll go to Councillor Pietrangelo. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to, we're going to just defer this, Wayne, to the next meeting.
No. I think is with the hotel and negotiate the people come in the tourism and the hotel, we have set $2 for staying in a room as Niagara the 4%, Toronto, Ottawa, 4%. I think $2 is ridiculous. So I think we could negotiate that and get the money, and they're talking about more money anyway. So I think we would do that, and that's where we could get the money, and they had a responsible about hockey and people coming here. So I think would really good opportunity.
So yeah, the Hotel Association is another, they charge a municipal accommodation tax, so they collect that every year, and they do fun things like they sponsor events. It's another, we've got a few angles. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Wayne. So our staff will come back, our acting CAO would like to say a few words too. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to just comment on expectations when we do return back with a report. Obviously, as you know, as you indicated, the budget constraints that we're under and the fact that we do need to come back with a savings money of $1 million. So the concern is, you know, I understand and I appreciate the 5-year extension, and that's something we can comment back on, but there's going to be other things that we come forward with you. One will be management of ice surfaces shortly. So I don't want, I'm just concerned more about the expectation that, you know, you can find the money somewhere. I just wanted to make comment on that. I can appreciate the length of time, but I'm concerned with, you know, how we're going to find those savings when we're having difficulty finding the $1 million you're looking for.
Mr. Burgess would have been proud of you. He's always the guy raining on our parade, so good work. That's good. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, go ahead. You're gonna make your motion. Motion for deferral, Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Motion for deferral is not debatable, so we'll just call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so it's deferred. Thank you for coming out. You're making your presentations. We really appreciate the time. We're going to hopefully be back here in a few weeks with alternatives. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Madam Clerk, I believe we are going in camera. Is that right? Okay, so let me just find them. Okay, here we go. 8.1, 8.2. So we are looking for 2 resolutions to go in camera. Can you just explain to us?
We have to do both today because we don't have a meeting on May 14th.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I appreciate that. So we need both. So you'll make that motion then?
I'll make the motion for both.
Okay, Councillor.
No, I don't think I'll be here May 14th, but yes.
Okay, a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, that we go in camera with both resolutions. For both resolutions, is that right? Okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. So, folks in the gallery, we have an in-camera portion of our meeting, and when we're done that, we're going to come back out. We're going to be in open. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, April the 30th. We've just come back from being in camera. We are now back out in open session, and we're going to resume at section 9, reports. So Council, I'm going to start off with 9.1. 9.1, what do we have? Somebody online? No, what's going on? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha, Madam Clerk. Okay, so 9.1 is budget to actual variance tax levy supported operating fund. We've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we approve. All those, the two recommendations, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Pardon me? 13. What were you telling me? Oh, you want to do it now? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, did you want to just direct us forward?
Yeah. Okay, so it's been brought to our attention that there is a member of the public that is interested in speaking to item 13.1 regarding the Ukrainian Family Festival. If you'd like to step forward and say what you'd like to say.
Yes, welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for the opportunity be here and promote our Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival. And also a very big thank you for support Ukraine and our Ukrainian newcomers who came to our Niagara region. If somebody knows me, somebody knows. I'm not good speaker for English, sorry for that, if I'm a bad pronunciation, but my name is Irina Lohazyak. I am president from non-profit organization Niagara, and also co-organizer on the Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival, which is set to take place on Saturday, July 6, 2024, from 12 to 7 p.m. at St. Mary's Ukrainian Catholic Church. I would like to express our sincere gratitude for the support extended by the City of Niagara Falls staff and council during our event last year. Last year, Councillor Mona Patel and Ruth-Ann Nieuwesteeg honored us with they attended, and we were able to hold a successful festival that attended close to 1,000 attendants. As we prepared for our second year, we are excited to once again bring together our community to celebrate Ukrainian culture and heritage. The Niagara Ukrainian Family Festival holds special significance and provides an opportunity to welcome newly arrived families from Ukraine, fostering a sense of belonging and community. Additionally, the festival serves as a fundraising initiative to cover the necessary costs of the event, including the provision of Ukrainian cuisines, entertainments, and activities for attendance of all ages. We would like to extend an invitation to all City Council members and staff to attend the festival and participate in our celebration of Ukrainian culture. First home, we kindly request for your support in promoting the event through the city's social media channels and websites. Your assistance in spreading the word will help us reach a wider audience and ensure the success of the festival. In closing, we sincerely hope that the City Halls of Niagara Falls will support our request for designation as an event in municipal significance and assist us in promoting the festival. Your support is invaluable to us, and we look forward to celebrating with you and our community on July 6th.
Wow, very good. Thank you. So we have, Madam Clerk, do we have the event? So it's July the 6th. Can you also email us any of the details that we need so that we can share with?
I will be do is like soon,
Yes.
because first of all we try take some your support for municipal level, because it will be easy to apply for liquor license, because we sold beer, but it's like help fundraising money for cover everything for preparing. Also we will be do it. It's like maybe a few days, and just like I will be sent invitation.
So it's going to be on Saturday, July the 6th,
Yes.
from noon until 8 p.m.
Yes.
That's going to be at St. Mary's Ukrainian Catholic Church on Main Street.
Yes, correct.
Okay, good. Because we want to try to help promote your event. Because I know it's a fundraiser to help out, so we're gonna try to promote that. So maybe we can get a motion from Councillor Patel that we accept the presentation that we support the recommendation and that we help promote it and declare it a municipally significant event and promote it to the city's network. Seconded by Councillor Lococo. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would like to see if city can help them with the whole event. If that will be on Kathy, I'm not sure which way we can help them. That's the way. Because it is just raises funds just for the newcomers from Ukraine. So maybe you can connect with Kathy and see which way she can help you.
Okay, I will connect. Thank
Yes,
you.
I can send you the email through the message, and that'll be
Okay,
yeah.
thank you, Mona. Thank
And
you.
with the event, I was there last year, and that's a great. It was a hot day. It was great cold beer, cold drinks, and they do sell amazing food at the church too. It was like pierogies and all the other great
Cabbage
stuff. You know
rolls.
that. Yeah,
Oh,
they
yeah.
were all
Cabbage
there.
rolls,
And there was a
pierogies.
great attendance there, and the performances were great. It was a really good event. So I would like to suggest that we support them any way we can.
That's great. So we're going to do that. We're going to promote it. We're going to share that through our website, through our social media. We're going to promote this through our communications department, try to get the word out to the entire community.
Thank you so much.
So did we call the vote yet? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So thank you for your patience. Sorry you had to wait around so long.
No, sorry for me because it's my first time.
No.
For next time, I will be know this like rules. I will be prepared presentation.
Yeah.
And I hope my English will be improved.
And bring us pierogies next time too.
Okay, no problem. For lunch, for break.
Yeah. Because you're Polish or Ukrainian? Ukrainian, yeah, because Kira is Ukrainian too. She makes pierogies.
Oh, it's perfect.
Better. We call both. Yeah, good. Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
you
you
for
too.
being here.
Have a good evening.
Okay,
Thank
you too. Okay, bye-bye. Okay. 9.2. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going back to item 9.2, Gale Center Stormwater Project Capital Budget Amendment to the tune of $60,000. Recommendation that we approve. Motion by, yes, Councillor Lococo?
I have some questions. It said once the design is done that the cost estimates will be prepared later. I was wondering, what are the cost sharing with the region and with the city? Because it's a regional road, what are the percentages?
Yeah, okay, we'll go to Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's too early to define those percentages now, but we do know what the prescription will be for the percentages. So the area that is required to be drained multiplied by the runoff coefficient. So what that means is if it's hard surface, more water will get to the drain. If it's like grass and soft surfaces, less water will get there. So what we do is we pay for our proportional share of water that gets to the pipe. This study is meant to identify whether or not we even need to cost share with the region on a pipe. And we're going to look at two alternatives. One would be to potentially expand the stormwater management pond that was built at the end of the last phase, or participate with the region on a large pipe system that would send the stormwater to the hydro canal. Whichever project is cheaper, we'll proceed to move forward with. The region is advancing their roadworks now. That's a capital project for them with 2025 construction. So they need an answer from us whether we're in or out on the design and construction of that new storm sewer.
Okay, thank you. I have some more questions. You might want to stay. It talked about the unopened road allowance, that the north limit on 4th Avenue was very heavily contaminated. What are the contaminants that are there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have personal knowledge of what those contaminants are. What I'm aware of from previous phases of projects is there were a lot of concrete foundations found underneath the extension of Thoroldstone Road. That was primarily what drove the costs up in phase 1, causing that project to end at an earlier stage than initially desired. I also imagine that there's hydrocarbons and potentially other chemicals that exceed our standards for disposal at industrial or commercial type properties. The Ministry of Environment has 14 different schedules of classifications for property use. So, what we know is that we wouldn't take that type of material and spread it on, say, commercial property or parkland, but it might be suitable for a certain type of industrial property. We haven't done that level of investigation, but we expect there to be certain issues in that section of 4th Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. Once we disturb it, I asked you to send me a map, which you did, so now I know where it is in comparison to what we were looking at. It wasn't on there. I was thinking it was at the end of 4th Avenue, but it's not. So where you showed me where the map was, that's actually right, is it adjacent to the development that we just approved on 4th Avenue, the old Milet rink? Is that right beside it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is, I believe. I have to refer back to my notes from that prior development. I know there was the old YMCA property that has been developed, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, across from that.
Across from that, yeah. So the parcel we're talking about is on the east side of 4th Avenue, and the immediately adjacent lands are owned by a developer that we are negotiating with right now, that the region is negotiating with because they need that land for the road extension. So we have the opportunity to acquire some additional property to expand the pond to have a higher level of service for stormwater in that area.
Is there concern about, once we disturb it, about the contaminants going into the water?
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the catchment that we're talking about is strictly road allowances and hard surface. So it would be the Gale Center parking lot that drains to that pond today, and it will be any of the municipal road that's also within that catchment area. So the disturbed soil, if we expand the pond, would be removed and disposed of properly, and then the pond itself would be lined with a clay liner so that the water doesn't disappear. We want to make sure that it performs its treatment as designed, and then when those levels rise, they'll be sent through a drainage discharge pipe that goes south through to the Victoria Avenue roundabout.
My understanding is that there's 3 drains that take water from there. Will this affect any of those drains?
Yeah, and through Mr. Mayor, I was able to see the same correspondence that you saw, Councillor. It was new information to me, frankly, but this is, as I mentioned, the drainage we're talking about is only surface drainage from roadways, so any of those natural drains would not be impacted.
Through the chair, since you just saw that correspondence, is there any way that you can look into it and answer any of those questions for us?
So,
if you're able to?
Through the mayor, I'm not aware
Not
that
now,
there are specific
later.
questions to be asked. Potentially, Councillor, if you want to do a deeper dive in those, maybe formulate some questions for me to look at.
Okay,
we
will
can
do.
certainly take that back and have a look at it.
Okay, and the last question I had, I know we don't know the cost for the cleanup. In general, we don't know costs when we do something, but getting into contaminated property, what kind of cost could we be looking at?
Yeah, it's a good question, Councillor. First of all, we need to know what scope of work we're doing. It's not my intention at this point in time to extend 4th Avenue to Thoroldstone Road. There's no need for a road connection there, and any of the water and sewer connections would only be a requirement of development. So, if we can limit the excavations in that unopened stretch of 4th Avenue, we can definitely limit our costs and potential exposure for environmental disposal liability. Once we finalize this design for the stormwater, then we'll have a better understanding of what type of contaminated material needs to be moved and addressed. I expect the city's component will be very minimal. We don't own the road that's being extended. We only will own a sewer, and the sewer is primarily needed to drain regional roads. So the region of Niagara will be responsible for most of those road excavation and disposal costs.
Okay, thank you. I am very concerned about the contamination, but this report is only approving a $60,000 design, and then you're coming back to us. So I will put a motion forward, but I am concerned about the contaminants.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, so we're looking, do we have a motion? Do we have a motion on this? We don't have a motion.
I just put a motion forward.
Okay,
Yep.
so motion, second by Councillor Patel. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. 9.3, White Drain Petition Capital Budget Amendment. Pardon me? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just have a question, actually, I guess, through you to staff. So this is to approve moving forward with draining the white drain at a cost of $95,000, but then to pass that cost on over to, I guess, the farmers that have property on the drain. Is that correct?
Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The petitioners who petitioned for this drain are responsible per the Drainage Act for the costs of the improvements to their land. So we as a city have an obligation under the Drainage Act to be the middleman, to hire an engineer, have them provide a solution for drainage, and to go through a quarter revision for assessments to those improvements that will provide drainage to their land. So yes, that's the intent. It's a flow through of the dollars.
Yeah, Your Worship, I don't have a problem with doing the works. I've always had a problem with actually charging the farmers that, that the drain, I guess, fronts onto their land. In my opinion, this is the only situation where we make an upgrade to services and we actually charge a landowner. If we're gonna replace a sewer pipe, or if we're gonna replace a water main and it goes down the frontage of someone's property, we don't charge that property owner. It's just part of the infrastructure that we have. A lot of the ditches that we have in the rural areas, they actually flow to these drains. We don't charge the people that have the ditches that discharge water to these drains. To me, it's always been counterproductive to actually charge the farmers that only have land that fronts onto these drains. I just look at the drains as being part of our infrastructure, and if we're gonna clean them out, then we should clean them out. I don't believe that we should be charging the landowners. I'll vote for the project. I won't vote for passing the cost on to the landowners.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to that effect then?
Sure, I will.
Okay, and you're seconding it, Councillor Thompson? Okay, just before we, yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is there cost sharing with NPCA in Niagara region?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, if they're landowners who benefit from the drainage, then there would be cost sharing, just like there might be cost sharing with Enbridge or other pipelines or CN. I don't have the details of who's impacted by the drainage. This hiring the engineer will determine who all benefits from that, which will eventually determine who is responsible to pay. You know, in this case, it's very similar to what we talked about with development charges, right? Is we, you know, those who benefit from the asset or the service pay initially for that service. That's the way the model is set up in the Drainage Act. You know, in this case, we may have a difference of opinion on it, but the way the Drainage Act is structured, it's the responsibility of those who get the benefit to pay for it. You know, we might liken that to like a area-specific development charge, just to make sure we contain who gets the benefit to those who are paying.
So while you're up, how often do we do this? Like we drain this drainage, how often do we do this to different properties?
Yeah, and through the mayor, we've had municipal drains for over 100 years in Niagara Falls, so we've been doing it for a long time. The Drainage Act is one of the oldest acts of legislation in the province, and we have, I can't count how many drains we have, I think it's over 15, but maybe under 30, and a lot of them are shared between different municipal boundaries because drainage has to obviously flow to the lowest point. In recent years, we've had a handful of drains that we've been working on. They kind of ebb and flow, I would say, no pun intended, with respect to those who are active in the farming community versus those who might use the Drainage Act as a mechanism to drain residential property, because it is a tool that could provide that same benefit. So we're seeing it being used in a couple different areas as tools. I can get some details for you on maybe a 10-year scan, Councillor, but I don't have it, unfortunately, today.
Yeah, because I know that this was like a few years ago that we did purchase a property in Paul Colburn. We don't own the property anymore, but when we did purchase it, we actually had agreement with the landowner that we paid $13,000 for those drainage to get cleaned. To the NPC was a joint agreement, and we did pay for the cleanup of that. So as a landowner, we did pay for it. So I think that's a common practice around the whole region, or maybe whole province, I'm sure.
Yeah, the way the province has structured the Drainage Act, that's be consistent, and typically municipalities would offer like a 10-year payment plan, so we can break up those payments through tax assessment over 10 years, so it's not like a one-time payment.
So is this are we looking at the very high cost, or through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and through the mayor again, this drain was a petition. The engineer determined it was valid. The next step is to find a solution to give the landowners the drainage that they're seeking. So until we know what that solution is, we don't know what the cost will be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so, did you want to say something? No. So we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo that we support the recommendation, but not charging the adjacent landowners for the cost, right? We got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. That's the vote. If there's no further, yes, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Treasurer.
Yeah, I just want to confirm then what would the funding source be? Because I don't think we can go ahead and approve this without defining what the funding source would be. And I was going to add further to that, if we're looking wholeheartedly at a change where we wouldn't charge back to the homeowner based on the Drainage Act, then why would we have storm in our urban service area levy? We might as well look at removing that and just making it a citywide charge. Because right now, taxpayers in the urban service area, they pay storm through their taxes, but in the rural area, they don't pay for storm. That's part of the logic behind the Drainage Act.
Okay.
So we need a funding source, I guess, for the project. And I don't know if we're looking at reserves at this point, if that's the recommendation.
Well, I'm going to go back to the mover first.
I'm fine with reserves.
What's that, with reserves? It's reserves, okay. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This specific one came to us before to determine whether it was applicable to move forward, and in the report it did say that the cost would be attributed to the landowner, and I asked questions at that time. How do they pay? We get it up front. Is there any cost to the city? And all of that was no. So we've already sort of approved. I don't know exactly what the recommendations were in the last one, but we had that discussion about who was paying for it at that point.
Okay, which one are you talking about? A different drain?
No, this exact drain.
Okay, so I'm not sure because I didn't follow it that closely to recall that. Mr. Nicola, do you
Yeah,
recall?
I can speak to that, Councillor. We have brought two council reports forward, one to accept the petition and one to prove it valid after the engineer reviewed this situation. In both of those reports, we outlined the entirety of the Drainage Act process and how it would include assessments to those who are petitioning for it. The petitioners know that they are responsible to pay for the drainage works. If this work does not proceed, if they choose not to actually construct it, they still have to reimburse us for the design works. So that is the standard practice in the whole province of Ontario. If the city wants to do something different, we'd be the only municipality providing that as a different option. I'd be very concerned about that and the precedent that's set, and I'd also be very concerned that we'd be setting a precedence to pay for the regional assessments, pay for CN's assessments, pay for Enbridge assessments. I'm really concerned about how we pick and choose whose assessments we might be contributing to. My recommendation would be that we proceed with the design works. If you want to have that discussion about covering assessments through a grant or something like that nature, we look at doing that after we determine what the assessment values would be.
So they already know, the landowners, that they'd be responsible in petitioning the design work. They know that.
That would be correct,
That
yes.
would okay.
They have a petition form, they understand what they're petitioning for.
So what are your thoughts on just agreeing to the design work and then not deciding on?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm fine with that. I know it's not the first time that the municipality has picked up the full cost to pay for a drain to be drained in the rural area. So I know you say that we would set a precedent. The precedent is already there. We've already paid the full cost of it before for all the landowners. Just simply based on the argument that, in my opinion, it's infrastructure. That's what it is. And it shouldn't be borne by the person whose land it goes through. That's all. I don't want to affect the farmers like that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Can we get the copies of the other reports? Because as Mr. Nichols said, it did explain about who was going to pay for it, and I don't know if that was part of the approval of what we did, but we did discuss this already. I know I asked questions on it, and I don't think it's appropriate to change what we were already discussing.
Well, why don't we just approve the design work with the landowners paying for it, and then when this comes back for funding, then we can get the subsequent
Yes,
reports
that's fine.
and the history?
Yes, I'll put that
Are
one.
you good with that, just the design work then?
I'll take my motion off the floor.
Yeah.
I'll just vote against it.
Okay, okay.
And I thought he was before.
Well, it's changing now, Councillor Thompson, but
Yes.
but this is just design work. You don't want to
Yeah.
just.
Yeah, but you said that at their cost.
Well, they don't even pay for the design work?
I don't believe so. I don't believe that they have in the past. I mean, maybe that's something that the report should look into is what drains. Turn your microphone off, Council. Yeah, sorry.
Should we be?
You know, maybe that's something that should come back in a report, Your Worship, is what drains were paid for by the city in the past.
Should we just defer this whole report and get the facts? Because seems like we're a little bit split on. Do you want to make that motion then? Okay. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna defer, we're gonna get some more information. Does that work? Is that okay timing wise, Mr. Nichol?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Drainage Act has certain timelines. Due to the fact that there's only a handful of drainage engineers, most of the petitioners know that it takes longer than the timelines anyways. So what we're doing is delaying the design work. And I think it's, given the discussion today, it's really important that we sort some of this stuff out before we proceed any further with those financial commitments anyways.
Okay.
Can we get the design work done and decide who pays for it after?
Well, we can't accept, then who's paying for the design work's the question,
Well, that's what I
the
mean.
95 grand.
Yeah, I mean, either we pay for it or we get reimbursed for it from the same as we bring this report back. No?
I'm not sure the best way. I've got Councillor Coco, then I think our acting CEO wants to jump in. She's getting
Thank you.
anxious.
Mr. Mayor, these property owners have already agreed to pay for it. That's already been part of this process, and this recommendation is that they do pay for it. Could we just move forward with this to get this moving and then get a report for future? Because these property owners have already agreed to this.
There's actually a motion for deferral, so, and there shouldn't actually be discussion, you're right, because I thought we were gonna be specifics like timing or something. I thought that's what Councillor Strange was gonna ask, but he didn't. So we got a motion for deferral.
To when?
To when? To the,
I thought for a report.
for a report, right, so as soon as staff can come back.
What date? You need it-
Next meeting?
for deferral.
Does that work? Is that too tight?
So I understand, we'll come back with a report that includes some of the historical ways we pay for it, and perhaps some explanation of how we do a levying bylaw and where council has future decision points.
Right, okay. So motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that this be deferred, pardon me? To May 28th. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Okay. 9.4. Huh? Will you? Okay. Help, promise me, get me through this. Okay, 9.4, encroachment agreement with the city on Garner Road, concrete driveway, a hut, a fence, and miscellaneous material. So, there are three recommendations. Number one, in the event the council determines it's best interest of the public to do so, that the city enter in an encroachment agreement. Number two, the city solicitor and CAO execute. And number three, city solicitor authorized to register on title. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a couple of questions, really. I mean, this property is on Gardner Road, in between Thoroldstone and Mountain. It's in an area that I guess you could consider it was maybe going to be a hamlet at one point, because I think it does have water lines, but it doesn't have sewers out there. It's not inside the urban boundary. Just a question through you to city staff. Does anyone know, like, this is our road allowance. Does anyone know why we're hanging on to it? To me, like, I don't know that I could ever see the city even utilizing this road allowance unless it's the farmer in the back that needs this road allowance. You know, to make the homeowner pay, I think it says in the report, $3,000 a year to lease it with really no end in sight. I'm just wondering what we're doing. Like, it's a solution in one sense, but it's not really a solution because you're just going to lease the land in perpetuity. So, I mean, unless we have a use for that actual road allowance, and it's not really a road allowance because it doesn't lead anywhere. It leads to a farmer's field that isn't inside the urban boundary. So I'm just wondering why we wouldn't just dispose of it, really.
Okay, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, and if Mr. Nichol wants to pipe in as well. Obviously, when we look at getting rid of road allowances or potential road allowances, we look at what's in and around the area. Obviously, yes, we're not in the urban boundary right now, but long-term we could be. And these connections are key to make sure that we have access to roadways. Obviously, you saw previously in this area, there was what we call the finger expansion, those kinds of things. So, you know, in the future, we could get additional expansions, and we want to make sure we protect those key connections for the long term. And that's why I think they've recommended here the city solicitor recommended entering into it at this point because it's more of a longer-term plan. But I'll let Mr. Nichols speak if you had anything further to add.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I really don't have much more to add. When we looked at the viability of this here, you know, the fact that someone built within our road allowance doesn't make it okay for them to build within our road allowance. The road allowance is there for a reason. I can foresee a situation where urban boundary expansion, the next parcel could be along that Thoroldstone Road and Garner couplet, and having a road connection to a municipal road is a more desirable connection than to, say, Thoroldstone Road. So it does serve a strategic long-term purpose, and so, you know, the encroachment agreement, I think, gives us a short-term solution, but if the plans do change in future, could turn into a sale opportunity.
Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to Mr. Nichol, what's the width? Is it like 67 feet? I was trying to look on Geo Warehouse earlier.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. It looks to me like a 66-foot or 20-meter road allowance, which is
so
a
it
standard
could be
road
used
allowance.
as a roadway then eventually.
Yeah, that was its initial intent.
Okay.
It's actually laid out and established.
Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sent an email earlier and I had some questions, I guess, to Ms. Pignarti. How did this come to our attention? And then we got the response from the homeowner. How many notices of contravention do we issue removing things off of city property, and do we ask them to remove it and that's the end of it, or is this like why are we doing this? Is this normal?
Ms. Pignarti, did you want to answer this? How did this come to us?
Sure. So I did receive the email, thank you, and I think that, you know, just sort of the combination of questions will require me to give legal advice and legal information. So I don't know how much I can say in open session, so my recommendation would be that if you do want these questions answered, we go into closed session, and we'll answer them to the best of our ability.
I would like to get the answers to my questions.
Well, first things first, I need a motion to extend curfew. A motion by Councillor Strange. Second by Councillor Patel. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, we're extended. We're extended. We're good. Who's opposed? And those opposed? Okay. We're good. It's approved. Yeah, I know. I heard. I don't know for sure how I know. So, okay, so you're going to have to make a motion then if you want to go in camera on this.
I will make a motion that we go in camera to get legal advice that I sent earlier asking questions on the Garner Road.
Okay, Councillor Patel?
Can I suggest that can we do this a little bit later? Let's finish everything, then go in camera after. Is that possible to do
Yeah,
it?
we can do that.
Yeah.
Why don't we just skip? What's that? Friendly amendment, or why don't we just?
Will it go? Yeah.
What's that? Because, well, it hasn't been seconded yet.
Yeah, that's true.
It hasn't been seconded, so we could do it. Yeah, to what?
For the,
No, this is about going in camera.
oh,
Okay, why don't we do that? So suggestion that we defer it to the next meeting, and then we could add it to our in camera. Okay, do you want to make that motion, Councillor Coco?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to defer this to the next meeting to go in camera.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, it's deferred. Thank you. Item 9.5, Schisler Road and Cable Road Bridge Rehabilitation. There are 4 recommendations. Looking for a motion from council.
so moved.
Moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. 9.6, Niagara Falls Pickleball Facility. Council accept the recommendation of staff, moving it to Kerr Park. Moved by,
Go ahead, sir. I'll second.
moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, and Councillor Strange wants to speak to it.
Yes.
Because that's why he's standing up right
Yes,
now. Okay.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great area where we can have these pickleball courts, and every time I go walk into the park now, whatever park it is, usually at Valor Park, Ryan, but everyone's like, we need a pickleball court. So it's nice to see something that's centralized where lots of parking is. We've got washrooms, facilities. So I think it's a great place to have, where a lot of the elderly use it. It's amazing, and hopefully we'll be able to go past the bylaw at 9 o'clock by playing it at Niagara Lake, but we'll see what happens.
See how it goes. Okay, we'll call the vote. Oh, yes, Councillor Coco?
I just had some comments. I've done a lot of research on pickleball, and I know I've talked with Ms. Moldenhauer and David Antonson about it. A lot of places around the world are having issues with the noise. I know we had open houses, but people don't know what the noise is until it's there. And I know that there are some places that are playing pickleball right now, but this court would have 3 times the number of players that there is now. So I know that we hired a noise consultant, and we're putting the curtains around it. And then when I was speaking to Ms. Moldenhauer, we're not putting curtains around Houck Park. I went there the other day to see what Houck Park was different, and they said that they didn't want to put the curtains there because it would create areas where you couldn't see, but we're putting them in the other one. And I went to Kerr as well. I just want to be sure that we know what we're doing about the noise, because the residents, once they hear that, and it goes sometimes from 7:30 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, and I just watched a whole bunch, and they were saying about the pickleball paddle vibrates, and the hard ball hitting the paddle is completely different than a soft ball hitting a tennis racket or a racquetball. So I just want to make sure that we've done all of our work on noise. Niagara-on-the-Lake just put theirs back in after 2 years being closed and being sued for their own noise bylaw.
Yeah, well, they had a flawed, their noise bylaw, they had it all done wrong there, but they fixed it now. They'll be in good shape. And you're right, it's a challenge, but I'll tell you, I backed on a Kerr Park for all my life growing up. There's soccer, there's baseball, there's tennis, there's a playground. Like, that is a noisy park with tournaments that would go late at night, lights on till hours of the night. Like, it's a very busy park all the time. It's not like a typical neighborhood park. It's busy and it's noisy. But I mean, there's only neighbors on one side, on the north side. There's no neighbors there to the east side, to the south. They're very far away. I can't think of a park where they're more isolated in the city. I really can't. I mean, I think if we're doing sound attenuation, and if we're bringing in acousticians or any kind of acoustic engineers, I mean, there's ways now to deal with the absorption, different paddles, different balls, and absorption panels. I think if we're designing it properly right from the start, we'll minimize it. But it's a park. You back onto a park, and you have to accept that. When you live next to a school, there's noisy kids. You back onto a park, it's noisy. I woke up every morning to soccer screaming parents, you know, right against our house. It's a park.
You're right, but pickleball is a little bit different, and you brought up about there are different paddles and different balls. Some pickleball courts require those changes, that you have to have those special paddles and the special balls so they're not making the noise. Anyway, I understand it's a good thing for our community. I just want to ensure that we're not going to get inundated with lots of noise.
Well, and we may get some, you know, hopefully not too many. Where are we? Did we make the motion again?
No, we haven't.
Okay. Did we have the first and a second? Yeah, okay. Got it? All those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Councillor Peter, yes? Yeah, I heard you. The clerk was, yeah. Councillor Pietrangelo's moving 9.7, Chippewa Parkway and Dorchester Road infrastructure improvements, cost sharing, all those, you moved it? Who seconded it? Nobody. Councillor Campbell seconded it. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really concerned about this report because it talks about the condition of the road construction platform in lieu of performing reinstatements of the disturbed areas. I know that when we look at cost sharing, it's because of extra development. I was talking with Mr. Nickel, and he gave me a list about the other development that's going to be out there. Technically, it's the same development, but divided into 3. It used to be Thundering Waters, Paradise, Riverfront. Now the other 2 pieces for the development are GRCAN, which is the commercial and industrial. So the development that this is paying for is the development that has removed all of the environment in that area for us. So I'm really concerned about that. We often talk about this $1 million that we're supposed to be finding a savings. I don't believe that the taxpayers should be paying for this. This is what, $4.8 million. I don't believe the taxpayers should,
Funded from development charges.
I don't believe the money, because that money from development charges, no matter what pot it comes from, could be used for other things for our residents. This is for development. Development should pay for development. I don't believe that this development is for cost sharing for other development. To me, it's all the same package, and they've done a lot of damage in that area. So I will be voting against it.
Okay, so we have a motion.
It does say like funded from development charges, right? Says that right in the
Yeah,
recommendation?
it
Funded
is.
from development charges.
It is, Mr. Right?
Okay. I just want to make sure that my eyes are okay.
Yeah. No, you're right. It's funded from development charges, as it should be. Okay, we're gonna, yes, Councillor Coco, then Councillor Patel.
All money is city money, no matter if it's in the development charges fund or another fund. Those development charges could be used for something else for all of the community. A lot of the residents do not want to pay for this because they don't believe it is cost sharing for other development, for future development that the city should pay for.
Councillor Patel?
For information purposes, what can we use the development charges for?
Ms. Stolch?
Yeah,
Mr.
I can
Nichol?
speak-
Are you
just a
over
question,
there?
I just wanted
So
to-
I can speak to that, and through the mayor, we can only use it for projects that are identified in our background study. So the long list of all those projects have to be identified in order for it to be an eligible project to spend the money on. Thanks.
I just have one thing in this, one thing to say about this report is, next time, can we have heads up during our budgeting process so we know what's coming down the funnel? That's the only, I had conversation with Mr. Dowling today, but it's just to know heads up that is coming and start making amendments to the, budget, right? It's better to know that what's coming.
Okay. Ms. Stolch is gonna weigh in on
Okay.
this.
Thank you, Worship. And I was just going to add that, obviously, as a DC project, the new DC bylaw kind of outlines the dates and times on when infrastructure is planned and what the projects are. And that's the good news about the new DC bylaw. We have all that information in there so that you're aware of the timing of construction.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes.
have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, you can. Ms. Clerk, we're going to do a recorded vote on if we want the DCs to be used for cost sharing for Chippewa Parkway and Dorchester Road infrastructure. So prepare your votes, everybody.
Do you mind if I sit for this one? I can't stand over here at the
No,
same
do it
time.
any way you want.
Thank you. Okay, so pardon me, a recorded vote was requested. Councillor Baldinelli? Councillor Campbell? Councillor Coco?
Opposed.
Councillor Patel?
In favor.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Aye.
Councillor Strange?
In favor.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
Mayor Diodati?
In favor.
Thank you.
All right.
That passes.
Let's move on. Oh, yes, Ms. Pignarti.
So 9.4, with this council's permission, if we can just go back to that. I know it has been deferred. The request actually did not come from me to defer it, so I do want to speak to it very briefly. So the set of questions are actually very simple. I don't know if there is a need to wait a further month and continue unauthorized occupation of our lands to deal with these questions. And in terms of expectation settings for next time, if I'm coming back with legal advice, it is to explain basically what an encroachment agreement is, which I think would answer the questions. But in terms of the statistical set of work that we've been asked to do, I don't think staff has the ability or the resources to say with certainty. And how are staff supposed to know every single violation that takes place? So the question has an issue, and I did not want this council to wait until next month and expect a detailed answer to all 5 questions. So you can leave it as a deferral as you made that decision. I wanted to set expectations for next month or deal with it today. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Just to that point, I can say that I'm happy to approve it now. I'm happy to approve it next month. I asked my question about why we're going to hang on to the road allowance.
Yep.
I got my answer from staff. I'm fine with that. I'm ready to move forward with the recommendation.
How do we
I am.
procedurally bring it back?
Reconsideration.
Yeah, do a motion at 2/3 majority for reconsideration.
Truthfully, if we could just leave it for a few minutes so I could just do a quick little research.
Yep.
Because we haven't done any action on this particular item, I would be fine to have it, just to have it, go back to the original motion and start from there, if that would be the will of council.
Okay.
But just if you want
Okay, no problem.
If you just give me 2 minutes.
Okay. Starting now.
Thank you.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Maybe we can go on to another item?
That would be
Well,
delightful.
except she's got to take notes on that too, though. Like she can only do one thing.
Mr. Mayor,
I think Councillor Patel had her hand up earlier too. Was that about that? Because you. Okay.
Mine's
Council-
about that. About the drainage, we asked how often we've done this, what's the history, why would we do it?
That's not the issue we're talking about.
No, but I wanted to know what was the history with encroachments on city property. I don't think that's an unreasonable question, and, you know, we just did it for the drainage. I wanted to know about the encroachment. What is our process when somebody encroaches on city property? Do we ask them to tear it down, or do we just let them and charge them? That was all I was asking, and there were a few other questions in there, but I don't see how that's any different.
No, but I mean, we can ask staff because I'm guessing we've done everything. Sometimes we leave it, sometimes we do an agreement, sometimes we sell them the land. I don't think there's any one single right way. I don't know, maybe we can get staff to weigh in on it because I think we're going to deal with it tonight. CAO Dolch, do you want to?
Thank you, Worship. And I can just pipe in on, you know, how often it's done. It's something through, obviously, bylaw enforcement that we handle these things. It is an encroachment, again, on our own property, so we do deal with it through that manner. I agree with the mayor. It depends on the situation. You know, we deal with it through encroachment. We deal with it through a number of ways. Obviously, people remove it. In order to get you that information, we would have to kind of go back through historical records. Unfortunately, we don't have a great software system yet. We're looking at phase 2 for CityView, which would have that information to be able to be easily pulled. In this case, I don't think we could pull that information for you readily. We'd have to go back in paper files and pull that information. It would take an exorbitant amount of staff time to figure out what we've done historically in all those cases.
Okay, thank you. And is that any different than the drainage? Do you not have to do the same thing and pull information about that?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I can defer to Mr. Nicol, but I believe the same situation will apply there. Again, there's probably some people that have history that may be able to point us in the right direction on what was done in previous drains. But other than that, I don't know if you have a database on what was done previously.
Ms. Pinarti's got, yes, Ms. Pinarti?
Thank you. Through the chair, the question on the drainage is to actually look at applications that were filed in the past, so files that the city has, and to see whether the city paid for the drainage works or not. So that's the exercise. It's very defined. Whereas the questions here are about how many situations is the city aware of, and what stats do they have in terms of what action has been taken. I mean, everything that the city is aware of, the city has taken some action on it, whether it's enforcement through the traditional means or an agreement. So I don't know how we would get that information for you. In checking with bylaw, that is just not something that we keep. Like, as a municipality, as staff, we are doing our best to deal with every situation that we come across to the best of our resources, the best of our abilities, in good faith to all the circumstances and the individual case. There are no stats put forward to how we do a good job, the best we can. That's very different from the drainage. I just wanted to set expectations if we're deferring it, that's all.
Okay, we've got...
As a counselor, I should be able to ask what we've done in the past. And if we can't get that information, a simple response would be nice. We've been asked to email questions or to talk to staff ahead of time. I didn't even get a response from Ms. Pinarti today or yesterday of saying, legal, I'll get you answers, just no response. I have the ability to ask the question, it's my right, and it was a simple question. If it can't be done, then that's fine, we'll move forward.
Well, I think what Ms. Pignarti is saying, and it's difficult on a council day, and we've got people away, including our CAO. I think if it's a labor-intensive task, we've got past motions of this councillor, that they're not to do it without a motion. You can't put them on it because they don't answer or work for any individual of us in council, including me, without a motion of council. So if you're asking them to do some major task, it's got to be a motion of council. You don't have that right. I don't have that right either.
I understand that. Again, I would have liked a response, bring it up at council and get a motion. We have been tasked with long meetings. Let's not have lots of questions. Send them to staff ahead of time. That's exactly what I did. And now there's a question on that. It's a question I just wanted answered. It was simple. I don't think I should be berated for asking a question. If we can't get the information easily, or if it's that staff can't go off and do it without a motion, then I'll bring up every single thing at council instead of talking to staff ahead of time.
Well, we're working on ways that
Thank
we
you.
can streamline our meetings because they shouldn't be going this long. There's no reason. There's no major items on the agenda. So we're trying to come up with ways to streamline them, Councillor. Yes, Ms. Pignarti?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm sorry I did not get the opportunity to respond. I've just been too tied up, but sending the questions in advance was helpful because it did help me formulate my very brief responses and the legal advice that I was intending to give today. So getting the questions in advance was certainly very helpful. I'm sorry I didn't get the opportunity to respond back prior to. And I just, because this got deferred and I wasn't the one who had asked for the deferral, I just wanted you to have a heads up that the second set of questions would not be answered in camera. And that's what I would have said today had we gone in.
Okay, so Ms. Clerk, how do we bring this forward? We're going to deal with this now.
I would, because it's within the same council meeting, everything that we have in the procedure bylaw dictates that it's already been a council meeting. I would just have the motion put forth.
Is it easier to have a motion for reconsideration?
No, because then it goes to a notice of motion, and it just really convolutes the whole process. I would recommend that we put forward a motion to that whomever chooses that they ask for a removal of the previous motion, put forward the new motion, and that would have to pass with 2/3 majority. To defer item 4. Cheapers creepers. To defer item 9.4, it was Councillor Lococo moved it and Councillor Patel seconded it, and it was carried unanimously.
For the deferral?
That's correct.
Okay, so now who would make this motion?
Anyone that voted in favor of it, so everyone voted in favor.
Okay. So Councillor Strange? Okay.
So I can make the motion
Yes.
for the recommendation.
Yeah, so is it to withdraw or to override or what's the?
Motion to withdraw the deferral.
Is it all in one or can we?
I would do it. Well,
And make a motion that we move the recommendation. All three recommendations.
Does that work? Okay. Second, Councillor Patel. So do we need to procedurally do anything else? No, this needs 2/3? Okay.
I would say it needs to.
Okay, so we are once again visiting 9.4. There are 3 recommendations. First, that the city enter an encroachment agreement respecting the encroachments. Secondly, that the city solicitor and CAO or their designate authorized to execute. And lastly, the city solicitor authorized to register the encroachment. Okay, so we understand the motion. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, and 1 opposed. Okay, so what are we, 9.8 now? Yes.
I just have one question. 9.7, we just voted on it.
Yes.
What happens if we didn't approve that amount today for the $4.5 million for our what is it, our share?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would cause us to have some very difficult conversations with the draft plan approved subdivision, the developer out there. They're picking up more than 50% of a $10 million infrastructure improvement. What we've planned out there includes an extension of the Millennium Trail. It includes curbs, it includes sidewalks, it includes new road platforms. What we would do is we would talk to them about what's coming off the table, and potentially that would leave us with a roadway that would look very much like it did before they came out there. Our local servicing policy that was part of our development charges background study suggests this is how we pay for this type of infrastructure. So if we weren't paying for that, we don't get that infrastructure, and the developer is only building local services or not building anything at all and not servicing a new subdivision, and we kick that funding to a 2025 capital budget process where we might be reviewing and revisiting the funding again. So what we're doing then is delaying the whole development and the housing that's being built in that development by at least another year.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we will eventually would have to pay for it.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we would. If there was a desire to not use development charges for some of the other things that we're including, then we could delete them, like the trail extension and the curbs, but I wouldn't recommend that, because if we did want to do that 3 years from now, say after the development was built, we'd be probably paying twice the price we get at today's date.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that answer. Thank you.
So we've been potentially delaying the building of the housing that we're in desperate need of.
Right.
Exactly. Okay, 9.8, Walker South Landfill Phase 2 Environmental Assessment Request for comments on terms of reference. It's recommended that council receive the report and that it be forwarded to Walker. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concerns about the process. It's outlined in here twice that we're following the process, but the comments from the public and from the government and from the First Nations were supposed to be included in this, and it said because of council's schedule, preliminary letters have been sent, but no comments have come back in time. So we're not technically following the process if we don't have those comments. And then it even says additional comments can be provided to council after the decision. I don't understand how we can make a decision and get comments after.
Okay, why don't we go to Mr. Bryce and get a response on that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, we had a deadline of providing comments to walkers. It was a 45-day deadline that ended about April the 22nd. So we did send a preliminary letter and advise them that we were bringing a report to this council meeting and that we would forward any further comments on that. Just want to say it's not a public meeting, it's not a public process. We're just providing comments on the terms of reference.
Okay, thank you. I understand that we're not making any decision, that the letter's just going to Walker, but we didn't really follow the process. And because it's not going to start for several years, I was just wondering why the rush, and now you said the 45 days. So we had a deadline that we had to meet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering about 10 Mile Creek on this property. Bill 162 is not allowing any new waste management sites. So technically, it's across the street. It's not an extension, but I guess we're calling it an extension. And that piece has 10 Mile Creek and other creeks there. Will that be dealt with in the application, I guess, to
Mr. Bryce?
Mr. Bryce or Ms. Dolch?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I anticipate that will be dealt with. The applicant will be required to provide environmental studies, hydrogeological studies, basically to demonstrate that. The minister ultimately will make a decision on that environmental assessment. But I do want to note that 10 Mile Creek had already been rerouted to accommodate the existing quarry, and they're intending to use the existing quarry.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, I can't remember, did we make a motion or did we? We did? So we just gotta call the vote now?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you for that. 9.9 we already dealt with. 9.10, is that one being deferred, the fence? Yes. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Worship. But yes, I would ask that that be deferred. There's some things that were missing that management wanted to see in that bylaw, so we just want to make some minor tweaks and we'll bring it back. Thanks.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, that's deferred. Now we're on to consent agenda. Motion by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the consent agenda. Councillor Lococo?
I'd like to pull 10.2, please.
Okay, well, let's deal with that one, and then we'll move them both.
I had a conversation with Mr. Spirinello of the Small Business Enterprise. In reading the agreement, I had two concerns. One of the concerns was that it says in the agreement that this is all for downtown, and Mr. Spirinello said, oh, that must have been a paragraph from another application. So I talked to him about how do we fix that, because this is a legal agreement, and it would be very limiting if it was just for downtown, and he said it was not. I don't know, is Mr. Spirinello on here?
No. No, but it's not for downtown, it's for the whole
I
city.
understand it's not for downtown, but the agreement says it's downtown. It's a legal agreement, and he said he would contact the minister to find the best way to deal with it, and then we would talk about it right now. So that was my one concern about downtown. And then the amounts that are in there, I did talk to Mr. Spirinello about were any of these amounts going to the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, and he did say no, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
So what are we going to do about the word downtown?
Well, there's nothing we can do, it's a provincial agreement. So it's an extension of a past agreement, it's not a new agreement. So we've already been living with this, we probably all voted in favor of it in the past. So it's just an extension. So either we take the money or we don't take the money, and it's not limited to downtown, so I wouldn't get hung up.
It's not an extension, it's a brand new agreement.
No, it's not. It's an extension. So it's probably not a good idea that we hold up the money. I already talked to Mr. Felicetti. I'm very, very tuned up on this. And the fact is, this is a provincial agreement that's citywide. It's not limited to downtown. It doesn't exclude downtown either. So if we want the money, then there's no reason to hold it up for a few words.
And Mr. Spirinello said with the timing that it could be difficult to do that, but it is a legal agreement and it's not just for downtown. So I just wanted to bring that up.
No, I appreciate that, but we know it's not. It's citywide. It's citywide. It's not for downtown. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think this is amazing that we're getting this money from the government. And you can actually look, I think it's on page 51. It just lists all the kind of local entrepreneurship partners, including Venture Niagara, CFDC, South Niagara Chambers of Commerce, Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, Main and Ferry BIA, Lundy's Lane BIA, Victoria Center BIA, Fallsview BIA, the YMCA Employment Immigrant Services, Niagara College, and Brock University, and Futurepreneur. And they're pursuing a lot of other following partnerships. Like it's amazing, and I can't believe anyone would not support this.
That's fantastic. I was talking to Minister Tangri today, as a matter of fact. So this is great for us, for our city. So we've got a motion to move the consent agenda. Number one is the parking fund budget, and the second is the Small Business Enterprise Center Job Creation Program Transfer Payment Agreement. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. We're going to communications and comments of the city clerk. So there's a recommendation that we approve and support 11.1 through 11.5. Councillor, I've got Councillor Lococo.
I wanted to pull two of them, 12.1, the NPCA, and 12.5.
12? We're on 11.
Sorry, I flipped over. I want to pull 11.1, sorry.
Okay, let's just deal with that one first. Town of Goderich resolution.
Oh, yes, about doubling the ODSP and OW. When I saw it, I was surprised that it actually said double, because I haven't heard that, and then I did a lot of research, and there's a lot of communities that are asking for double. I'm in support of this, but there's a better way of doing this. Instead of just doubling ODSP and OW, it's the basic income for everybody, and I brought that up at another meeting, and we did approve to investigate that with the province. So I just wanted to bring that up, that yes, it's great what that resolution is, but there's a better way to do that.
Okay. So then, that was the only one that you had to, okay. So it's recommendation that we approve support 11.1 through 11.5, and somebody made a motion. Councillor Pietrangelo? and seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. So that was a resolution, Town of Godrich, City of Peterborough, proclamation, National Accessibility Week, Red Shirt Day, May 29th. And that's proclamation request, National Public Works Week, May 19th through 25th. And noise bylaw exemption for some people that are having a wedding in their yard. So that's what we approved. Now we go to 12, communications and comments of the city clerk. You had two, Councillor, you wanted to pull?
Thank you. 12.1, the NPCA, and 12.5, the region.
Okay, 12 point, I'm sorry, 12.
12.1,
Okay, so let's deal with that one.
that's the private drinking water testing.
Yes?
As of 4 days ago, Minister Jones has announced that the province will discontinue this service. They're not going to charge now. They're discontinuing that people have to pay for it. So I wanted to bring that up because if somebody was reading this, they would think they would have to pay for their own drinking water test. So that's off the table now. And then 12.5, I sent an email to the clerk. There's a link there to register for the open house on May 22nd, but when you click on the link, it brings up 4 other open houses, but not the May 22nd one.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Lococo. Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was brought to my attention, and I would recommend I can give you I can reach out to the clerk at the region just to make sure that you can appropriately sign up. But there must have some type of a glitch with that one, but we'll figure that out for you.
Okay, I just wanted the public to be aware of it too, because if they click on it, it's going the wrong
and
place.
I think that the region should also be made aware, but we'll make sure that we reach out and make sure that that's rectified.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion to receive and file 12.1 through 12.5. Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. And the only extra things, there was Niagara Regional Correspondence in there, and resolutions from the municipality of Clarington, and resolution from the city of St. Catharines. We're on to 13, communications and comments of the city clerk. So we've dealt with 13.1 already. We had our Ukrainian guest here.
Irish. Aye.
Oh, aye, okay. So we're gonna have all the United Nations parts here now. 13.2 is the Niagara Irish Festival, noise bylaw exemption for August 23rd and 24th. Motion by Councillor O'Strange and seconded by Pietrangelo. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. 13.3 is the Falls UBIA Board of Directors. We're looking to approve. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and I see Councillor Thomson is the honorary past chair. Ratification of in-camera, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Just give me 1 moment.
Yes, of course. We're good. If you want, do you want me to jump ahead to?
Yeah, do you want?
No. Why don't we go to notice of motions, new business? Well, our clerk is doing. Do we have any new business or notices of motion? Councillor Lococo, and then Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the years, we've all talked about the amount of money that we're paying to the casino police unit. It was 14.2 million once we signed the agreement with the casinos.
4.2.
4.2, what did I say?
14.
Oh, sorry, 4.2, that's what was in my head. 4.2. During COVID, our CAO negotiated down to 0, and then since then, he's been able to negotiate to 18% instead of 4.2. When we were talking about the homelessness shelter, there was some issues with the police when they were called. Some police officers thought that there was a district that went to the center of Main Street, and there were different types of units. So the police agreement allows for annual negotiation, and my notice of motion is that council review the agreement. I will send this in an email to you. I have it already typed out. That council review the agreement, Be supplied with statistics of what is considered the additional policing costs caused by the presence of 2 casinos, to look into what is adequate and effective staffing of service levels, and find out statistics of patrol and service levels in the area, provide the quarterly reports for info, and receive staff recommendations of possible amendments. The wording that I was just giving you was specifically in the agreement, so that was what was required before. So I will forward that. That's my first notice of motion.
Okay.
And my second notice of motion, I've received a lot of phone calls, and I'm sure other council and staff have as well, about the litter. It's not just Niagara Falls, it's everywhere. There's a lot of litter, and what do we do about it? I saw an article from Brampton. It was called People Against Littering. It was called PAL. It was organized by Brampton residents, and it wasn't run by politicians or City Hall. But what I was thinking was that I know we have a few community groups already doing it. We have a few community cleanups throughout the year. We have an Adopt a Street program, but I don't think it's enough. There's a lot of litter out there. So maybe we could have monthly cleanups, March to October, I don't know, student hours. My motion is that staff come back with some options for cleaning up garbage in the city. It could include, but not limited to, more city cleanups, equipment required, frequency, insurance, liability, how the Adopt a Street program works, etc. So those are my 2 notices of motion.
Okay. So we got those ones.
Yes.
Yeah, and she'll
I
have
will
those then
send
too,
it.
and then you'll actually have them.
Yep.
Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more of a direction. I just wanted to bring this up because I had a few bar owners call me, and I usually do get a few calls anyways from Main Street, and they're just worried about the cost of the new, for the patios on municipal property. Right now, I guess Niagara Falls, the permit cost for patios for municipal properties, $1,030 application fee. It's $36 per square meter of patio area on municipal property. And if there was one thing that came good from COVID, it was patios. You know, we set up a bunch of patios on the streets, the sidewalks and stuff, where they needed our help. And now that COVID is gone, we're kind of like, okay, now you have to do all this. Well, found out St. Catharines, their patio permit cost for patios on municipal properties, $250 application fee, $45 a square meter. And in January 2024, St. Catharines Council approved reducing patio fees by 50% for 2024 and 2025. Therefore, the 2024 patio fees are $125 application fee, $22.58 per square meter of patio areas on municipal property. You know, people have suffered, you know what I mean, especially the small bars, those small businesses. I don't know what we can do. I'm trying to compare with other cities. Welland has a permit cost for $150. Fort Erie has one for $260, and between $260 and $646 application fee. Right now, I believe that we're doing the application fee, and we're asking for a site plan as well, where a lot of the patios haven't been changed. I don't know if I can get some direction of just if we can improve on this and try to get those application fees now. And is the application fee just a one-time, or is it every year that we're doing this?
So we get Ms. Dolch to help us out.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when we did our fee review, that's something we looked into in terms of cost of service delivery, and it's based, that $1,000 fee is based on the staff time that it takes to process that application. So that's where the fee comes from.
But is that every year?
It is every year. I'm just going to confirm with Mr. Bryce.
Yes, through the mayor, yes, it's every year.
I think if there's a one-time fee or something that's reduced the following year, if you did, and nothing has changed in that patio, you know, you don't need another site plan because it's the exact same patio. You know, I'm just trying to help. You know what, the tourist corps, obviously, you know, they might be able to afford it, but, you know, there's a lot of bars on Main Street that I continuously get calls every single year, and they do great, but they only got it for 3 months, and then, you know, that's taking a big chunk of their pie. So I don't know if we can do something like VIAs or whatever, but I think we need something back, if I can give a direction of staff to come back with some kind of solution, whether it's parts of the city or whatever we can do, and maybe look at the comparables of different cities in our region.
Thank you, Worship.
Yes.
Yes, definitely. We'll come back with a report. We'll look at, you know, the patios that are the same and they haven't changed in resubmissions, and we'll see if we can get some cost savings.
Yeah, maybe
there.
or just a resubmission fee, and it hasn't changed. It's going to save staff's time because it'd just be a rubber stamp, right? We don't want to obviously give a lot of staff's time up if they're creating a new patio, but if it's the exact same patio every year, make those fees a little bit better. Hopefully, they only got 3 months. They want to capitalize on it with this beautiful weather, spring weather coming up. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that good point. Any other notices of motion or new business? So I have a notice of motion, so I'm going to switch with Councillor Pietrangelo, so I'm going to give up the chair for a moment here. Actually, you can finish off the meeting. Actually, no, because you gotta do it. No, but you gotta, then I'll do the bylaws.
How does that work?
Oh, yeah, okay, so, okay, so I'm going to do.
Are there any other notice of motions?
Yes, Your Worship.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry.
I'd like to offer my notice of motion. I'll read it. Request for staff to undertake a parking optimization study that offers an innovative approach to maximize revenue for the city during peak tourist season and special events. It could consider real-time parking availability, modified dynamic pricing, and leveraging technology to ensure buy-in from stakeholders and residents. And as timing permits, we could look to reap the benefits of this for this coming tourism season. So I'm going to hand this in to the clerk.
And that will get added to next council's agenda.
Thank you.
Are there any other notice of motions? If not, then I'll pass the meeting back to the mayor.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Excuse me. Are you ready? He does it every time. He drops my seat down every
Why
time.
don't you finish off with the motions and then we'll do the ratification before bylaws.
Got it. Okay, so let's move on to the motions. Procedural by Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of meetings ago, I did a notice of motion that I want to look at our procedural bylaw. I don't know, probably in the last year, and I think a lot of councillors will agree with me, you've seen that council has been dragging out a little bit. And you know what? No matter what the Niagara Falls Review said on the title, Mike Strange is tired of, I'm not tired. I can stay here all night, believe me. And I know you don't make the titles. I know that, Ray, so I'm not mad at you. But you know, a lot of people say, oh, you shouldn't be getting that job if you're tired. I can stay here all night. You know, it's more for staff's time, for councillors, especially our experienced councillors been here all night. I think there's ways that we can come up, and especially with people in the gallery, you know, they have 5 minutes to speak. They wait here for hours sometimes. Yeah. And at any time, I can get up and talk for 20 minutes, and nothing really is said. But I just found out from Margaret that there is a 5-minute rule for us as well. It's just not enforced. So I think there's better ways, and I think there's better ways, you know, instead of, you know, there's healthy debate, obviously. Get these questions. Hopefully, you know, we get our agenda Wednesday, Thursday night. If we can get some questions, I know Councillor Coco got a question to our lawyer, and other questions that we can give to our senior staff ahead of time, so we're not duplicating questions, all of us, and then we can get these answered instead of getting up, and it takes a long time, it really does. And if we can get these questions answered so they know they're coming to council, and we can speed up a little bit of these council meetings. And obviously you want healthy debate. You know, you understand we have senior staff are here since 8:30 in the morning, and then they come here at, you know, 4 o'clock, and then they're here till sometimes, you know, it's 10 to 11 right now. So I would like, a motion is to be directed to look for efficiencies in running the council meetings via updates to the procedural bylaw, and possibly having an educational session, especially with the newer councillors. You know, I found when I was first on council, you kind of get thrown in the fire. You don't know the procedural bylaw. And it even helps with people, we're on a lot of committees. It helps when you're chairing the committee to find what you know. I know Wayne Campbell always refers to it, you know, when he's talking, and he says right by the books all the time. So I think it's good for us. It's going to be a good learning session. And I think it'll be a great thing for us and speed up some of these council meetings. I know some council meetings impossible. We have budget. We can get some of these questions maybe in camera, whatever it may be, but I think we need to, hopefully we can speed up some of these and have healthy debate, but nothing that's going to last till midnight.
I thought that motion was going to go till midnight. Maybe I wasn't sure. Okay, so we've got the motion from Councillor Strange, looking for a second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I completely agree that we need to be aware about how long our meetings are going. I was concerned last year and I suggested adding some meetings to our schedule. And I know we did add some meetings, but they were for specific things such as budget, education, the official plan, not because we couldn't get all of our items done in one meeting. I think we need to look at context and facts. For 2023, Welland had 44 council meetings. It was 155.5 hours that they were there. St. Catharines had 30 meetings for 102 hours, and Niagara Falls had 19 meetings for 92 hours. We had the least number of meetings and the lowest amount of time. In 2023, Welland, they had two council meetings per month, and then they added a special council meeting when they timed out. So when they got to whatever time, ours is 10, whatever they got to that time, they would add a special council meeting after to make up for all of those items. That special council meeting did not have any time limits for speakers. All of the procedural rules are out for special council meetings. In 2024, Welland changed their schedule, and now they have 3 council meetings and 1 general committee meeting. What the general committee meeting allows all of council to come, ask questions, work with staff, work out wording on things. No business is moved forward, no motions are put forward. Staff brings all of those discussions back before they bring a report to council, and then the council meetings run more smoothly because a lot of the discussion was already brought to council. So they called it a general committee meeting, but I've also heard it called committee of the whole. So at the general committee meeting, no decisions are made. They asked staff questions. Councillor Strange noted that Welland had a 5-minute time limit. They also have another 5-minute time limit after the motion has been put forward if there's an amendment. So they do have 10 minutes. St. Catharines had a 5-minute limit, but it's a continuous period. Compared to our procedural bylaw, it's 5 minutes, including staff's questions and responses. So there is a difference there. The region has a 10-minute, including questions and responses. It was suggested to contact staff prior by email. I'm sure most of us do, or by phone. I emailed 11 questions, and 4 of them have been unresponded as of right now. And we do get our agenda Wednesday at 4:30. It is updated on Friday at 4:30. 149 pages came on Friday, and more were added yesterday. So sometimes it's not easy, and we do have, what's the word, when staff don't work outside of hours?
Flex hours? Or?
Flex hours. At the bottom of a lot of our staff's emails, we respect your privacy if you get this email outside of staff hours. Some staff have the opportunity to respond on the weekend. I'll try to do most of my reading on Thursday or Friday. Some staff don't, so then it's Monday. So sometimes it doesn't work out. It's nice to have those guidelines, but to be flexible with that. A lot of residents end up contacting me on Monday. They read the agenda on the weekend, and then they might have questions. Some I can answer, some I can't. And some municipalities have separate planning meetings. They pull their planning out so that it's not long meetings. Niagara Falls used to meet every Monday. I'm aware I ask a lot of questions. I know I do, but I think it's important when a resident asks a question that I think all of the city can benefit, so I do bring that up, and if there's something that I'd like to highlight. I think it's a crucial time right now with our official plan, our policies coming up for renewal. I don't know how a 5-minute timeline would do of any value to our city. We're looking at plans for 20 years for future generations, and to be limited to 5 minutes. If you look at our development charges, we went way over. I started keeping track and then I stopped. We had already 5 people that were talking over 10 minutes. There was 7 that were talking over 5. So, are we going to enforce it or not? So I would hope that we would have longer than 5 minutes, and I'm almost finished. I don't mind reviewing our procedural bylaw, and if we are going to review our procedural bylaw, there's at least 4 other things in there that we're not doing either. We might want to look at that. I'm taking the Association of Municipalities of Clerks Treasurers of Ontario for Municipal Administration, and I found it interesting the day that this motion came up. We were talking about accountability in local government. I'm going to end my comments with this paragraph from the textbook. Some councillors believe that having public arguments is somehow unseemly. It is better, they may claim, to sort out differences in private and then to present a united front in public meetings. However, by managing debate in this way, councillors rob municipal government of much of its vitality. They also rob residents of an opportunity to see that their councils do debate issues of importance to the community, that they do care passionately about these issues, that there are several points of view on most subjects, and that difficult choices must be made. In short, they deprive the public of the opportunity to observe the important and challenging political role played by municipalities.
Well, I don't think anybody said debate wasn't welcome and a good thing. Discord is healthy. I don't think anybody said that. They're saying, I guess the philosophy is we don't need more time, Councillor, we need deadlines. And sometimes the task will expand, right, beyond the time. And that's the concern. These meetings are going long. And I'm going to tell you, I have all the mayors around the region asking me how we do things here, because a lot of them look to be more like what we're doing. And I'm not going to put any of them or any of the councillors on the spot, but they look to the way we've become much more efficient and streamlined. And also, we're an at-large system. The ones you quoted are ward systems. And they're looking already to reduce potentially the number of councillors in light of what's happening with Minister Calandra and all the governance reforms, because we're grossly overrepresented with municipal politicians. With 126 in the region, where Hamilton does it with 16, and that's the problem. Too many cooks, and that's what we've been saying all along. Too many cooks and too many minutes. 11 o'clock at night, nobody's sharp, and it's not more meetings, it's more efficiency. That's my belief. I appreciate your belief, that's my belief. I think we can do things a lot better. You made some valid points, some things I don't agree with, but we'll debate it when it comes forward. And then we'll make some decisions, and then we're gonna live by them. And we gotta be efficient, because we used to split things up before too, back in the day. And it didn't make things any better. We lived it. I know you heard about it, we lived it. It did not make things we didn't make better decisions, we were less efficient, we took a lot more staff time. And they are the backbone that runs this city. We're the brain here, they're the backbone, they run it. And when we take all their time to do reports and answer questions, they're not doing their jobs. That's what we have to understand. Don't get into the minutia, right? That's the main thing. We've got to make sure they do their job. Our job is not to run the city. Our job is to govern the city. That's our job. And sometimes we need, and I think this training session will be good. It'll be a good delineation and lesson for us to know our role. We're not a clerk, and our job is governing. That's our job. Sometimes we get into the minutia, and it's concerning, because staff will come to me and tell me, you know, like we're doing a lot of work that we don't know that we should be doing. So we're going to have to deal with that as well. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and nothing against what you said, but I think it's just great that we can have the opportunity to get our city clerks and teach it their way. We're governed by them and what they're doing. We should be doing what they're teaching us. And if it can speed up, make it healthier. I know our CEO talked about maybe having a portal where we get some better IT stuff, and software. We can throw questions and they come back really fast. You know, who knows? Even with AI stuff, you know what I mean? Stuff can happen, and we appreciate Margaret and Bill going to take the time and help us.
Okay, so where are we at, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to make one more comment. I know we talk about getting in the weeds and the minutia. I do want to make the best decision whenever I'm making a decision, and sometimes when I ask a question, it's because I need that to make a decision. So as a councillor, we need to make the best decision, and if all of the information is not there, asking other questions. It's not to manage our staff, it's for me to make a decision.
No, I agree with that, and I understand that. So we've done the motions? Yes. Okay, so now this is the final call for the vote for your motion, right?
That's correct.
Yes, Ms. Pignarti.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just have some brief comments on the discussion that we just had on this item. Under the Municipal Act, we are required to have an efficient process for our council meetings. And the language of our procedural bylaw doesn't, impose 5 minutes as the absolute limit. Like, we use that as a guide and we do our best. And then there's leave and there's language such as may. So there are some times when discussions will take the time that they need to be fruitful discussions for important public issues, but we are required under the Municipal Act to keep it tight and keep it controlled, and there's no unqualified right to keep discussing and debating an issue.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Pignarti. And so now we've got a motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that staff be directed to look for efficiencies in running the council meetings via updates to the procedural bylaw. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And we got to go back to the ratification. All right, ratification of in-camera, Madam Clerk. No, do it, whatever, you do good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier this evening, Council met in camera to discuss a couple of items. The first recommendation that's being posed to Council and open is that Council accept an offer to purchase part of Ferguson Laneway located between 4473 to 4478 Ferguson Street and 4499 Ferguson Street for $70,000, subject entering into formal housing service rent supplement landlord agreement for a term of 7 years as required by the Niagara Regional Housing and the city, and that the city solicitor and CAO or their designate is authorized to execute all other documentation and taken whatever steps necessary to carry out and complete the transaction. That's the first item. The second item is in the event that council believes it is in the best interest of the public to do so, that council authorizes in principle the entry into a lease agreement with Great Lakes Entertainment Canada Limited over a portion of Ontario Avenue Road allowance and other municipal owned lands as described in this report, as described in the terms conditions set out, subject to the following changes directed by council: phase 1 to be completed in 5 years and phase 2 to be completed in 3 years, site plan application to be submitted in 2 years, and construction security to be returned if all conditions are met at the end of phase 2.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel, that we approve the in-camera items as noted. All those in favor?
I'm sorry. There is another part to it. I do apologize. That's my fault.
Yeah.
I don't agree. I think we should have the pass a motion to approve it.
Approve what one? Which one? In camera. We're talking about in camera. The in camera.
So, and I'm just going to add, sorry, just after that last part, that the city solicitor and CAO or their designate authorized to execute all documentation and take whatever steps necessary to carry out those recommendations. So I do apologize. I did forget that second.
You got it all now? Okay. Okay. So all those in favor?
Who moved it and seconded it?
Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel.
Thank you.
You're not in favor of in camera?
No.
Didn't you vote for it in camera?
We're going 6 o'clock to Samarni and with 4 hours at the convention today, and we're going to be.
Oh, he doesn't want to go past 11.
Oh, past 11. Oh, no. That's not what the vote was. It was for in camera. No. We're almost done anyway. We're done with the bylaws. Is that right?
Yeah, we just have to move this and then we're.
We just have to take the vote.
Yeah.
Didn't we take the vote?
No.
I thought we just did. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, that's approved.
Yeah, and now we're on to bylaws.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Motion for the bylaws for second and third reading.
Councillor Pietrangelo making a motion to give the bylaws first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Looking for motion for adjournment. Councillor Thomson for adjournment? Yes. Councillor Baldinelli? All those in favor? Thank you. We're adjourned.